Limitless Harem with Haku, Part 2. The trip back to Konoha was uneventful if you count being chased by an angry mob of women, getting kicked out several casinos because Naruto and Tsunade won so much, and Jiraiya getting drunk and wander into a gay goth bar. Then yes, it was uneventful. Jiraiya, you pervert. Tsunade screamed as she slammed a supercharged fist into Jiraiya's stomach. Jiraiya flew off into the sky. Yet again. Behind Tsunade, Shizune and Naruto cited Tsunade's temper and Jiraiya's perverted antics. Have they ever dated? Naruto asked Shizune quietly. Surely if Jiraiya has tried so many times, Tsunade would have given him a chance? I don't think so, Shizune replied quietly, trying not to attract Tsunade's attention. If they have, Tsunade never mentioned it, even when she was drunk. Tsunade turned to see Shizune and Naruto talking in whispers behind her. She grinned. Shizune, don't you think Naruto's too young to date you? He's 15 and you're what, 26? Tsunade asked. She grinned when both of them looked up at her with surprised and embarrassed faces. No, Tsunade-sama, not at all. Anyway, I'm sure that Naruto-kun has a girlfriend in Konoha, Shizune said. She looked at Naruto. You do have one, right? Shizune asked. Naruto nodded. Actually two. But before you punch me for being a pervert, they fell in love with me, Naruto said. He sighed in relief as Tsunade pulled her fist back. Who are your two girlfriends? Shizune asked. Their names are Haku and Kin, Naruto answered. Haku's a really good healer, while Kin is a good cook. Both of them have considerable experience in healing. They work in the hospital as nurses sometimes. Tsunade nodded. Are both of them committed to being serious kunoichis? Naruto gave her an injured expression. Do you think I'm the type to date fangirls? Tsunade and Shizune shook their heads. Tsunade turned her head to Shizune. You gotta step up, Shizune. All the good men are taken. If you wait too long, there won't be anyone good for you, Tsunade said. Shizune blushed deeply. Tsunade-sama, Shizune yelled, very embarrassed. In her arms, Tonton oinked at Shizune's scream. You know, if you want me to, I could set you up with someone I know, Naruto offered. Tsunade grinned at the suggestion. While Shizune glared at Naruto. See Shizune, there's still some guys left. I'm sure Naruto will set you up with someone nice, Tsunade said. I want to see some grandkids before I get old, you know. Maybe 5. Tsunade-sama, Shizune yelled. Tsunade grinned at her apprentice's embarrassment. The three walked until they found Jiraiya's body. Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya's antics and began dragging him by the foot. Naruto snickered as he dragged Jiraiya's unconscious body over stones and puddles before he woke up. Jiraiya's indignation caused the group several minutes of delay before Tsunade slapped Naruto and Jiraiya. In Konoha, Choji, Shikamaru, Niji, Kiba, and Shino forcibly hauled Sasuke to the Hokage's tower after several days of interrogation by Inoichi. He struggled visibly, but the stone shell prevented any movement while Shino's bug stopped Sasuke from using any chakra. Nearly everyone in the village stopped to see the revered Uchiha dragged through the streets like a common criminal. Sasuke looked like a mad beast as he cursed and foamed at the mouth at the Chuninins that were dragging him. Shikamaru's eye ticked as Sasuke cursed them at the top of his lungs. Kami, just shut up you snake lover, Shikamaru said. As they passed through the market, the group was stopped by Sakura screaming and yelling threats at the top of her voice. The crowd nearby winced as Sakura ranted at the group. Let Sasuke-kun go, you bastards. Well, the hell are you arresting Sasuke when the real criminal is Naruto and his bitches? They're the reason why. Sasuke is in pain. Let him go. Let him go. Sakura shrieked. Choji and Shino were wondering how someone could be so stupid. Kiba and Akamaru were wincing in pain at the sheer volume of Sakura's voice. Many of the people nearby were also looking at Sakura wondering about her sanity. As they stopped, Akujo came out of the crowd followed by several members of the civilian council and Kaheru. Behind them, several Anmas were following them. Inoichi's eye twitched in annoyance as Akujo Haruno pointed at the group dragging Sasuke. By order of the civilian council, all of you are arrested for kidnapping and assault of a clan head. As a punishment, you will all be execution. Akujo accused. Anbu, arrest them. You can't do that, Kiba protested. Akujo smirked at him. Yes, we can, under our authority as a council member, Akujo said. No, you can't, Shino said. He adjusted his shades before speaking. First of all, Sasuke is held because he is charged with attempted fratricide and murder of a fellow Konoha shinobi. As such, he will be judged before a shinobi court out of the civilian council's powers under page 58, paragraph G, subsection F of Konoha's laws. Also, due to Itachi's reinstatement as a Konoha shinobi, he is the head of the Uchiha clan because he is the eldest and highest-ranked member in the Uchiha clan, as stated in Konoha's law in page 99, paragraph E, subsection A, Shino explained. Lastly, Sasuke is proven unfit as a shinobi as his mental state is unsatisfactory for duty. Since he failed to report this to the Hokage, he will be charged for neglect of duty, stated in page 302, paragraph R, subsection I. Everyone turned to Shino in amazement of his knowledge of Konoha's laws. Shino shrugged as everyone continued to stare. What? There's so many ways to be dishonest through legal means? Shino said. An Anbu wearing a tiger mask behind the council members pulled out a small book and thumbed through it. He stopped on 3 pages and read them. The boys write Consilnummer Haruno. They cannot be arrested for kidnapping or assault of a clan head, the Anbu said. They are merely following the laws under page 2, paragraph B, subsection C. Many of the council members glared at the honest Anbu. He ignored their glares and signaled to the Anbu behind him. Hawk, rabbit, dog, relieve them of Sasuke and place Sasuke in one of the holding cells of the Anbu interrogation building, the Anbu ordered. The Anbus wearing a hawk, rabbit, and dog masks nodded and grabbed the ropes around the stone shell holding Sasuke. They heaved him and quickly carried Sasuke away. No, Akujo and Kaheru said. They glared at Shino and Kaheru pointed at him. Under executive power as the Hokage's advisor, I hereby arrest Shino Aburam Kiba Inuyasaka, Choji Akamichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Niji Hyuga along with clan head Inoichi Yamanaka under the charge of obstruction of justice and insubordination. Kaheru cried. The Anbu moved but were stopped by Shino speaking. That order cannot be passed because all of us are heirs to clan heads. Also, Inoichi is one of the council members. Under Clause 5, subsection A, paragraph D of Law 5301, I arrest advisor Kaheru and council member Akujo under abuse of power and obstruction of justice, as well as second-hand involvement in the attempted murder of Itachi, the Uchiha clan head, along with the charge of corruption and intent of mutiny of the Hokage, Shino accused. The Tiger Anbu flipped through his book and muttered under his breath as everyone watched in anticipation. After 15 minutes, the Anbu closed his book and looked up. Under my authority as Anbu captain appointed by the Hokage, I hereby arrest advisor Kaheru and council member Akujo for abuse of power, obstruction of justice, second-hand murder, corruption and intent of mutiny. Anbu, arrest them. Several Anbus quickly cuffed Kaheru and Akujo and forcibly dragged them through the market. Both of them yelled and screamed in anger as they were pulled and pushed by the Anbu. Kiba and the others grinned in amusement as Akujo flicked the group off. We would have been quite a predicament if it wasn't for Shino, Inoichi said relieved. He patted Shino on the back. Great job, you bookworm. Bookbug, more like it, Kiba said happily. He laughed as Shino glared at him. Shikamaru gave Shino a small smile, while Niji and Choji congratulated Shino. Spending several nights in the Anbu jail, that would have been troublesome. Thanks, Shino, Shikamaru drawled. Choji nodded as he pulled out a bag of chips and began eating. In the hospital, Itachi was eating a large box of Pocky happily. Mira laughed as she wiped a line of saliva and crumbs from Itachi's mouth as it was stuffed with several sticks of Pocky. He chewed them all up and washed it down with some juice. Itachi, it's not healthy to be eating Pocky all the time, Mira chided playfully. Oh, but it's so good. Please, just one more box, Itachi whined. He pouted childishly before Mira smiled. Just one more box, Mira said. Itachi grinned and eagerly opened a box. He gasped a bit when Mira hugged him tightly. I'm so glad you're well again, Itachi. Itachi hugged her gently and stroked her white hair. I'm glad to be back. I can't imagine life without you, even if it is heaven, Itachi whispered. He kissed the top of her head. He pulled out a stick of Pocky and waved it in front of her face. Have a stick of Pocky. Pocky makes everything better, Itachi said. Mira glared at him, but ate the stick of Pocky. She grabbed another one and ate it in front of Itachi. Hey, I offered you one, not the whole box, Itachi said indignantly as Mira grabbed her third stick of Pocky. But aren't couples supposed to share Itachi? Mira protested as Itachi held the box out of her reach. Yeah, but there are some things that are too precious to be shared, like Pocky, Itachi said. He pulled one out and munched it in front of Mira's face. Give me that box, you weasel. No, but thank you for the compliment, Itachi said playfully. Give me that box or no sex for the month, Mira demanded. She smirked as Itachi froze. However, it fell off as a look of serious concentration was on Itachi's face. For Kami's sake, you're seriously considering the Pocky more important? Mira asked flabbergasted. You don't consider me more important than the Pocky? Of course not, Mira, Itachi said quickly. Every man knew the answer to a question like that. Mira smiled in satisfaction. I consider you as important as Pocky, Itachi said proudly. You what? Mira shrieked. Itachi felt the room become considerably colder as Mira's eyes began to glow ice blue. Oh shit, Itachi said in a weak voice. He held his Pocky close as he faced Mira's icy wrath. Later on, the Hokage found Itachi in his bed frozen solid inside a large block of ice. Mira was sitting nearby throwing angry glances at Itachi. His sweat dropped at the antics of the two. Did you freeze Itachi, Mira? The Hokage asked. Mira gave the Hokage an annoyed glance. Yes, I did. HMPH thinking Pocky was as important than me, Mira said. She threw another glare at Itachi. Well, as a child, his first solid food was Pocky sticks. As a child growing up, he never ate a meal without Pocky sticks, so it is understandable that what? Do you want to finish that statement? Mira demanded. That ida klavid Yamarathan Helavedpaki, the Hokage said quickly. He bolted out of the room, narrowly avoiding a large sphere made of ice. Iruka sighed as he stared at the forest outside of the Konoha gates. He wondered why he was assigned guard duty at the gate, the most boring duty ever. He took a glance at his former student, Tenten, to see that she was polishing her naginata. He looked approvingly as she wiped every inch of the long weapon, removing scuffs, handprints, and dust. This is so boring, Iruka sighed. At least with the students, you never know when someone would pull a prank or start a fight. Stop complaining, Iruka-sensei. It could be worse, Tenten said. Iruka turned to her. You don't have to call me sensei anymore. Just Iruka since we're equal ranks, Tenten, Iruka said. Tenten nodded. Anyway, you could be doing D-rank missions, such as catching Tora the cat, Tenten said. Yeah, that's true, Iruka said. How long did it take your team to catch Tora? About 3 hours even with the Byakugan, Tenten said. That blasted cat somehow eluded us even when it was in our arms. Iruka nodded. Yeah, it took us 4 hours to catch it with bait. I think it's a miracle that Naruto's team caught Tora in just over an hour. How old is that cat anyway? I know for a fact that Kakashi had to catch that cat and he was a Chunin at age 6. Tenten shrugged. Who cares as long as that cat doesn't have any kittens? Can you imagine that mission? Having to catch 5 kittens, all of them better than Tora in eluding capture. That's a nightmare. Iruka nodded as he looked to the path. He peered closely and saw 4 people heading up the road. Tenten, there's 4 people coming up the path, Iruka said. Tenten stood up, spear ready and eager to fight. As the people came closer, Iruka and Tenten recognized them. They smiled as Naruto waved excitedly to them. Hey Iruka, hey, Tenten-chan, we're back, Naruto said excitedly. Jiraiya took this chance to try to impress Tenten and Iruka. He summoned a large toad and made a pose on top of its head. Iruka and Tenten watched as Jiraiya danced stupidly on top of the toad and make a pose. Shield your eyes as you gaze upon my glory. My name is enough to make the fiercest dragon quail and the loudest beasts faint in fear. The great toad, hermit whose name is Jiraiya. Jiraiya bellowed at the top of his voice. Everyone turned in shock when Naruto snapped his fingers and exploded into flames. He then made a gust of wind that propelled him up in the air. When sufficiently high in the air, Naruto summoned a large raven that soared above Jiraiya's toad. Naruto drew his sword, made a gallant pose. Behold the defender of Konoha, the bearer of the will of fire. I am the wielder of the sword that defends the innocent while subduing my enemies. I am the flame that purifies evil and the wind that blows it away. I am the water that soothes troubled spirits with gentle caresses. I am Naruto, the virtuous and valiant warrior, Naruto proclaimed. He finished it off by dispelling the raven. He slowed his descent by creating a fiery tornado and creating ice crystals that sparkled. He landed softly on the ground and bowed. Beat that, you pervert, Naruto said smugly. The toad that Jiraiya was standing on looked up at Jiraiya. Admit it, Jiraiya, that kid beat us, the toad said. Jiraiya grimaced. Traitor. The toad smirked and looked at Naruto. Naruto-sama, Gamabunta wishes that you would summon toads more often as he feels that Jiraiya is nothing but an obsessed pervert that doesn't enjoy good sake. He was most displeased when Tsunami told Gamabunta of the Konoha invasion. Naruto nodded. Thank you for the message, Gamamizu. Please send my regards to Gamabunta and my promise that I will summon toads more often. Gamamizu nodded, then looked up to Jiraiya. Gamabunta sends his regards and says for you to not summon him because you're a pervert. Gamamizu dispelled himself, dropping Jiraiya on the ground in an ungraceful manner. He sat up and glared at Naruto. That's no fair. I didn't use any jutsus, Jiraiya whined. Who says you couldn't? Anyway, it's good to see you again, Naruto, Iruka said. Naruto grinned and gasped a bit when Tenten hugged him tightly. It's been boring without you, Tenten whined. I've had no one to spar with lately. However, I've managed to get Niji on a draw though, so that's good. Anyway, who are those people behind you? Iruka asked. Oh, Jiraiya is the old man that's on the ground acting like a spoiled brat. Over there, the woman with the short dark hair is Shizune, while the blonde-haired lady is Tsunade the Godame Hokage. Tsunade of the Sannin? Tenten asked with stars in her eyes. Godame Hokage? Iruka asked flabbergasted. Naruto nodded. Yes and yes. The Sandaime Hokage has chosen Tsunade as his successor as he feels that he is becoming too old. He felt that Tsunade would be a better choice than Jiraiya, Naruto explained. He smirked as Jiraiya flicked him off. Are you serious? Iruka asked. Naruto nodded. Well, are we going in or not, brat? Tsunade asked grumpily. Iruka and Tenten snapped to attention and bowed to Tsunade. Our apologies, Tsunade-sama. Please go in and welcome to Konohagakure, Tenten and Iruka said politely. Tsunade grinned. Now that's more like it. Come on, brat, pervert. I want to go into the casino before we see Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade said as she and Shizune strolled into Konoha. But, Tsunade-sama, thanks to Naruto-kun, we've already paid off all of our loans. Do we still need to go to the casinos? Shizune asked. Tsunade turned and grinned. Shizune, there's nothing bad about earning more money. Now where's the nearest casino? Tsunade said. She laughed loudly while Shizune bowed her head and followed Tsunade. Shizune looked behind her and noticed something. Tsunade-sama, where have Naruto and Jiraiya gone? Tsunade whirled around to see that Naruto and Jiraiya were not behind her. She gritted her teeth in anger because she can't win without Naruto. Naruto was at the front door of his apartment when he heard someone calling his name. Hey Kaiu, did you hear that? Nope, must be your imagination, Kyuubi said. Naruto shrugged and opened the door. He grinned when he saw Ken and Haku sleeping on his bed. He snuggled in between them and hugged them tightly. Naruto-kun, Naruto gasped as the two girls hugged him tightly. He kissed both of them deeply, thankful to be back in Konoha. Hey girls, what did I miss? Naruto asked. Ken sat up and placed a lock of her hair behind her ear. Nothing except some man named Itachi was attacked by Sasuke, Ken said. Haku was moved to the side as Naruto sat up. Is Itachi okay? Naruto asked worriedly. Yeah, thanks to the Hokage, Itachi's nearly back to normal, Ken said. Why? Naruto sighed in relief. Itachi was the one who raised me for most of my life. He's like my big brother. Haku nodded. Itachi was the person that cared for Naruto and made sure that Naruto had plenty of good teachers. I remember meeting him as a child hiding behind Itachi. Naruto stood up and went to the door. Where's Sasuke? Naruto asked quietly. Ken and Haku looked at him with concern. He's in the Anbu interrogation cells. Shino, Kiba, Niji, Choji, and Shikamaru arrested him a few days ago. They gave him to the Anbu and Sasuke's been there since, Ken told Naruto. Don't worry, he'll be safely locked up. Naruto nodded reluctantly but couldn't shake off that gut feeling that something big will happen soon. After several minutes looking for Naruto, Tsunade met with Sarutobi. As they talked, Sarutobi presented Shizune with keys to a new apartment, free of charge. Shizune was excited of course and with the help of some people, had it furnished with a table, futon, fridge, microwave, and miscellaneous stuff. Shizune also added a small area for Tonton. She left Tonton in the new apartment and went down to the grocery for food. In the grocery, Zabuza was grumbling as he read the list that Haku and Ken had given him along with Naruto's list. You have to be kidding me. I can't believe that they put fertility and enhancement pills on the list. I'm fine with the other stuff that Naruto put. Oil, polishing kit, bandages are fine but not pills. Zabuza sighed and continued to shop. He stood out in the grocery as the tallest man, and his humongous sword on his back didn't help. Mothers shied away from him as he approached. Zabuza's eye twitched when a teen, obviously around 14 to 15, tried to flirt with him. He was 29. No, we need more soap, Anko. We don't need any more, Yuna. I don't know why you want so much. They're pickled sea urchins. Zabuza turned to see Iruka and Anko arguing. He grinned when he saw Anko literally swell up and slam a fist into Iruka. Then she broke down sobbing and acting caring. His sweat dropped as he noticed a small bulge in Anko's stomach. Hey Iruka, Anko, Zabuza called out. He pushed his cart toward the couple and sweat dropped to see nearly 30 packs of Yuna. He flinched as Anko began pulling out a wicked-looking serrated knife nearly 2 feet long. What do you want, sword humper? Anko said scathingly. Iruka shot Zabuza an apologizing look. Anko, easy. I know it must be tough, but please restrain yourself, Iruka asked softly. Anko's face softened. Iruka's voice and reason always calmed her down. Alright, my little dolphin, Anko said as she nuzzled Iruka. Zabuza leaned down and whispered in Iruka's ear. Is she pregnant? Zabuza asked very quietly. Iruka shot Zabuza a shocked look and glanced toward Anko. His face grew pale as he noticed the huge amount of weird food, lack of dango and sake in his cart, and Anko's slightly rounded stomach. Oh crap, I think she is, Iruka whispered. Zabuza grinned as Iruka recognized how long 9 months will be with very unstable Anko. Excuse me, a voice behind Zabuza said. Zabuza turned around to see a woman around his age with short black hair. Zabuza was confused why he felt so warm around this woman. Yes, how can I help you? Zabuza stammered. He immediately berated himself on how lame he sounded. He did grin when the woman giggled. Could you help me find a couple items? I'm new in town and I'm very lost. My sensei and I have been traveling for the better part of 10 years. So I'm so unused to the bustle of Konoha, the woman said. Sure. I still need to pick up several items also, Zabuza said. He quickly turned his cart and hit a small stand, knocking over several items. Oops, Zabuza said. He turned to pick up the items he dropped, but his sword caught onto the cart and caused him to trip, knocking over a large number of cabbages. He turned, blushing bright red at the woman. She smiled at him and bent over to help pick the items up. Zabuza began stammering apologies, but the woman waved them off. It's no problem. What is your name? Zabuza Mamachi, Jounin of Konoha, Zabuza said. Shizune, nice to meet you Zabuza, the woman said. She stuck out a hand to Zabuza. Zabuza shook it and noticed how his large, scarred calloused hands seemed to fit with Shizune's delicate smooth hands. Zabuza, would you let go of my hand? Shizune asked awkwardly. Zabuza blushed and let Shizune's hands go. For about half an hour was the most embarrassing in Zabuza's life. Somehow, he managed to fall into a tank of lobsters, knock over 2 aisles full of groceries, crash into several old people including the Hokage, spill catnip all over Tsume and Yuzaka, and stain Hiyashi Hyuga's white robes with tomato sauce. However, he didn't mind the pain or embarrassment to see Shizune smile. After they paid for their groceries, Shizune turned to Zabuza. Zabuza, despite all of the accidents you had, I had a fun time shopping with you. Probably we could do something like this again, Shizune said. Anytime Shizune, Zabuza said. He smiled as Shizune smiled. Anyway, thanks for helping me, Shizune said. As she began to walk away, she shoved a piece of paper in Zabuza's hand. As Zabuza looked down, Shizune quickly kissed Zabuza on the cheek and ran off. Zabuza couldn't help grinning and skipping as he went back to the apartment. As he went by, people couldn't help but watch as a huge man carrying a monstrous sword was skipping like a schoolgirl. Zabuza didn't care that his fearsome reputation of the demon of the forest was demolished, since he was happier than he was since he was a child. Naruto sighed as he looked for his friends. He's been at their clan houses and the regular hangout Yakiniku-Q. He went through the market to crash into a familiar blonde-haired girl. Hey, watch where you're going you idiot, the girl shouted. Naruto jumped to his feet and angrily glared at the girl in front of him. You don't have to be so rude, Naruto countered. Hey wait, have I seen you before? The girl gasped. Kami, I'm sorry Naruto, I've been looking for my brother Kankuro and Gaara. Gaara, you must be his sister, Temari, Naruto said. The girl nodded. Right, we haven't really met before so I'm glad you remember me, Temari said happily. Where's Gaara? Naruto asked eagerly. How's he been doing since the exams? Naruto gasped as Temari squealed and hugged him extremely tightly. He gasped as the air from his lungs was expelled from his lungs. He could have sworn that his ribs began creaking in protest. Thank you, Temari squealed. She began to shake Naruto vigorously as she continued to squeeze the life out of him. Temari, please let go, Naruto whispered. Temari looked and sweat dropped. Naruto's face was blue and he looked half dead. She let him go and watched with some amusement as he fell to the ground gasping. After several minutes, Naruto stood up again. Gaara has really changed. He's still silent and stoic, but he's much nicer now. He's opened up to us a bit and volunteers around the village often. He does meager chores such as picking up litter to caring for strays, Temari said. Although the strays are hard to deal with, he's a much better person. You've really changed his whole aspect on life. Temari pulled out a scroll from her kunai pouch. Look, he's even written an apology too. Naruto took the scroll and read a bit. His eyes widened on several things that he didn't expect Gaara would do. Gaara killed 2 of your boyfriends, and the third was mysteriously found in a sand dune. He sold a pair of your panties for $200? He even used your fan to wave his fart at Kankuro? Naruto asked. This doesn't sound like Gaara. Temari shrugged and took the scroll. She placed it securely in her pouch and grabbed Naruto's hand. Still, he's a great person now. I'm taking you out for lunch as a way of saying thank you, Temari said. She eagerly dragged Naruto through the streets looking for a restaurant. Temari, hold on a second, Naruto demanded. He held his ground as Temari tried to pull him along. After several minutes of Temari futile attempts of pulling Naruto, she looked at Naruto. What is it? Let's eat at Yakiniku-Q. It's a great place where my friends and I hang out a lot. Naruto offered. He offered an arm for Temari. Temari grinned and held on to Naruto's arm. Just as friends, alright? Naruto asked as he saw Temari nuzzle his arm. He winced a bit as Temari pinched and rubbed his biceps. Fine, as friends, Temari agreed as she thought of a way to get Naruto as her boyfriend. In Suna, she became infatuated with the blonde swordsman, along with many of the Sunakanoichis. She had a small yellow stuffed fox in her bedroom named Naruto. As they walked to Yakiniku-Q, Temari and Naruto discussed various things, mostly ninja-orientated. Naruto found out that the Kazuki-age was assassinated before the exams. Naruto also found out that many of the Suna Shinobis survived the invasion without any harm. The council was also willing to offer aid and assistance to Konoha. When they mean aid and assistance to Konoha, what do they mean? Naruto asked. He pushed the door open for Temari. Temari nodded gratefully and went inside. After they sat at a table and ordered some barbecue, Temari resumed the conversation. Suna is willing to share some of the coveted wind ninjutsus, sanjutsus puppet arts, and our forbidden jutsus, Temari said. Wow, that much? Naruto asked. Temari nodded. I'm here with Gaara and Kankuro because Suna sent us as an act of faith to be placed under the Hokage's command for around a year, Temari said. She sipped her water and looked at Naruto. What about you? What's going on in Konoha? Naruto shrugged. Not much. I was recently on a mission with Jiraiya, one of the Sanins. We were sent because the Sandaime decided that it was time for him to step down. Jiraiya of the Sannin? Temari asked excitedly. That must have been quite an experience to be on a mission with one so famous. Naruto laughed loudly, causing Temari to glare at Naruto. After laughter subsided, Naruto spoke. Ignore all of the deeds you heard about Jiraiya of the Sannin. I admit he is very powerful and the best in Fuinjutsus. However, he is a shameless pervert that peeps in every hot spring we saw. We were chased several times by a mob of women and their fathers, husbands, or brothers, Naruto explained. Temari laughed at the thought of Jiraiya being chased by a mob of civilians. Naruto, why did they choose you? Are you still a genin? Temari asked. Naruto shrugged. I'm not sure really. I guess they chose me because the Hokage wanted someone to make sure that Jiraiya remembered the mission. He does get a little distracted. Anyway, I was promoted. Congratulations on making Chunin, Temari said as she drank her water. Takubetsu Jonin actually, Naruto corrected. Temari sprayed her water all over Naruto in surprise. Naruto gave Temari an annoyed look as he wiped water from his face. Takubetsu Jonin? Why? Apparently, it was unanimously decided by the council heads to promote me. A majority decided to promote me further to Takubetsu Jonin. What are your specialties? Well, aren't you Ms. Detective today? Naruto said. He grinned when Temari blushed. Apparently my specialties are combat and teaching. Combat I can understand, but teaching. All of the genins that I helped or taught became Chuninins. Naruto was about to speak, but he heard a whirring and rattling sound behind him. He instinctively drew his sword and thrust it behind him. Kami, Naruto, watch where you swing that sword. Naruto turned to see Kankuro fingering a small scratch just below his throat. He sighed in relief to see that there was no blood. Behind Kankuro was Gaara, smiling at Naruto. Naruto grinned and waved at Gaara. Hey Gaara, how are you doing? I'm fine today, Uzumaki-san. Naruto rolled his eyes at Gaara's formality. Call me Naruto. Very well, Uzumaki-san, Gaara said. Naruto groaned at Gaara's formality. He hated anything formal including balls. The four had a nice lunch at Yakiniku-Q. Turns out that despite his rather crude manners, Kankuro is a genius when it deals with mechanics and ingenuity. Naruto was able to glean great ideas for traps just by examining the structure of Karasu. Kankuro and Naruto got into a bit of a scuffle when Naruto tried to take Karasu apart with his kunai. Gaara was still very quiet, but in a manner much like Shino's. Naruto could tell from his eyes, instead of being emotionless orbs, Naruto could clearly see life, happiness, and humor dancing in Gaara's green eyes. So, how's life in Suna? Naruto asked Gaara. Gaara shrugged a bit. It's not much different. Majority of people still fear me, but there are others that have decided to treat me as a normal person. There's a nice couple that owns a yakiniku stand. I often help and eat there, Gaara said. Their daughter has a bit of a crush on Gaara too. She thinks he's cute, Temari teased. Naruto chuckled when Gaara rolled his eyes. It'll never happen, Gaara said. Then you mind if I date her? Kankuro asked. She has really nice knockers. Temari whacked Kankuro with her fan. Gaara popped open his gourd and formed a hammer with his sand. He held it over Kankuro's head and grinned maliciously. Will you repeat the question? I didn't hear it right, Gaara asked. Can you pass the soy sauce? Naruto turned and saw his friends. He grinned and waved to them. Hey guys, come over here. I want you to meet my friends, Naruto said. The Konoha gang crowded around the table as Naruto introduced them. Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, these are my friends, Naruto introduced. Guys, these are my friends from Sand. Temari waved at all of them. Kankuro nodded while Gaara formed the kanji hello with his sand. Welcome to Konoha, Kiba introduced. My name is Kiba Inuyasaka and the dog on top of my head is my pet, Akamaru. I'm Choji Akamichi. Can I have that barbecue if you're not going to eat it? Choji said. He winced when Ino smacked the back of his head. What? I'm Ino Yamanaka. I'm a genin and I work part-time in my mom's flower boutique, Ino said. Temari's eyes lit up. Can I come there? I love flowers since in Suna, it's all desert. Yeah, if you want, you can help me in the back, Ino offered. I'm Shikamaru Nara. I'm sleepy and don't disturb me, Shikamaru drawled. He somehow started sleeping standing up. Naruto's sweat dropped at Shikamaru's laziness. I'm Niji Hyuga and this is my cousin Hinata Hyuga, Niji said. Hinata waved shy, then retreated behind her cousin. She's a little shy with strangers. Kankuro grinned maliciously and made a motion with his hand. Hinata turned to see the hideous face of Karasu grinning at her. Kai! Hinata screamed and fainted. Kankuro began laughing but was silenced by Gaara knocking Kankuro out with a hammer made of sand. My apologies, Niji. Kankuro here is oftentimes very unpolite, Gaara said. Niji nodded and lightly slapped Hinata into consciousness. Yosh, I am Rock Lee, the beautiful green beast of Konoha, Lee said energetically. Temari giggled a bit at Lee's energetic manner. Nice to meet you too, Gaara said politely. I'm Tenten. I'm a Chunin thanks to Naruto's sadistic training, Tenten said. She shot a glare at Naruto who grinned sheepishly. I'm Shino Aburam. I like bugs, Shino said. Awkward pause. Excuse me, but I must request that you must move please. May I show you to a much larger table? Naruto turned to the waiter and then to his friends. You guys want some barbecue? I'll pay. Yes, Kiba, Choji, and Lee said. Naruto grinned. Naruto and his friends went to a much larger table. Temari grinned as she saw Ino berating Choji for eating so much barbecue, Lee challenging Kiba to a water drinking contest. Shino waking Shikamaru up by pouring ice water on Shikamaru's pants. Hinata was having a quiet conversation with Gaara. Naruto was busy laughing at his friend's antics. Her eye twitched in irritation when Haku and Kin came over. Hey Haku, Kin, sit down and have some lunch, Naruto said. Haku and Kin nodded gratefully. Temari watched as Kin, Naruto, and Haku were having such an earnest and fun conversation. She felt a little jealous that she couldn't have a boyfriend like Naruto. The meal lasted until 3 in the afternoon because everyone was having so much fun at the meal. Gaara had so much fun that he laughed along with the others. Temari and Kankuro laughed along, both of them thanking Kami that they finally had their brother back. Late at night, Sasuke was brooding along with his cellmates. He learned that his cellmates were a group called the Sound Four and were Orochimaru's bodyguards. All of them were unconcerned about the fact that they were imprisoned. Just a little longer Fatis, the red-haired girl named Taiya whispered. A giant with a orange mohawk nodded. A little longer for what? Sasuke asked. The teen with 6 arms turned to Sasuke. Tonight, we're busting out, Kitamaru said. And you're coming with us? Marked 1. Seiken, a pale teen with 2 heads said. Marked 1? You possess the cursed seal. We can show you how to control it and gain power, Seiken whispered. Power? Power beyond most people's imagination. Sasuke, follow these people. They will show you to my hideout where I have saved information on my most powerful jutsus, Orochimaru said in Sasuke's head. Hi, Orochimaru-sensei, Sasuke said. Sasuke began laughing maniacally in a manner that reminded the Sound Four like Orochimaru. Crazy motherfucker. Just outside the village, a team of Jounins was being led by a palish teen. The teen looked at Konoha, waiting for the right time. Chapter 24. The retrieval of the Uchiha. Itachi sighed and stretched after Jiraiya's sealing was finished. After he was released from the ice block, Tsunade had made several diagnostic jutsus to see if he was fit for Jiraiya's sealing jutsus. Itachi made a disgusted snort as he remembered why he needed more treatment. Flashback. Can't I go now? Itachi asked Tsunade and Sarutobi. Sarutobi shook his head. Itachi, you can't leave until Jiraiya removes that seal on your neck, Sarutobi said firmly. Why not? Itachi asked. Jiraiya stepped forward carrying a bottle of ink and paintbrush. The seal that Sasuke put is called the Cursed Seal of Heaven. The Cursed Seal of Heaven contains a part of Orochimaru's soul. Although it's a small part of Orochimaru's soul, he can corrupt your body until you are a mere puppet. A zombie at his bidding, Jiraiya explained. Itachi shuddered and placed a hand on the seal. But what was that jutsu the Hokage used? Mira asked. Just Saratobi from now on. I'll be retiring from being a Hokage, Saratobi said happily. Anyway, that jutsu is an exorcism jutsu that is designed to imprison the small part of Orochimaru's soul that is inside the seal. It weakens it so that Jiraiya's seal will be able to remove the cursed seal of heaven without any resistance. Itachi nodded. So when do we start? We need you to go into one of the isolation rooms in the lower levels of the hospital, Jiraiya said. The seal needs an open area and I need silence to concentrate on the sealing. If one thing even goes wrong, you might turn berserk or even become Orochimaru. Jiraiya led Itachi down into the lower levels of the hospital. Jiraiya went into a room and told Itachi to sit down as well. Itachi did as Jiraiya ordered and sat patiently as Jiraiya wrote kanji on his body. Jiraiya wrote around Itachi's body and continued to write until it reached a 5 feet radius around his body. Jiraiya made 8 shadow clones and had them sit on the outside edge of the circle. Jiraiya stood over Itachi and signaled to his clones. All of the clones made several hand seals and then placed their hands on the circle. The circle glowed golden light that stung Itachi's eyes. Itachi could hear Jiraiya making hand seals and chant under his breath. Fuinjutsu, evil soul extraction by the 8 heavenly heroes. Fuin, Jiraiya bellowed. Itachi grunted when Jiraiya's hand slammed on the cursed seal. Itachi could feel as if part of himself was being stretched. He opened his eyes startled as a voice shrieked in his mind. Nuu, you shall be mine. You will be mine. Itachi Ichiha. Itachi gritted his teeth and focused on expelling the voice out. He heard it fade, then grow louder. However, the sound came through his ear, not in his head. He strained his eyes behind him and saw a spectral creature come from out of the seal. Itachi blanched when he examined it. The spectral creature was hideous and gross. It looked like a baby. However, the baby's eyes were extremely large and its mouth had 2 large fangs, like a snake. The baby was covered in scales and had a tail that ended in a stinger. The baby opened its eyes to reveal glowing yellow snake eyes that reminded Jiraiya and Itachi of Orochimaru. The spectral creature gave a shriek, then exploded in a flash of golden light. And flashback. Now can I go? Itachi whined. Tsunade ignored him and continued to examine Itachi. After several minutes, Tsunade spoke. You're fine now, just take it easy and no Pocky for 2 days, Tsunade said firmly. Itachi paled then curled up into the fetal position. He began crying and sobbing. No Pocky. Naruto patted his stomach after a large meal at the Akamichi house. Beside him, Haku and Kin were holding on Naruto's arm. Man, that was a good meal, Naruto said. Haku nodded. It was. I especially like their sashimi, Haku said. I like their meat buns the best, Kin said. It is pretty good. A small rice bun filled with savory chicken and vegetables, Naruto said. As they passed by a bar, Naruto heard Anko laughing. His eyes lightened when he heard what Anko was laughing at. Kami, Zabuza is such as love-struck fool. Anko-san, it is not youthful to be making fun of one who is struck by such youthfulness, Guy said. What happened to Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Anko snorted. Well, Iruka-kun and I were shopping in the grocery. We found Zabuza and talked to him. Then this woman named Shizune walked up behind Zabuza and asked for his help. Zabuza agreed to help her. I think Zabuza has a major crush on her. During the half-hour shopping with her, he managed to knock over the Hokage, spill catnip on Tsume, and even stain Hiyashi's robes with tomato sauce. Naruto sniggered, then burst out laughing. In his mind, Kyuubi was berating him for his attitude. Ha 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 ha, Zabuza and Shizune, oh Kami, that's hilarious. Naruto gasped. Shut up Naruto, it's so romantic that 2 people so different can fall in love. Kyuubi snapped. Naruto sniggered and laughed more. Haku and Kin were supporting Naruto so that he wouldn't fall over. What's so funny, Naruto? Haku asked. Naruto breathed deeply before speaking. Zabuza has a major crush on Shizune, Naruto said. He burst out laughing again. Shizune? Kin said confused. Haku shrugged. Who's Shizune? Tsunade's apprentice and the gentlest, polite, proper people I know, Naruto explained. Haku and Ken also giggled at the thought of someone like Shizune falling in love with Zabuza, a headstrong, rough, and blunt. It's like a sea dragon falling in love with a princess, Ken said. That's really romantic when you think about it, Haku said. Naruto sighed as the 2 girls had a dreamy look on their faces. Girls will be girls, Naruto thought. He winced as Kyuubi yelled at him. What did you say? At the Anbu interrogation center, an Anbu on guard turned to see a white blur. The Anbu signaled to his partner and they went into the foliage. As they landed on the first branch, the first Anbu heard a gurgling noise. He turned to see his partner rigid, a white stake emerging from his neck. He turned to stare in the eyes of a pale teen. He gasped when he felt a sword stab through his stomach, sending stomach acid through his organs. The pale teen turned his eyes away from the dying man. He signaled to his squad quietly. The squad of sound ninjas silently jumped through the foliage and entered the center. In the interrogation cells, Sasuke watched as all four of his cellmates cringed and grunted in pain as marks appeared all over their faces. He could sense power, chakra more powerful than he had ever seen. He watched in fascination as their bodies shifted and morphed to a more powerful form. "What is that?" Sasuke breathed. Kidomaru grinned. "The cursed seal. Level 2, Kidomaru said. Seiken glared at Kidomaru before turning to Jirobo. "Jirobo, open the cell," Seiken commanded. Jirobo nodded and gripped the bars of the cell. The metal creaked and groaned, but gave way to Jirobo's strength. The bars opened wide enough so everyone could get out. Seiken looked back at Sasuke. "Come with us." Sasuke nodded eagerly and followed the four. The four eagerly killed any of the Anbu, thanks to Kodomaru's arrows. They met up with a pale teen in the squad of Jonin. The sound four bowed in respect to the pale teen. Sasuke bowed also, wondering who this teen was. "Kamimuro, we have retrieved the boy as per Orochimaru's instructions," Seiken said respectfully. Kamimuro nodded and strode over to where Sasuke was. He raised Sasuke's face and looked at it intently. "Time to go," Kamimuro said. He looked at Sasuke's eyes intently. "You will help my master rise again, Uchiha." Sasuke grinned. "Of course, he will give me power to destroy Konoha." Kamimuro nodded and signaled to his squad in the sound four. They nodded and began speeding off, away from Konoha. Sasuke ran beside Kidomaru. "Sasuke, in order for you to release that seal to its full potential, you need to die first," Kidomaru said. Sasuke almost tripped over a branch in surprise, but regained his footing. He drew a kunai and glared at Kidomaru. "What do you mean die?" Sasuke asked. He activated his Sharingan and tensed as Kidomaru grinned. "What I mean is that you have to undergo a ritual that will release all restraints on that seal. So to release all of its power," Kidomaru explained. Sasuke nodded. "The ritual is painful, so much that most feel like we're dying," Kidomaru explained. Sasuke grunted. "I don't care, as long as it gives me power," Sasuke growled. In front of Sasuke, Seiken smirked. "Right little monster that one is," he thought. "Did you feel that killing intent, brother?" "I did. Rather big for one his age," a voice behind Seiken said. The sound shinobis traveled away through the night to Atagakur, the village of sound. Naruto yawned the next morning as urgent knocking woke him up. He stumbled to door and yanked it open, belching by accident. "Will Naruto, get some breath mints." Naruto glared blearily at Kiba who was waving a hand at his nose. Akamaru barked in agreement. "What do you want, dog breath?" Naruto asked. "We got a mission, A rank, now," Kiba said seriously. Naruto's eyes popped open fully awake. He splashed cold water on his face and went to his room. He quickly changed into his ninja clothes, packed his equipment, and ran out the door. He came back in again to quickly grab a bottle of sake and followed Kiba. Kiba and Naruto went to Shino's house. After explaining the situation, Shino quickly got his gear and followed Kiba and Naruto to Shikamaru's house. Naruto and Kiba dragged Shikamaru outside. They both snickered as Shino dumped a pail of cold water all over Shikamaru. What the hell?" Shikamaru sputtered. He glared at the three ninjas. Naruto bent down to Shikamaru level. "Come on Shika, we have a mission. A rank 2 and I will not have some other shinobi take it," Naruto said. Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome blunts?" Shikamaru said. He went into his house and was ready in a short time. Surprisingly, the four went to the Hokage's office. Instead of entering through the front door, Naruto and his teammates went through the window. Naruto and Kiba snickered when they saw Tsunade drooling all over a pile of paperwork. Naruto pulled his katana out and slapped it against the desk. Bam! Naruto went flying as Tsunade slammed a fist into his stomach. He crashed through the wall and landed in the hallway. Shikamaru smirked as Naruto groaned in pain. Shino's face was emotionless to an outsider, but Shikamaru could tell he was smiling in amusement. Kiba was laughing his ass off on the floor. Naruto pulled himself to his feet and glared at the yawning Hokage. She looked at Team 7 with confused eyes. "What are you doing here?" Tsunade asked. "We were told that we had a mission, Hokage-sama," Shino said. Tsunade was confused for a second. "Mission what? Oh, that one," Tsunade said. She sat up and pulled out a folder. At 0215 hours, Sasuke Uchiha escaped from the Anbu cells along with Orochimaru's guards, the Sound Four. They were aided by a squad of shinobis believed to be from Sound. "Your mission is to retrieve the Uchiha and eliminate any of the Sound shinobis." Naruto's face scrunched up in a disgusted look. Granny, since we're up against maybe 8 ninjas, may I ask for another team? Tsunade glared at Naruto. You may. Who are you going to ask? I request Choji Akimichi, Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten to come along with this mission, Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded. Fine then. Have all of you shinobis at the front gate in an hour. Team 7 saluted and jumped out of the window. When they landed, Naruto faced them all. Guys, I want you to get ready for this mission. Pack only your weapons and rations, Naruto ordered. The other 3 nodded. Naruto made a hand seal and made 4 clones. The clones saluted Naruto. I want one of you go to Choji's, Niji's, Lee's, and Tenten's house or find them. Tell them to meet me at the front gate of Konoha in an hour. All of you, dismissed. Hi, Naruto Taicho. The clones along with Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba said. They jumped away. Naruto jumped onto the rooftops and ran to his apartment. As he went to his apartment, he saw Itachi waving at him. Hey Sunkit, come over here, Itachi called. Naruto skillfully leaped down in front of Itachi. What is it, Itachi Nai-san? Naruto asked, his body tense when he saw Itachi's face become stern. Please Naruto, I know that you and Sasuke hate each other, but bring him back alive. I still believe that there is good inside of him. It was my fault that he is this way, and I want to try to have my brother back, Itachi pleaded. Naruto's face softened. He knew that Itachi never wanted to hurt his little brother. His mission cost would have cost him his happiness if not for Naruto. Naruto owed it to Itachi to attempt to bring Sasuke back. I will try to bring him back, Nai-san, Naruto said. I don't know if it will do any good, but for you, I will bring him back. Thank you Naruto, Itachi said softly. He rubbed Naruto's hair fondly and grinned. Sasuke's older brother better show him who's boss, right Naruto? Itachi chuckled when Naruto grimaced at the thought of being Sasuke's older brother. Itachi put a hand in his pocket and pulled out a locket. He gave the locket to Naruto. Naruto glanced at Itachi, confused. What's this for? Naruto asked. This was our mother's locket. She used to it all the time to lull Sasuke to sleep. Even if he is crazed and controlled by Orochimaru, Sasuke will still recognize its tune, Itachi explained. He popped open the locket and a soft tune came out. Naruto nodded and closed the locket. He put it inside of his pocket for safekeeping. Good luck Naruto, though it would be a shame if you lost to Sasuke, Itachi said with a grin. I'll never lose to Sasuke, Naruto said indignantly. Itachi chuckled and waved as Naruto left him. Naruto went to the front gates. He landed on the ground and bit his thumb. After going through several hand seals, he slammed his palm to the ground. Cuchius. Carcass trackers. After a small cloud of smoke disappeared, a large flock of ravens appeared. They all bowed to Naruto. The lead raven, a grizzled scarred raven the size of an eagle, spoke. What do you ask of the raven trackers, Naruto-sama? The lead raven asked. I need you to fly into the forest and report back to me if you see any of these people, Naruto asked. He pulled out of his pocket pictures of the sound for Sasuke and an average sound ninja. The raven nodded and turned to the flock. He crowed loudly and flew into the forest. The flock of raven dispersed and also flew into the forest. Naruto waited as one by one his teammates showed up. Team 7 arrived first, all of them packed lightly but heavily armed. Choji arrived soon after Team 7, while Niji, Lee, and Tenten came as a group. Naruto greeted each one then turned to Shikamaru. So Shika, do we have any specific formation? Naruto asked. Shikamaru nodded. He pulled out an arrow and sketched on the ground a formation. He used his arrow to point as he explained it. Since we have so many people, we're splitting it up into 2 groups. First group will be Kiba, Shino, Naruto, and Tenten. The other group will be Choji, Niji, Lee, and I. Both groups will be traveling in a single line, Shikamaru explained. Lee and Kiba will be our scouts. I chose Kiba because his sense of smell will detect any traps the enemy placed. Lee will also be a scout because he is the fastest and has the quickest reaction time to counter or dodge any traps, Shikamaru said. Kiba and Lee nodded. Behind them will be Tenten and I. Both of us will support them in case of a trap using long-range weapons or jutsus, Shikamaru explained. For Naruto's group, Tenten, you will have to relay information quickly to Naruto, your group's leader. Who's our leader? Lee asked. Shikamaru, because he is the best one when devising strategy, Naruto said. Anyway, Choji and Naruto are next. They are the all-around support and heavy assault people. They will assist either in front or behind if there is an attack, Shikamaru said. Last, Shino and Niji will guard behind us. With Shino's bugs and Niji's Byakugan, we will not be caught off guard if there are any enemies behind us. The 2 groups will be traveling side by side to increase our chances of spotting any enemies, Shikamaru said. Oh, and watch for any ravens. shurikens. I sent them out earlier to search for the sound ninjas along with Sasuke, Naruto said. Any questions? Shikamaru asked. Everyone shook their heads. Good, now show me your equipment before we get started. Everyone opened their packs to reveal mostly the same things: kunes, shurikens, explosion tags, ninja wire, soldier pills, and miscellaneous. Shikamaru's eyebrow rose when he pulled out a letter. From Ino from Choji's pack. He read it much to Choji's embarrassment, but spared Choji from any shame by reading it silently. Very interesting, Choji, Shikamaru drawled. Choji blushed. When Shikamaru finished his check, Naruto stepped forward. I know everyone here feels like Sasuke should go die. However, he is a leaf shinobi and knows much of our village's secrets. This is why we are coming after him, to protect our secrets. So to prevent anyone from exploiting them, this mission is extremely important. So we can't have anyone goofing off, because I'm responsible for everyone here, understand? Naruto said sternly. Everyone nodded. Team 7 saluted. Neji, Lee Tenten, and Choji followed their example because they trusted Naruto. Naruto smirked in approval. Let's go bring Sasuke back, whether he wants to or not, Naruto said enthusiastically. Everyone cheered and jumped into the forest, eager to prove to their comrades what they can do. Further ahead, a raven spotted the sound ninjas. He saw them discussing something, so he perched on a branch and listened. He cawed softly, signaling to the leader of the flock that he had found the target. The grizzled raven perched next to the first raven and observed the sound ninjas intently. Jirobo, Kitamaru, Seiken, and Taya surrounded Sasuke. Seiken pulled out a small glass vial with a black pill in it. He tossed it to Sasuke. Sasuke, you will need to take that. It forcefully increases the cursed seal to level 2. Like ours. However, level 2 is highly corruptive, so in order to use it, your body must be adjusted, Seiken said. The side effects to the pill would cause extreme pain that will lead to death. However, our jutsus reduce the effects so that it would leave you in a coma for around an hour or less, Kitamaru said. How good are your jutsus? Sasuke asked. We were Orochimaru's personal guards, Jirobo said proudly. Sasuke nodded and swallowed the pill. He immediately began gagging and gasping as his whole body was subjected to extreme pain. Seiken quickly summoned a large barrel with seals written on the sides. Jirobo lifted Sasuke and placed him inside. All four made seals and placed their palms on the ground. Ninpu. 4 seals of the dark mist. A black mist appeared and then solidified into a lid that closed the barrel. Seiken placed several tags on the edge and taped the lid down. After several seals, Seiken released his chakra. Ninpu, dark seal. The tags glowed once before fading, finishing the ritual. Seiken nodded to Jirobo. Jirobo grunted as he picked up the barrel and placed it on his back. Seiken turned to Kimimaro and nodded. Let's go before any leaf nin see us, Kimimaro ordered. All of the sound ninjas hurried to their feet and followed the pale team. The grizzled raven signaled to his subordinate to follow them. The raven itself headed back to report to Naruto what it had seen. The retrieval team had been traveling at a fast pace for half an hour in silence. The only sound that was heard was the sound of the feet hitting the branches and the air coming in and out of the mouths. Up front, Kibbs heard flapping from a large bird coming their way. He held out a hand and signaled to Naruto. Naruto signaled back and the squad waited. The large grizzled crow flew straight to Naruto. It bowed once before giving its report. Naruto-sama, just half a kilometer in front of you are the ninjas you have been searching for. They are so close because they stopped to perform a ritual on Sasuke. The ritual was dark and evil. Apparently it was a ritual designed to accelerate the development of a curse seal for more power. Currently, Sasuke is in a coma, stuffed inside a barrel, the raven said. Naruto nodded. How many were there? 8, not including Sasuke. There were the Sound Four along with 3 Jounins and their leader, a very high-ranking mission as the Sound Four bowed to him. Naruto sighed. He looked pensive, then looked up at the raven. Thank you, Kaijin. Tell your flock to keep an eye on them and report to me frequently. Hi, Naruto-sama, Kaijin said. The raven bowed, then flew off. Naruto turned to his team. Everyone, we are to move at double the speed. I want each of you to take a soldier pill, so that you will be in good condition when we meet the enemy, Naruto said. Everyone nodded and quickly took a pill. Naruto waited for a minute, so that the pill can be properly digested. He signaled to them and they sped off. Kimimaro looked at the 2 Jounins on the ground beating heavily. He rolled his eyes at such weakness and watched as his bone sword absorbed back into his arm. He calmly signaled to the rest of his squad to move. In another part of the forest, Shizune was waiting for her 2 comrades to return. She was waiting with Kakashi. She glared at him as he was repeatedly giggling loudly as he read a small black book. Shizune rolled her eyes as Kakashi turned the page and was knocked out by loss of of blood. She cursed at his lecherous nature and began to heal him. As soon as she was finished, he read the book again and blacked out from blood loss. Shizune was seriously considering on castrating Kakashi when she heard gasps and coughing. She turned and headed off to the direction where the noise was coming from. She stifled a gasp of horror when she saw her two teammates bleeding on the ground. She quickly closed their wounds to stop the bleeding. As she worked, Kakashi came over and tried to talk with his teammate, Genma. "Hey Genma, take it easy," Kakashi said as Genma spat blood. He set Genma against the tree and listened as Genma haltingly told Kakashi what happened. "We came upon a team of sound shinobis traveling. Raidu and I set several four-corner bomb traps and were about to set them off when this white-haired teen kicked us off the branches. We tried to counter, but he was too fast. He knocked us down, and one shinobi trapped us in a genjutsu. We broke out of it but were defeated by 4 shinobis using a technique," Genma recounted. "What kind of technique?" Kakashi asked. Genma spat more blood before answering. "A cursed one that increased their powers exponentially." Kamimuro glared at the Sound 4 as they panted heavily. He was sorely tempted on stabbing them and retrieving the Uchiha himself. "Damn it, I didn't expect Jounins here," Seiken gasped. Beside him, Jirobo coughed before nodding. "I don't think anybody was," Kidomaru said. He coughed again. Behind him, Taya gasped and wheezed as her muscles screamed for oxygen. "Orochimaru-sama must have his vessel. We cannot lose any more time," Kamimuro said. "Kamimuro-sama, it is obvious that the Sound 4 cannot move at this time," a Sound Jounin said. "Shouldn't we wait until they are ready?" The Jounin gasped as Kamimuro stabbed him in the heart with a bone stake. The other ninjas watched in horror as bone spikes popped out of his body, splashing the surrounding area with crimson blood. Kidomaru ruthlessly shoved the dead body off of him and glared at the other ninjas. "We will go now," Kamimuro demanded. Everyone stood up, afraid for their lives. Kamimuro was the strongest person in Sound. If he said move, you move. As they moved forward, a kunai tied with 5 explosion notes came. It landed just behind Jirobo. Boom! Jirobo flew forward, crashing into a tree. Everyone else, except Kamimuro, suffered small cuts and bruises. Many flew forward and crashed into a tree. Kamimuro looked behind him to see several ravens flying toward him. The ravens flew straight at him. They swooped down and tossed rocks. Kamimuro's eyes widened when he noticed that the rocks were covered with explosion tags. "Move!" Kamimuro roared. All of the shinobis moved out of the ways as several makeshift bombs hit the clearing. The ravens disappeared as the tags exploded, eliminating the clearing they were resting in. Kamimuro peered through the smoke and saw 2 squads of ninjas on the branches. As the smoke cleared, he analyzed the retrieval team. "Ha, it's just a bunch of kids," a Jounin said. Naruto glared at the Jounin and reached through his coat. Everyone watched as he pulled a mask out. The mask was just a solid piece of steel, painted black, with eye holes and a mouth slit. On the right side of the forehead, there was a kanji for fear on the side. Naruto put it on his face. "Now do you think we're just kids?" Naruto said. His friends behind him were surprised since Naruto's voice became deeper and more bestial. The Jounin and his friend paled as he recognized the mask. "Shit, that's the nightmare demon," the Jounin said in horror. Beside him his friend nodded in agreement. Naruto grinned behind as he lifted his hand. Kaijin perched on Naruto's hand and caught at the 2 Jounins. For some reason, this freaked them out. "Shit, Kamimuro, we must leave now," the Jounin said. Kamimuro gave him a scornful look. "Are you so afraid of some kid?" Kamimuro said. "He's not some kid," the Jounin said, almost hysterical. "He's an S-class ninja responsible for the extinction of the Shinrei clan, all of them." Kamimuro along with everyone else looked at Naruto with respect. Naruto snickered when Kaijin caught again, and everyone flinched. "It would be wise if we run now," Kamimuro said calmly. With his hands, he made hand signals to Jirobo. Jirobo nodded and picked the barrel up. Naruto removed his mask and placed it inside his coat. He jumped down and withdrew his sword. The others followed his example. Jirobo quickly made several hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Doton, Clay Prison, Kiba Choji, and Lee made sounds of surprise as the ground around them formed a dome around them. Choji made hand seals for an earth jutsu, but stopped when Naruto held out his hand. "Not yet," Naruto said. He turned to Neji. "Neji, are they gone?" Neji shook his head. "No, the big one is sustaining this prison as he leeches chakra off of us. The others however are talking to him." Naruto nodded. "Tell me when only the big one is left. What are we going to do about this?" Tenten asked. "Choji will get us out of here once everyone leaves. This way we can easily subdue him and get back on track," Naruto explained. "How do you know the others will leave?" Kiba asked. Naruto grinned. "Didn't you see the pale one make hand signals?" Naruto asked. Kiba, Lee, and Choji shook their heads. "It said, 'I have a bone shoved up my ass.' It said what? Tenten asked. Naruto began laughing at everyone's confused faces. This is not the time to be goofing around. Kiba, Choji, Neji, and Tenten screamed at Naruto. Naruto snickered for a little while then turned to Neji. They're gone? Naruto asked. Neji nodded. Good point to the area furthest from the sound shinobi. Neji pointed to the area directly behind him. Naruto nodded and turned to Choji. Choji, use your bullet tank and blast through the dome, Naruto ordered. He marked the area with a kunai. Choji made several hand seals and released his chakra. Ninpu, multi-size expansion. Choji inflated into a round globe. Everyone got out of his way as he tucked in his limbs and head. He began rotating and gathered speed. Human cannonball. Choji blasted through the dome, causing a huge hole that was big enough for everyone to escape. Naruto grinned at Choji. Awesome job. Jirobo was ticked as he wasn't able to get a good supply of chakra. Kiba and Lee were about to charge Jirobo but were stopped by Neji. This isn't an opponent we can take lightly. Also, we cannot spend any more time here or else Sasuke will be out of our reach, Neji said. So what do we do? Kiba growled. Jirobo made several hand seals and slammed his palms on the ground. The earth beneath the leaf ninjas shook as Jirobo pulled a giant boulder from the ground. He threw it at them with surprising speed. Choji pulled the kanabo from his back and jumped. He channeled chakra in it and smashed the boulder to pieces. Leave him to me, Choji said. Choji gave Shikamaru a grin and a thumbs up. Jirobo smirked. Like I'll be beaten by some tubby cow ass. You sure, Choji? Naruto asked. This is my chance to prove to myself as well as you guys how I have changed, Choji said in a solemn voice. He adjusted his stance to one that Naruto taught him. Now go, Choji said. If we wait any longer, we won't catch up to Sasuke. You're mine, Jirobo shouted. He charged Choji like a bull. Everyone leaped out of Jirobo's way. Jirobo ignored them and charged at Choji. Choji grunted as Jirobo's body collided with him but stood his ground. Choji grabbed Jirobo on his shoulder and applied force on his shoulder and wrist. Jirobo's eyes widened as he felt himself lifted from the ground. Mountain storm. Choji heaved and slammed Jirobo into the ground with punishing force. Choji channeled chakra into his leg and stomped on Jirobo, wheezed as all the air in his stomach was forced out. Go, Choji shouted. Naruto nodded and signaled to everyone. Let's go, Naruto said. Choji watched as his friends leaped away from the clearing and into the forest, after the rest of the sound ninjas. Behind him, Jirobo chuckled. No matter how strong your friends are, they won't beat the rest of them. Kamimuro is a monster and will destroy your friends, Jirobo said. Anyway, you won't beat me. I know you're the fattest and the weakest on the team. You're led by a bunch of shitheads that can't comprehend that you all are going to be killed. Choji glared at him and channeled chakra into his fist. Ninpu, partial multi-size. Choji's fist grew humongous and slammed into Jirobo. Jirobo grunted as he tasted blood on his mouth. Choji smirked when he saw blood on his cestus. Jirobo spat blood out his mouth and glared at Choji. You'll pay for that, fattest. Jirobo charged Choji and attempted to punch him. Choji leaned back and dodged the punch. Choji withdrew his kanabo and swung at Jirobo. It slammed into his shoulder. Choji could hear a crack as it impacted. Jirobo bellowed in pain and leaped back. Doten, rock spear. Choji jumped as several spears made of stone appeared where he was standing. Jirobo grinned and sent a kunai with an explosion tag at it. Choji swung his kanabo and deflected the kunai back at Jirobo. Doten, earth wall. Jirobo raised a wall of earth just in time to shield himself from the explosion tag. Choji used this distraction to dive into the earth. By the time the smoke and dust settled, Choji was nowhere in sight. Where'd you go? Jirobo growled. He turned to see Choji raise his kanabo at his head. Shit, Jirobo thought. He concentrated on the seal and activated it. Choji's eyes widened when he saw black markings appear all over Jirobo's face. Choji swung the kanabo and was surprised when Jirobo managed to block it with his arms. Jirobo grinned and kicked out at Choji. Choji grunted in pain as he flew away. Choji shifted his weight so that he would land on his feet. Jirobo charged him again. Choji grabbed to Jirobo's fist and flipped him over his shoulder. As Jirobo landed, Choji gathered a large amount of chakra and circulated it throughout his entire body. Ninpu, Mecha, multi-size jutsu. Jirobo stared as a giant Choji glared down at him. Choji raised his giant kanabo and channeled chakra in it. This is the end, Choji roared and slammed his kanabo at Jirobo. A huge shockwave was emitted from the force of the blow. A quarter of a kilometer away, Naruto felt it in his legs as he stepped on a branch. Choji's eyes widened as he felt his club being lifted. Below the kanabo, a figure more ogre than human grunted. Damn, that's a shame. I had to go stage 2 on this trash. Naruto signaled Shikamaru to continue on their path. He turned to his squad and made several hand signals. Kiba, Tenten, and Shino nodded. They picked up the pace and disappeared in the forest. Shikamaru turned to his team and made several hand signals. Lee and Neji nodded and also picked up the pace. "What the hell is taking that fat so long?" Taya cursed. "Save your breath for running," Seiken snapped at Taya. She was about to say something when Jirobo came up behind her. "Where have you been, Fatis?" Taya snapped. Jirobo ignored her. Kidomaru and Seiken exchanged looks and nodded. Kidomaru jumped at Jirobo and kicked him. He smirked when a cloud of smoke appeared revealing Kiba. Kidomaru made several hand seals, but heard a whistling sound. He leaned back, barely missing an arrow that pierced through the branch where he was standing moments ago. The sound ninjas turned to see Naruto, Shino, and Tenten appear. Tenten took one look at the sound shinobis and pulled out her scroll. She gathered chakra, then made several hand seals. Ninpu, Rising Dragon. Tenten unraveled her scroll and placed her palm on the scroll. 50 kunes appeared. She quickly attached the kunes with chakra strings and sent them at the sound shinobis. Ninpu, Spiral Spider Web. Kidomaru spat out a spider web that blocked most of the kunes. The other kunes were deflected by Kidomaru. Naruto turned when he heard a loud buzzing coming from Shino. He turned to see Shino literally surrounded by a cloud of bugs. "You," Shino said, pointing at Kidomaru. Kidomaru turned and saw Shino. He grinned when he noticed the bugs around Shino. "Hello, little Aburam," Kidomaru said in a sickly sweet voice. "Come to play with the Supeta clan." "You killed my brother," Shino said. Naruto turned to Kiba. "He had a brother?" Kiba nodded. "Heir of the Aburam clan. Tanashi Aburam," Kiba explained. "He was in the ambu but was killed by an arrow piercing his heart last year." Kidomaru grinned. He began making seals but was stopped by a chain flying towards him. Kidomaru jumped quickly, avoiding the chain. The chain struck the tree and traveled through the other side. Shino yanked it back and whirled it to defend himself from a spider web. "Naruto, go, I'll deal with this one," Shino said. He sent his bugs at Kidomaru and made several hand seals. Kaiten, Dragon Flare. A bright blue stream of fire streamed toward Kidomaru. Kidomaru jumped, only to fly straight into the cloud of Kekai bugs Shino sent. "Arg, damn bugs. Let's go, Kiba." "Shino got this one," Naruto said. Naruto looked back at Shino and prayed that his friend would be fine. Shikamaru's team burst through the foliage and slammed into the sound ninjas formation from the side, achieving complete surprise. Lee kicked Seiken in the head and kicked again to send the barrel on Seiken's back to Neji. Neji caught it and jumped back. Taya tried to pursue Neji but was blocked by 3 arrows from Shikamaru. Lee jumped back as Kidomaru sent a blade of bone at him. Lee skillfully ducked Kidomaru's next strike and punched Kidomaru in the chest. Kidomaru rolled with the blow and spun. Lee was knocked back as an iron hard fist slammed into his shoulder. "Get the barrel!" Kidomaru shouted. A Jounin dodged Shikamaru's arrows and pursued Neji. Neji spun and slammed a palm into the Jounin. The Jounin melted into mud. Neji turned around and blocked several shurikens thrown at him. The Jounin fainted and grabbed the barrel. Neji tried to pursue him, but the Jounin made 2 mud clones that distracted Neji. Kidomaru sighed in relief as he picked up the barrel again. He turned to the Jounin that managed to retrieve it. "Delay them as long as you can," Kidomaru said. The Jounin nodded. Lee disengaged from his fight with the other sound Jounin long enough for Shikamaru to cover him. "What now, Shikamaru?" Lee asked. Neji landed right beside him as Shikamaru fired another shot. "Someone has to distract him in order for us to advance," Shikamaru said. "I'll do it," Neji said. "You two have to hurry up so that we can keep on the tail." Shikamaru nodded and began to throw kunes with explosive tags at the Jounin. The Jounin's eyes widened at the number of explosion tags heading his way. Shikamaru activated the tags and watched as all of them exploded with a loud boom. Lee and Shikamaru went straight through the smoke. The Jounin cursed and tried to follow them, but was blocked by Neji. "You're in my range," Neji said. The Jounin smirked and mirrored Neji's stance. "No, you are in my range." Neji's eyes widened as both of them moved. 2 strikes, Neji said. 4 palms. The Jounin cried. Neji's strikes were blocked by the Jounin. Neji's eyes widened as he felt 2 Tenketsu's close. 4 strikes. 8 palms. Neji grunted as the same thing happened. His strikes were blocked, but his Tenketsus were closed. 8 strikes. 16 palms. 16 strikes. 32 palms. 32 strikes. 64 palms. 64 strikes. 128 palms. Neji flew away and crashed through a tree. He breathed heavily from exhaustion and grunted in pain as a wave of pain flowed through his body. He looked up as the Jounin knelt down to him. "Well, Hyuga, are you surprised?" the Jounin said. He removed his mask and untied a cloth that was over his eyes. Neji gasped in anger as he saw glowing red eyes. "Rubigan," Neji said. The Jounin chuckled. Hi, it is the Rubigan, the missing link between the greedy Uchiha clan and the arrogant Hyuga clan. This I can predict your movements somewhat while my seeing you Tenketsus. It offers 180 degrees of vision at 100 meters, the Jounin explained. What is your clan's name? Kijiaku. My name though is Ajeku, the banished son, the Jounin said. Niji grunted as another wave of pain went through his veins. He reached to his pack and pulled out a black pill. Before the Jounin could stop him, Niji swallowed it. The Jounin was blasted backwards. As Niji's Tenketsus were blasted open by pure chakra, Niji stood up and stretched. The Jounin watched Niji with amusement. Well, this is unexpected but not unwelcome. I would have been disappointed if my opponent was defeated so easily. Niji glared but went into a stance. Ajeku grinned and mimicked the stance. He charged, but his eyes widened as Niji shifted his stance to one completely alien to Ajeku. Niji quickly blocked two of Ajeku's strikes with his feet and slammed both of his feet into Ajeku's chest. Ajeku stumbled back and tried to regain his breath. What the hell is that? Ajeku asked. Niji grinned. Heavenly Earth style, Niji said. He created the style observingly, Guy, as well as Hinata's unique style. You piece of trash. Choji smirked as Jirobo slowly stood up, nursing his jaw. Choji bobbed and weaved through Jirobo's clumsy strikes. They were much more powerful than Choji's strikes but were easily dodged. Choji ducked a punch and jabbed Jirobo's mouth. Jirobo reeled back and stumbled. He swung wildly at Choji. Choji weaved through his strikes and wound his fist back. Ninpu, partial multi-size. Choji channeled chakra in his fist and slammed it into Jirobo. Mega punch. Jirobo flew through the air. Choji used chakra to jump high. He pulled his kanabo from his back and pulled it back. Jirobo's eyes widened as Choji held up the glowing kanabo. Home run king. Choji slammed the kanabo into Jirobo. Jirobo felt one of his ribs break as he crashed through a boulder and into several trees. He tried to stand up, but was forced down by Choji's foot stomping on his chest. He was hauled to his feet by Choji. This is for calling me a fatus, Choji said. He slammed Jirobo on the ground with extreme amount of force. Jirobo cried out in pain. Choji didn't stop there and began grinding Jirobo's body against the ground. He then threw Jirobo against a tree. Jirobo slammed into the tree, cracking it. Jirobo looked up and saw Choji walking towards him. He tried to run, but his legs were frozen in fear. Please, stay back. Stay away, Jirobo cried. Choji's eyes hardened as he pulled out his kanabo. He swallowed another soldier pill and channeled his chakra in it. The kanabo hummed softly and glowed from the amount of chakra flowing in it. Choji raised his kanabo and ignored Jirobo's pleas of mercy. This is for insulting my friends, Choji bellowed. He swung the kanabo into Jirobo's body. Jirobo flew through a whole grove of trees before crashing into a boulder. His seal faded away as he died, a look of pain and fear still on his dead face. Choji collapsed, dead tired. He began staring at the sky. Haha Shika, I can see why you love staring out clouds, Choji said weakly. He watched for a few more minutes before he fell asleep. Shino was cursing at the moment. He was surrounded by a swarm of spiders. He quickly swung his chain around, knocking the spiders away. Shino pulled out 4 explosion tags and threw them at the spiders. They died in an explosion of fire and wind. On a branch nearby, Kitamaru was analyzing the situation. Not good. Like most Aburums, he waits patiently until the opportunity comes. However, he uses explosive power and fast attacks, unlike the feints and blinds of a normal Aburum. His use of the chain is extraordinary, Kitamaru analyzed. As if to accentuate that last fact, Shino's chain flew at Kitamaru. Kitamaru tried to jump away, but the chain wrapped around one of his wrists. Shit, Kitamaru said. Shino smirked and channeled chakra within the chain. He then pulled hard. Phew! Kitamaru bellowed as the chakra in the chain burned through his arm and cut off one of his hands. Luckily, the chakra cauterized the wound, but it still hurt like hell. Phew! Kitamaru shouted. Shino made several hand seals and inhaled deeply. Kaiten. Grand Fireball. Kitamaru jumped away from the large fireball, but was caught by Shino's chain. He struggled to remove it as Kekai bugs voraciously ate at his chakra. Shino watched in pleasure as the bugs ate away at his chakra. He noticed that after a while, the bugs seemed less active and ordered them back into his body. Kitamaru was still trapped by the chain but was covered in a golden metal. A body armor similar to metal, Shino said. He retracted his chain and fired it at Kitamaru. The chain struck Kitamaru square in the chest. He flew away from the impact. Shino noted that Kitamaru's armor was still not strong enough to withstand his chain. Shit, not good. He knows fire jutsus which can melt my webs, Kitamaru thought. He concentrated and released his seal. Shino watched in fascination as black marks covered Kitamaru completely and transformed his body into a demon-like appearance. Kitamaru grinned and spat out more of his web. Ninpu. Spider war bow. The web hardened into a golden longbow. Kitamaru strung the bow and formed an arrow at Shino. As he aimed it, Shino released his weights and jumped from branch to branch toward Kitamaru before Kitamaru could react. He slapped an explosion tag on the end of his chain and whipped his chain toward Kitamaru. The chain pierced the branch Kitamaru was standing on. Shino made a hand seal and activated the tag. Boom! Kitamaru cursed as he crashed hard into a tree trunk. He scrambled up and jumped, barely avoiding a cloud of Kekai bugs. He tried to put more distance between himself and Shino, but Shino was faster. Shino launched a hail of small fireballs at Kitamaru. Kitamaru jumped, but Shino wrapped his chain around him. Shino channeled chakra into his feet and rotated his body. Kitamaru was yanked off his branch and slammed into a tree trunk. He yanked again and slammed into the ground. Shino took this chance to make several hand seals and inhale. Kaiten. Roaring dragon fireball. Kitamaru could only scream in horror as a huge fireball shaped like a dragon's flew toward him. He tried to protect himself using his golden webbing, but the flame's extreme heat melted the webbing. He gave a final shriek before he burned away. Shino let go of the chain and sat down on a branch. He let his legs swing as he prayed to his brother. "You can finally rest in peace, brother," Shino whispered. He took off his shades to wipe the tears that trickled down his face. Shino turned around when he heard a large bug come his way. He lifted his hand and let the bug land on his hand. "An atlas beetle," Shino said. "Your favorite insect." The large beetle fluttered in front of Shino's eye for a minute, then flew away. Shino watched the large beetle fly away to the sky. "What the hell?" Seiken said. He dodged Naruto's sword, but jumped straight into the path of Kiba and Akamaru. "Drill tornado!" Seiken shrieked in pain as Kiba's and Akamaru's steel claws slashed deeply into Seiken's body. However, the force was so strong that it caused Kiba and Akamaru to fall into a chasm along with Seiken. "Kiba, Akamaru!" Naruto yelled. He watched as Kiba and Akamaru fall down the chasm. He looked up to see the other Sound Jounin wielding a sword. Naruto grinned a bloodthirsty grin and slammed his sword against the Sound Shinobi. Yonkin Jutsu. Screaming demon. Naruto's sword began emitting a terrible howling, shrieking sound as it clashed with the Sound Nin's sword. The Sound Nin winced as the shrieking and howling became louder and louder as his sword clashed against Naruto's sword. "Naruto, my turn." Naruto jumped back. The Sound Nin narrowly blocked Tenten's Naginata. His eyes widened when the sword gave way. The Naginata pierced his skin, but not deep enough to cause death. However, the wound was deep and a lot of blood came out. "You bitch," the Sound Nin said. He charged, swinging his sword in an intricate pattern. Tenten smirked and deflected his sword, using the Naginata's length to drive the larger man away from her. She spun and swept her blade low. The Sound Nin jumped but was hit in the side by the pole. He fell off the branch. Tenten opened her pack and sent 3 kunais with explosion tags on them at the falling Jounin. The Jounin saw the tags and quickly made a substitution jutsu. He made it just in time to avoid the blast. Tenten swung her Naginata at the Jounin. He blocked with his sword but grunted at the effort. "Naruto, go," Tenten yelled. "I've got this handled." She disengaged and thrust with her Naginata. The Jounin was caught off balance and stumbled awkwardly as he evaded Tenten's attack. Naruto took one look at his teammate and hurried after Kamimuro and Taya. Kaiten. Niji spun rapidly while emitting chakra from his hands. His rapid spinning made a solid dome that blocked a stream of fire that came from Agaku. He slowed down and sent several blasts of chakra at Agaku with his hand. Agaku cursed as he avoided the chakra blasts. He charged Niji and sent a strike toward his shoulder. Surprisingly, Niji allowed it to hit. Niji turned his shoulder back to lessen the impact, then turned back quickly to slam the shoulder into Agaku's finger, breaking it. "Shit," Agaku said. Niji smirked and went into a stance where all of his weight was focused on his left foot. He lifted his right foot and pointed it at Agaku. Shadow kick. Agaku was slammed by multitudes of chakra-enhanced kicks in every part of body. Niji's kicks were coming so fast that his eye couldn't perceive when one kick ended and another started. He was forced back and backed into a tree trunk. He sighed in relief as Niji's kicks stopped. 8 triograms 128 iron strikes, Niji cried. Agaku's eyes widened as they noticed that Niji's fingers were channeling 5 times the amount of chakra used in a normal Hyuga strike. Four powerful strikes slammed into Agaku's tenketsus. They tore through skin and muscle like daggers. Agaku cried in pain as Niji yanked his hand out. 8, 16. Blood began dribbling out of the holes Niji's strikes. 32, 64. 128. Niji stepped back and observed his work. His strikes were so powerful that it tore through cloth and tissue easily and severed blood vessels. Agaku was punctured with so many holes that he looked like a piece of Swiss cheese. He glared blearily at Niji. "How could you beat me?" "Because I am a genius," Niji said. He watched as Agaku smirked in amusement and died. Niji sighed in relief as he leaned against a tree. He looked up and saw a bird flying toward the sky. He smiled as it flew happily. "Thanks you Naruto and Hinata-sama from saving me from the darkness of despair." Naruto jumped to the site and joined up with Lee and Shikamaru. "Hey guys, where are the others?" Naruto asked. "Battling other sound shinobis," Shikamaru said. "Between the two teams, we have chipped down their numbers to 2. The leader and a red-haired girl." Naruto nodded. "Shikamaru, you should take on the girl. Lee and I will take on the leader." "Why me?" Shikamaru asked. "The leader is one of the Kagaya. He's of the same clan as that missing nin we fought on the bridge," Naruto said. "The Kagayas are speedy and close-range fighters. You would not last as long as Lee or I if you fought a Kagaya." Shikamaru nodded. "Are you sure?" Naruto grinned. "Don't worry, I have a weapon that will make the leader curse he was a Kagaya." Taya turned behind her. She saw no one pursuing her or Kamimuro. "Good, looks like we lost them," Taya said relieved. Kamimuro nodded. Suddenly, several arrows flew toward them and nearly hit Taya. "Shit, they're here," Taya cursed. "You stole them," Kamimuro said. "I must bring back Sasuke to Oto to make sure Orochimaru's dream lives." "Fine you fuckhead," Taya said. She stood on a branch and waited for the leaf ninjas. As Kamimuro continued on, Kiba dodged as Seiken made a series of punches at him. He jumped away and whistled. Behind Seiken, Akamaru slashed his back. Seiken jerked involuntarily, giving Kiba the opportunity to slash Seiken in the front before jumping away. "Arg," Seiken groaned. He could feel blood flowing down the deep cuts Kiba and Akamaru made. He glared as Kiba threw an orb at him. He tried to deflect it with his kunai, but the orb's contents splashed all over Seiken. "What the hell?" Seiken said. He sniffed it and winced. "Piss. Got that right?" Kiba said cheekily. Akamaru jumped beside Kiba. Kiba popped his bones to allow him to move on all fours. He and Akamaru nodded at each other. Then both of them threw a smoke bomb at Seiken. Seiken coughed as he tried to see Kiba and Akamaru through the dense smoke. Akamaru and Kiba jumped in the smoke and wildly ran around Seiken. They did this for a minute until their momentum was ready. Hunt of the fog. Seiken turned wildly in the smoke. Behind him, Akamaru slashed him deeply and jumped away. Seiken turned but was tackled by Kiba. Kiba jumped away and left Seiken on the ground. Seiken jumped back to his feet. Akamaru slashed him again, this time in the side before jumping in the smoke. Seiken tried to escape the smoke cloud, but was blocked by Kiba. Kiba slashed him in the face before kicking Seiken back in the smoke. "Shit, that goddamn bitch," Seiken shrieked. He heard footsteps behind him and threw several kunes. However, Akamaru appeared behind him and raked his claws deep across his back. "Seiken, let me out now." Seiken nodded. He released his cursed seal and let his brother come out of his body. "All yours, Yukin." Akamaru sniffed as well as Kiba. "I know, Akamaru. Somehow, there's 2 enemies." "Oh well, take off the weights and begin H3. Akamaru yipped and pulled of the weights that Kiba had placed on him. Kiba released his own weights. "Ready boy?" Kiba asked. Akamaru yipped. "Still in man-beast clone. Go!" Seiken and Yukin cursed as they peered through the thinning smoke. Suddenly 2 poofs were heard. After a short while, the smoke became thicker than the original. Seiken groaned. Damn it, they had more smoke bombs. Yukin turned to his brother angrily. "You shitbrain, how could you let us get stuck in this position?" Yukin said. "Wait, listen," Seiken said. All around them, howls and snarls were heard. They heard pebbles falling off the cliffs. Yukin turned to where he thought Kiba or Akamaru were. He tossed a shuriken and heard a cry of pain. He smirked in triumph and charged. However, behind him was Kiba. Kiba jumped up and raked his claws across his back. Yukin shrieked in pain and turned around. This time, Akamaru ripped his claws on his back. Yukin stumbled as he tried to dodge the dog pair's attack. He stumbled and found himself in the back of a small cavern. Kiba smirked and made a hand seal. Yukin's eyes widened as an explosion at the mouth of the cave caved him in. Seiken was getting nervous as he didn't hear his brothers cursing. He began sending kunes and shurikens around him. He started to sweat nervously as loud snarling was heard. Above the smoke cloud, Kiba and Akamaru were making hand seals. With a shout, they transformed. Ninpu, man-beast combo, double-headed wolf. A gigantic wolf with 2 heads appeared in place of Kiba and Akamaru. The wolf howled and thundered down toward the smoke cloud. Seiken turned as he heard a loud whirring sound. He smiled victoriously and charged. His eyes widened in horror as he saw a huge white blur spinning toward him at an insanely fast speed. "Chee it!" Seiken shrieked. Wolf Fang. Seiken was ripped into pieces as Kiba's and Akamaru's attack drilled through him. The pair landed on the ground hard. The henge dropped, cancelling the jutsu. Kiba and Akamaru laid on the ground, completely out of breath and near out of chakra. "Great job, boy," Kiba said. Akamaru yipped happily. Kiba chuckled as Akamaru rolled a bit before beginning to sleep. "Get some rest, boy," Kiba said affectionately. Akamaru whined sleepily. Tenten jabbed at her opponent. She smirked as her blade pierced through his thigh. He bellowed in pain and threw several shurikens at her. Tenten plucked all of them out of the air and sent them back. The Jounin bit back a cry of pain as all of them hit him. The Jounin used his uninjured leg to jump back. Once he was at a safe distance, he made several hand seals. Ninpu. Banshee's cry. He opened his mouth and let out an head-splitting shriek. Tenten put her hands on her ears as she tried to protect her ears. Tenten looked down and saw that the shriek was actually fracturing the branch. Tenten gritted her teeth and jumped. She jumped out of the jutsu's range and opened her scroll again. This time she summoned a longbow and 5 arrows. She knocked one and aimed at the Jounin. The Jounin sighed as he released the jutsu. It hurt his throat, but it managed to drive the leaf kunoichi away. He put a hand in his vest and pulled out an emergency kit. He began to open it, but heard a soft zip. Thud. Son of a bitch. The Jounin screamed as an arrow pierced through his ankle and into the branch he stood on. Phew! All of Tenten's arrows pierced the Jounin, pinning the Jounin to the tree. Tenten pulled out her scroll and injected a whole lot of chakra into it. Ninpu. Storm of exploding steel. Tenten summoned 100 kunes, all with explosion tags on them. She sent them at the Jounin and made another set of hand seals. Ninpu. Kunai shadow clones. Tenten made the 100 kunes into 1,000 and watched as the hail of kunai stabbed the Jounin and explode, incinerating the body in the tree. Tenten sighed and began to cry. She never killed someone before and didn't like the feeling of it. However, she knew it was part of being a kunoichi, so she accepted it and prayed for the soul of the dead Jounin. "Get out here and fight like a man, you shit-eating motherfucker," Taya screamed after her summoned trolls. Missed Shikamaru again. He had been escaping through his shadow and popping out again to fire an arrow. Taya was pissed off because she had to summon her whole set of trolls 3 times since Shikamaru managed to blow them up. In the foliage nearby, Shikamaru was planning his next move. "Man, those things are a pain," Shikamaru groaned. "Looks like I'm going to have to use that move." Shikamaru vanished into his shadow. He reappeared in the troll's shadows and activated a flash bomb. Using the light from the flash bomb, he connected all 3 shadows while distracting Taya. After making a long series of hand seals, he disappeared in the troll's shadow. Ninpu. The void's hunger. Taya watched as several thick chains emerged from the troll's shadow and wrapped around them. Taya played her flute to try and release the trolls. The trolls struggled but were eventually pulled into their own shadows. "Damn it," Taya screamed. Ninpu. Shadow neck bind. A voice behind Taya said. "Hey." Shadow of a hand quickly slithered up Taya's body and clamped around her throat. She activated her cursed seal and tried to shake it off. "Let me go," Taya screamed. Shikamaru forced more chakra in the jutsu and smirked as Taya gasped. She continued to struggle, but soon her movement stopped. Shikamaru continued the jutsu for a minute before checking on Taya. She was not dead but knocked out. Shikamaru sighed. "Damn woman," Shikamaru drawled. He pulled from his back his ninja wire and securely tied her hands and feet together. He then pulled out her flute and put it in his vest for safekeeping. "Guess I'll wait here till Naruto Taicho arrives," Shikamaru said. Lee and Naruto finally caught up to Kamimuro. Kamimuro faced them on an open plain and laid the barrel down. "So you two will face me," Kamimuro said. "I believe it is best if you would run away now. You cannot go up against the power of Orochimaru's greatest follower." Lee charged straight in. Naruto observed Kamimuro's smooth and flexible movements like a reed in a field. Lee fell to the ground and sent a low circular kick at Kamimuro's feet. Kamimuro jumped, but Lee adjusted his body so that his kick would be at Kamimuro's stomach. Kamimuro bent over so that Lee's kick would miss his abdomen. He landed on the ground, ducked Lee's kick. "You're very good," Kamimuro said, "but it is not enough to beat me." FSHHHHHZ. Boom. Everyone turned around to see the barrel had opened. Naruto berated himself as Sasuke rose from the barrel. He looked around then up at the sky. Naruto could see black markings on Sasuke's face. Ahahahahahahaha. Sasuke laughed insanely. He began traveling away from the battle. "Naruto Taicho, leave this one to me. You must catch Sasuke," Lee said. Naruto nodded and saluted Lee. Lee nodded and brought his focus back to Kamimuro. Let us have a good and honorable fight, Lee said. Kimimaro nodded. They charged at each other. Kimimaro lashed out at Lee. Lee dodged it and punched at Kimimaro. Kimimaro leaned back and brought his foot up. Lee pushed it down and used his momentum to fall on his hands. Leaf rising wind, Lee kicked upwards, missing Kimimaro's chin by centimeters. Kimimaro leaned back and kicked out. Lee flew backwards and flipped several times before stopping. He jumped to his feet and gave Kimimaro a thumbs up and a smile. Yosh, your taijutsu is most youthful. I am enjoying our match very much, Lee said enthusiastically. Kimimaro said nothing but pulled his shirt down. Lee noticed that loud crackling sounds were coming from Kimimaro's shoulder. His skin broke to reveal a bone popping out. Kimimaro pulled it without a sound. Lee was surprised that bone took the form of a sword. Very interesting. If I may ask, may I drink my medicine before we start our match? Lee asked politely. Kimimaro nodded. If this strange ninja gave him such courtesy, he was honor-bound to give Lee courtesy as well. Lee took out a small pill. It was clear and inside of it was concentrate of sake. Lee gulped it down and waited it to take effect. Kimimaro was surprised to see the teen stumbling and hiccuping after he took a pill. What did he take? Kimimaro wondered. Washer lookin' at freak, Lee slurred. Kimimaro was also surprised at the personality shift. Hooah! Lee cried. He ran toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro braced himself for a kick. However, Lee jumped in the air and spun around recklessly. Kimimaro ducked the blow. Lee landed on his hand and sent a kick at Kimimaro's hand. Kimimaro blocked it and pushed Lee's leg off. Lee jumped back and jumped toward Kimimaro in a reckless spin. He landed on both legs and flipped over, sending a double kick at Kimimaro's head. Kimimaro managed to block it and find an opening. Dance of the Camellias. Kimimaro weaved his sword in an intricate pattern. Lee miraculously managed to dodge all of them. Kimimaro swung his sword at Lee's head, but Lee bent over at a backbreaking angle. Lee and Kimimaro exchanged several blows, all of them unexpected by either party. After several blows, Kimimaro faltered. Wait, Lee shrieked. He landed an extremely powerful blow that sent Kimimaro flying. Kimimaro stood up and brushed dirt off of his body. I must congratulate you on landing a blow on me. No one except for Kabuto and Orochimaru managed that feat, Kimimaro said. He shrugged off the top part of his robe. He made several bones pop from his arm, then charged at Lee. Lee skillfully blocked and deflected Kimimaro's blows and tried to punch Kimimaro in the stomach. However, several bones popped out, causing Lee to jump back for his own safety. Interesting, isn't it? Kimimaro asked. This is my bloodline limit. Kimimaro charged Lee again. Lee managed to block most of Kimimaro's blows, but was injured when several of Kimimaro's bones popped out unexpectedly. Lee jumped back and panted. My job is to hold him off as long as possible, Lee thought. Guy-sensei, forgive me. Lee pulled off his weights and dropped them on the ground. Kimimaro was shocked at the sheer amount of weight Lee had. Lee charged Kimimaro. Kimimaro was barely able to block Lee's kick. His eyes widened when he felt his arm bones fracture. That's impossible, Kimimaro thought. My bones are as hard as steel. Lee charged Kimimaro again. He swerved at the last second to offset Kimimaro's balance, then sent a low kick at Kimimaro's legs. Kimimaro fell to the ground hard and rolled away to avoid an axe kick from Lee. Lee jumped into the air and shifted his body. Leaf strong wind. Lee made a kick at Kimimaro's head. Kimimaro ducked, but Lee's foot slammed straight into Kimimaro's eye. Leaf thunderfist. Lee rotated in the air and slammed his fist straight at Kimimaro's skull. Kimimaro fell down, dazed. Lee jumped back and pulled out an explosion tag. He lit it with a match and threw it at Kimimaro. It exploded on Kimimaro's chest. Lee peered through the smoke to see a shape unlike any he had seen before. The figure turned to him and spoke. I must say, you interest me very much, the figure said. What is your name? Rock Lee, Lee answered. And you? Kimimaro Kagaya. Let us have one last round. One round to determine the winner, Kimimaro said. The smoke cleared to reveal Kimimaro, level 2 mode. Kimimaro charged at Lee at a speed near equal to Lee's own. They were equally matched in terms of strength. Lee used his kunai to block a bone shard and kicked Kimimaro. Kimimaro responded by sending a knee at Lee's abdomen. Lee leaned back and fell on his hands. Lee whirled around several times and managed to land a blow on Kimimaro. Kimimaro responded by stabbing Lee in the hand. Lee jumped back and breathed heavily. Kimimaro also jumped back. He watched as Lee closed his eyes. Gate of opening. Unlock. Lee felt a surge of energy rush through his body. Gate of healing. Unlock. Kimimaro noticed that all of Lee's wounds were healing at a miraculous rate. Lee walked over to his weights and pulled out several bars of iron and connected them. He turned to Kimimaro with an iron staff at the ready. "Let's go," Lee said. Kamimuro and Lee charged. Kamimuro pulled out his spine and swung it at Lee. Lee knocked it away and used his staff to vault over Kamimuro's spear. Kamimuro swung at Lee again and missed. Lee jumped straight in front of Kamimuro and thrust his staff at Kamimuro's chin. Kamimuro flew straight up. As he was in the air, Lee disconnected his staff and used it as a chain to wrap Kamimuro up. Lee jumped into the air and quickly kicked Kamimuro higher and higher. Lee finally grabbed the bundle and circled around at high speed. Lee winced when Kamimuro's bones stabbed his hands in his chest, but moved even faster. Initial Lotus, Lee yelled and slammed Kamimuro into the ground. He quickly grabbed his whole pack of explosion tags and lit them. He tossed them in the hole where Kamimuro was and ran. The hole spat out a huge gout of flames and heat as the explosion tags exploded. Lee sighed in relief and lied down on the ground, exhausted. He jumped up though when he felt rumbling underneath him. A huge spike of bone exploded from the ground. Kamimuro emerged from it, his spear raised. Lee raised his arms as an automatic defense. After several minutes, Lee dropped his hands to see that Kamimuro was dead. Lee sighed in relief and thanked Kami for his blessings and promised that he would praise Kami with all of his strength. Naruto stopped on top of a humongous statue of the Shaddame Hokage. Across from him, Naruto could see Sasuke on top of the statue of Madara Uchiha. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Trying to gain power from the weakest Sannin? You will not gain power without selling your soul," Naruto shouted. Sasuke turned to Naruto. Naruto was shocked to how fast the cursed seal was progressing. Half of Sasuke's face was covered in black marks. HMPH, Dumbus. "I've already sold my soul," Sasuke said. "Why? Why Sasuke? You have everything in Konoha and even have a loving brother," Naruto shouted. "Come back for the sake of your brother. He's the reason why I have become this way," Sasuke shouted angrily. "He is a traitor to the Uchiha clan, and I will have my revenge on him as well as Konoha. It was for the good of everyone," Naruto yelled. The Uchiha was planning on a civil war. He didn't want Konoha to endure one and suffer an age of chaos. He wanted Konoha to remain prosperous and powerful. "What do you know?" Sasuke demanded. "You had no family. You never experienced pain." "Pain? Me? I have experienced it 10 times more than you have, Sasuke." Sasuke snorted at Naruto, then began walking away. Naruto jumped over to Madara's head and slammed Sasuke's face in the statue. He rolled Sasuke over and punched him in the face. He then held Sasuke's collar and lifted him to Naruto's eye level. "What do you think you're going to resurrect Orochimaru and gain power?" Sasuke screamed. Naruto grinned. "Well, tough luck because I'm going to use everything I have to bring you back to Konoha, Sasuke." Chapter 25. The Battle of Two Brothers. Sasuke smirked at Naruto. He kicked Naruto off and threw several kunes. Naruto dodged all of them and sent a shuriken at Sasuke. Ninpu. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Naruto's shuriken turned to 30. Sasuke jumped down to avoid the shurikens. Naruto flipped off the head and rotated his body, so he was spinning. He stuck out his leg and channeled chakra in his foot. Sasuke looked up to see Naruto coming down on him. He put his arms up to block the kick. But the force from Naruto's spinning and the chakra in Naruto's foot was so great that Sasuke plummeted down to the lake. Naruto landed on the lake with ease and grace. "Come on, Sasuke," Naruto called. "You can't beat your brother if you're this weak." Sasuke jumped out of the water, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto smirked. He drew his sword and watched Sasuke charge at him. Naruto thrust his sword at Sasuke. Kenjutsu. Bullet. Sasuke swerved and dodged the small air orb. He made several hand seals and inhaled. Kaiten. Phoenix Fire. He blew several fireballs at Naruto and hid shurikens inside each of them. Naruto channeled wind chakra into his sword and used it to cut the fireballs. He also deflected the shurikens at Sasuke. Sasuke channeled chakra into his feet and ran even faster. Naruto sheathed his sword and channeled chakra into his entire body. Tekai. Sasuke punched Naruto, but Naruto didn't feel the impact at all. Sasuke was wincing because some of his knuckles were fractured. Naruto chuckled at Sasuke's misfortune and punched. Sasuke. Sasuke gasped as Naruto's punch slammed into his chest. Naruto jumped up and aimed a kick at Sasuke's face. Sasuke ducked and drew his kunai. He stabbed upwards at Naruto's heart. Kamiya. Sasuke's eyes widened as he stabbed at Naruto, but Naruto's chest became pure wind. Naruto snickered and slammed both fists into Sasuke's shoulders. Sasuke jumped back and panted. Naruto lifted his leg and snapped it at Sasuke. Renyaku Hakurai. A huge white chakra blade sped towards Sasuke faster than a thrown kunai. Sasuke barely dodged it. He glared at Naruto before running toward the valley walls. Naruto gathered chakra into his hands and snapped his fingers. Kaiten. Dance of the Dueling Dragons. Sasuke watched in horror as a chain of explosions came toward him. Faster than he could react. He was caught in the explosion and slammed into the valley wall. "What the hell are you?" Sasuke asked in frustration. Naruto grinned cheekily. "You should worry about your own damn self first," Naruto said. "I said I wouldn't be holding back and that I would bring you back, even if every bone in your body was broken." Sasuke glared and ran up the wall. When he was halfway up, he made several hand seals and gathered chakra in his hands. Naruto watched as Sasuke's hand was covered in lightning. Naruto focused his own wind and water chakra into his hand. He gathered it and condensed it to his was a highly condensed blizzard. Sasuke and Naruto glared at each other then charged. They stuck their hands out as they approached each other. Chidori, Burazado Orbu. The two jutsus clashed. The force of them colliding sent an electrifying cold wind outwards. Naruto and Sasuke pushed for dominus. They shoved and grunted as the two jutsus battled each other. After several seconds, Naruto's orb began grinding away at Sasuke's Chidori. Naruto shoved harder and ground the Chidori down. Naruto pulled back his hand and slammed it into Sasuke's stomach. "Eat this." An explosion of freezing cold wind came out as Naruto pushed the orb into Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke managed to stay on his feet for a second, but was blown back from the sheer force of the attack. He slammed into the valley walls at breakneck speeds. Sasuke wheezed and looked down. His shirt was ripped open to reveal a large frostbite on his stomach. "Shit, I'm going to have to use the cursed seal," Sasuke said. He unlocked the cursed seals and grinned as he felt chakra rush through his veins. He charged at Naruto while making several seals. Kaiten, Fire Dragon Missile. He blew out a huge fire dragon that roared at Naruto. Suiton, Water Dragon Missile. A huge dragon easily twice the size of Sasuke's fire dragon flew toward Sasuke's dragon. It easily dispelled Sasuke's jutsu and collided into Sasuke. Sasuke cried out in pain but melted into mud. An earth clone, Naruto wondered. Chidori. Naruto watched in shock as Sasuke's hand came out of his chest, red with his blood. Sasuke chuckled and whispered in Naruto's ear. "Shame, it looks like the great Naruto uses Maki is really just a fly against the pride of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke whispered. Naruto began laughing. Sasuke stared at Naruto incredulously as Naruto laughed. As Naruto continued to laugh, his laugh became increasingly higher and more maniacal. Sasuke pulled his hand out of Naruto's chest and jumped back. "Yahahaha, I've missed this feeling of feeling pain. I feel so alive," Naruto said in an insane laugh. Sasuke watched in horror as a white mask began materializing around Naruto's face. His kind sky blue eyes became a harsh golden yellow, and the sclera became blood red. The mask that covered Naruto's face was red and in the shape of a monstrous fox head. Naruto giggled insanely as 9 blood-red tails popped out and flowed behind him. Sasuke felt an enormous chakra pulse as Naruto howled. It was so big that some of the rocks around shattered. The huge hole in Naruto's chest glowed and healed back to normal. Well, you killed me once, little Sasuke. Let's see you do it again," Naruto said in a sickly sweet voice. Naruto charged at Sasuke at speed so fast that Sasuke couldn't even see it. Naruto's fist slammed into Sasuke. Sasuke flew back but was kicked in the air by Naruto. Gappu. Naruto jumped in the air and jumped in midair. He kicked Sasuke upwards. Sasuke grunted in pain as he was rocketed upwards. He tried to orient himself, but Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him even higher. Sasuke flew higher and looked up to see Naruto's heel come crashing down his face. He groaned in pain as his nose was shattered. Sasuke's body made a loud whistling sound as he plummeted downwards. Naruto didn't give him the pleasure of letting it end. He jumped down and kicked Sasuke up higher than before. Fueton, Great Gust. A strong wind blew Sasuke above the clouds. Sasuke looked on in horror at how high he was. He looked around and saw Naruto grinning at him. Afraid of heights, little Sasuke," Naruto said. He channeled a whole lot of chakra in his fist and slammed it in Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke plummeted downwards faster than a stone. Kamisora. Naruto jumped downwards and clung onto Sasuke. Naruto began to spin wildly, still clinging onto Sasuke. Sasuke's vision blurred as he was spun rapidly. The duo fell, gathering more and more momentum as they plummeted at an insane height. Soon their rotation was so fast that they created a miniature tornado. Tekai. Naruto's body hardened to steel as they were at 100 feet. Naruto looked upward and blew a huge burst of wind, speeding Sasuke and Naruto. Meteor impact. Naruto slammed Sasuke downwards. Despite the fact they landed in a lake, the force was so great that all of the water in the lake flew upwards. Sasuke's body slammed the bedrock with enough force to go through it. Naruto giggled insanely as he waited for Sasuke to come out. In the hole, Sasuke's whole body ached. He concentrated on his seal and unlocked level 2. He laughed evilly as chakra flowed in his veins. So much tainted chakra was in his body that his body mutated. Sasuke jumped out of the crater, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto saw that he now had 3 Tamo in each eye. Sasuke's body was all purple, and his hair grew longer and turned pale. On his back were 2 enormous hand-like wings, and on his face was a small cross. Naruto giggled insanely. Sasuke flapped his wings and flew out of Naruto's range. Well, looky here. Little Sasuke is a big old Never knew you to be a vampire, Uchiha, Naruto said. You may be a vampire, but I'll make sure you ain't immortal. Naruto made a hand seal and concentrated on his tails. Ninpu, tail spears. Naruto's tails lengthened and stabbed toward Sasuke. Sasuke blocked most of them, but one tail went past his guard and impaled his left wing. Sasuke flinched in pain. Naruto grinned and shoved more chakra in his tails. The other tails broke through Sasuke's guard and pierced his wings. Sasuke shrieked in pain as the tails grew thorns. Sasuke glared at Naruto and made several hand seals. Kaiten, fire dragon missile. Sasuke blew out a huge dragon made of flames at Naruto. Naruto let the dragon hit him. He chuckled as the flames stuck on his body. Are you retarded, Sasuke? Naruto said. He plucked a chunk of fire off of his body and ate it. I'm immune to fire. Naruto quickly ate all of the fire off of him. He reeled Sasuke toward him using his tails. 2 of the tails ripped themselves from Sasuke's wings and tied around his hands, immobilizing them. Sasuke struggled to free his hands as he came closer to Naruto. Naruto grinned as Sasuke was just out of his arm's reach. Well, Sasuke, I promised that I would bring you back home, even if I broke every bone in your body. Be glad that you witnessed this technique as it is rarely ever used, Naruto said. Sasuke's eyes widened as Naruto closed both of his fists and held them near Sasuke's torso. Naruto charged so much chakra in his hands that his hands began to glow and steam. Rakushiki Aogi, Rakugan, an enormous amount of chakra exploded straight through Sasuke's body. Every bone in Sasuke's body shattered. Sasuke couldn't even scream in pain because every part of his body seared with undescribable pain. Naruto retracted all of his tails and dropped Sasuke on the ground. Sasuke, Orochimaru said in Sasuke's voice, let me out. I will heal your wounds and kill this Naruto. Hi Orochimaru-sensei, Sasuke said. How do I let you out? Just relax, young one, Orochimaru whispered. Naruto reverted back to his normal mode, dispelling his mask and tails. I haven't been that close to death for a long while, Naruto said, relieved. That was way too close, Kyuubi said. Why didn't you use your sword techniques to wear him down? Naruto didn't respond. Naruto, some things are not games, especially battles. You take fighting way too lightly. You even held back in your Berserker mode so to get as much as a fight from Sasuke as possible, Kyuubi chided. Naruto was about to respond, but heard Sasuke rise behind him. He turned with his sword drawn to see Sasuke grinning at him in a snake-like manner. On his neck, the cursed seal was glowing. Sasuke lifted his face. Naruto saw that his eyes had turned yellow and his pupil was a slit. He still had the Sharingan Tamo around his pupil though. Well, Naruto-kun, you are so full of surprises, aren't you? Sasuke said. Naruto looked back at his eyes and growled. Orochimaru, you snake bastard. How is it being dead? Naruto said. How did it feel when your senile sensei and the Dumbus beat your weak ass into the ground along with some genins? Orochimaru hissed. A minor setback. However, Konoha will fall by my hands with Sasuke by my side. Naruto leaped at Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could react, Naruto grabbed him by the neck and slammed his head on the ground. He made a long string of one-handed hand seals, then channeled his chakra through his left hand and covered Orochimaru's eyes. Bloodline, burn, and indigo fire blasted from Naruto's left hand, searing Sasuke's chakra pathways in his eyes. Arayii! Orochimaru shrieked. He couldn't see as the flames burned his eyes shut. Naruto released him and slammed his fist into Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru gasped as his newly healed ribs fractured. Orochimaru scrambled away from Naruto and bit his thumb. Cuchius. Snake Boss Manda. A humongous smoke cloud cleared to reveal a snake, bigger than any snake Naruto ever seen. Naruto snorted in annoyance and bit his thumb. Cuchius. Toad Boss Gamabunta. Naruto grinned as his friend Gamabunta appeared. Hey Gamabunta, long time no see, Naruto said. Gamabunta inhaled his pipe and breathed. It's good to see you too, Naruto. What did you call me for? Gamabunta asked. I need you to distract that overgrown worm while I get Sasuke. That asshole has been possessed by Orochimaru, which is why Manda is here. Oh, and feel free to kill the snake. Gamabunta chuckled and drew his dagger out. You see, this is why I like you. Every time I'm summoned by you, you give me a good fight. Well, you're about to get a haluva battle, Naruto said. Orochimaru, where are you? Manda screeched. In this body, Manda-sama, Orochimaru said. Why have you summoned me? Manda screeched. I need your help in defeating that ninja standing on that frog's head, Orochimaru said. Manda turned. His eyes lit up when he saw Naruto. So him, the Raven Summoner. I would be happy to kill that man who brought the Raven clan so much pride in my world, Manda hissed. Manda stuck at Gamabunta. Gamabunta jumped up and stabbed at Manda. Manda hissed and struck at Gamabunta again. Naruto made a series of hand seals. Hyutin, icicle stream. Naruto launched a stream of sharp icicles at Manda's mouth. Manda shrieked in pain as the icicles stabbed his throat, tongue, and everywhere in his mouth. Naruto, fire. Naruto nodded and made several hand seals. Gamabunta inhaled deeply and sprayed Manda with oil. Naruto blew out a fire jutsu that ignited Manda. Gamabunta, give me some water. Gamabunta looked at Naruto quizzically but launched 5 orbs of water at Manda. Hyutin, ice grenade. Naruto launched an orb of ice into each of Gamabunta's water orbs. The ice grenade exploded, freezing the water and turning Gamabunta's orbs into solid globes of ice. All of them slammed into Manda. Gamabunta, you will die. Manda shrieked. He shed his skin and burrowed underground. Gamabunta, when you feel rumbling at your feet, jump to the side and do not worry about me, Naruto said. What are you planning? I can't promise you a snakeskin robe when this is over, Naruto said cryptically. They shuddered as the ground rumbled. Gamabunta jumped to the side. Naruto jumped off Gamabunta's head. Gapu. Naruto jumped high up in the air above Manda. He focused chakra in both of his legs and kicked down at Manda. Renyaku ran. Manda was about to strike at Gamabunta, but a humongous hail of chakra blades, as numerous as the raindrops in a storm, came down on him. Manda screeched and cursed as blade upon blade sliced through his skin like butter. Sick acid as well as blood flowed down Manda's body. Manda rose one more time, but his brain was impaled on Gamabunta's dagger, killing him. Naruto landed softly on Gamabunta's head. Gamabunta chuckled at the sight of the dead carcass. Well, I'll finally have the snakeskin purse I promised my wife, Gamabunta said. Nara chuckled also and looked down at the wreckage. He spotted Orochimaru trying to escape. Gamabunta, take the carcass and go home. I have to catch Orochimaru, Naruto said. Happy hunting, kiddo, Gamabunta said. He grabbed the snake and made a hand seal. Jaw northeast. Gamabunta disappeared in a huge blast of smoke. Naruto dropped to the ground and bit his thumb. He made another set of hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Kuchius. Raven Seer, Senkensha. Naruto watched as a raven of normal size appeared. It was completely gray with a streak of black. The raven perched on his shoulder and stretched before speaking. Why have you called me Naruto Uzumaki? The raven crowed. My apologies for summoning you, but there is a criminal that has been possessed by an extremely powerful ninja. I need the criminal alive, but need you to extract the ninja's spirit. An exorcism, the raven muttered. May I keep the soul? I am not sure if the soul is complete, Naruto said. It is Orochimaru's. Oh, even better. The Shinigami has been searching for his soul for some time now, the raven said happily. Naruto grinned. He chased after Sasuke. Orochimaru groaned as he hid behind a tree, cursing Naruto. Sasuke's body was a wreck. All over his body, he had broken bones, and his body suffered cuts and slashes everywhere. He turned around when he heard a branch snap. Who's there? Orochimaru screamed. No one answered. He breathed deeply then turned back, only to stare into golden and red eyes. His eyes widened when Naruto's tails wrapped around his limbs and neck. The raven crowed victoriously and perched on his shoulder. Enjoy the exorcism, Orochimaru, Naruto said evilly. The raven's beak began to glow brightly. Ninpu, Ghost Spear, Senkensha pecked at Sasuke. Naruto watched in fascination as the beak didn't pierce the skin at all. The raven jerked and tugged, ignoring the screams from Sasuke's mouth. The raven flapped several times and gave a humongous tug. Naruto grimaced when he saw Orochimaru's soul being eaten by the raven. The raven burped and bobbed its head at Naruto before it dispelled itself. Sasuke stirred and saw Naruto. He glared at Naruto. Let me go, Sasuke shouted. Naruto glared back at Sasuke. It's just you and me now, Sasuke. No Orochimaru to hide you now, Naruto said. He pumped his arms with the majority of his chakra. Naruto closed his hands into fists and pointed them at Sasuke's torso. Sasuke writhed frantically, trying to avoid Naruto's attack. Saidirin, Rakugan, Sasuke screamed in terror as a massive chakra shockwave from Naruto's fists blasted point blank at Sasuke. The shockwave was so large and powerful that it was felt all the way back to Konoha. Every bone and tendon was destroyed by the attack. They were shattered, but the shards didn't pierce any of the blood vessels miraculously. Naruto set Sasuke down against a tree. He saw Sasuke's pitiful form and decided to do one small act of mercy. He pulled out the locket that Itachi gave him and placed it around Sasuke's neck. Naruto popped it open and let the melody fill Sasuke's ears. Naruto noticed that Sasuke's sobs of pain subsided and was replaced with peaceful snores. Naruto gently picked him up and traveled back toward Konoha. Itachi Nae-san, your brother is coming back home. I pray that he has learned his lesson. Chapter 26. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Note, hey fans of BD, I'm sorry for the long update. I was stuck on ideas and I also was on trip to California. The trip was awesome. Anyway, here is the newest chapter. Enjoy. The Council's revenge. Why the hell am I here? Naruto shouted. He was in the hospital along with all of his friends. The 8 of them were sent to a hospital after the mission. Aside from Lee, most of their injuries were a couple of cuts, bruises, and stretched muscles. Naruto was fully healed after a night's rest, but his friends weren't. Around him, his friends glared at him. Shut up, Naruto, Kiba said. He winced as he moved several of his sore muscles. Not many of us have your freakishly quick healing. I can't help it if I'm that awesome, Naruto said. He made a small oof when Choji threw a pillow at him. Don't blame Naruto, Lee said. Thank you, Lee, Naruto said. Lee turned to him and gave him a thumbs up. You cannot help it if you are in the springtime of youth, Lee said exuberantly. Kiba laughed loudly as Naruto hung his head in shame. Yer, it looks like you're having fun here, Uzumaki. Everyone turned to see Gaara by the window. Damn it, it's Naruto, Naruto said. As you wish, Uzumaki. Damn it, Naruto exclaimed. Anyway, what are you doing here? Gaara went to Naruto and pulled out a newspaper. Naruto read the front page and groaned loudly. Fucking prick, Naruto exclaimed. The others, except Tenten, she had her own private room, turned to Naruto. Is there anything wrong? Neji asked. Naruto nodded and passed the paper to Neji. Neji, what does it say? Choji asked. After being forcibly brought back by Naruto Uzumaki as well as his retrieval team, Sasuke Uchiha reveals an astonishing secret. The long-lost Kyuubi child is in Konoha once again under the name of Naruto Uzumaki, Neji read. According to Sasuke's account, Naruto is able to release some of the Kyuubi's power, explaining the horrible shape Sasuke was in yesterday. In Sasuke's own words, he stated, I would have won if it wasn't for the fact that Naruto unleashed his demon on me. It was a nightmare as he attacked me. I was lucky enough to force the demon back using the Sharingan. With this new information, there are many clamoring for the arrest and execution of Naruto Uzumaki. In my personal opinion, we should kill Naruto as he rests in the Konoha hospital. All eyes turned to Naruto, fuming at the Uchiha. He was in an extremely foul mood. Naruto, is this true? Choji asked. Naruto looked at the others and nodded. I didn't want to tell you this, but Sasuke is right, Naruto said softly. On October 10th, more than 10 years ago, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. We already know that, Naruto, Kiba interrupted. Why do you say the article's true? The Yondaime couldn't defeat the Kyuubi because it was immortal. Instead, he sealed it inside me, Naruto revealed. He lifted his shirt up to show his friends the seal that contained the Kyuubi. Wait, so you're saying that the monster that devastated Konoha is sealed inside of you? Neji asked. Naruto nodded. How does the seal work? Choji asked. It feeds off of my chakra, Naruto said. My chakra has grown to match Kyuubi's chakra to equalize the imbalance between the Kyuubis and my own chakra. If there was a gross imbalance between our two chakras, I would explode. Explode? Lee asked. With enough power to wipe out all of Fire Country, Naruto said. Why didn't you tell us? Kiba asked. It's logical, Kiba, Shino said. Everyone turned to him. Naruto was afraid that when everyone knew that he had the Kyuubi stored inside him, everyone would hate him, just like 10 years ago. Isn't that right, Naruto? 10 years ago? Neji asked. 10 years ago, a child with blue eyes, blonde hair, and whisker marks was killed by several Uchihas, Shikamaru said. The Uchihas were court-martialed but were deemed innocent. Shino nodded and turned to Naruto. You didn't expect that your secret would be hidden forever? Don't worry, Shikamaru and I have already agreed that you aren't the Kyuubi, merely the sheath that stores the blade. Shikamaru nodded. Think about it this way. If it wasn't for you, the Kyuubi would have been released a long time ago. You're the only thing that guards all of us from the Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes began watering at their word. They're right, Neji said. I can see your chakra block a massive store of chakra within the seal. Any Hyuga would be able to see that you aren't the Kyuubi. If you were the Kyuubi, Kiba said, I doubt you would act this human or that you would have 2 babes as your girlfriends. You're the savior of Konoha, Choji said earnestly. Never forget that, Naruto Taicho. You would have been a murdering psycho like I was, Gaara said. Not this inspiring, loving, charismatic goof we all know. Yosh, Naruto's youthfulness is so bright that it holds back a demon. I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha on my hands, then do 5,000 kicks to try to attempt matching my new eternal rival. Naruto began crying in relief and managed to sob a thank you. Just then, the doors banged open to reveal Tenten, Haku, Kin, Temari, Kankuro, Ino, and Hinata burst through the doors. All of the Kunoichis glomped Naruto and were crying out that they didn't believe the article and that he wasn't the Kyuubi. Naruto gently kissed Haku and Kin and hugged all of the girls gratefully. "Thank you guys," Naruto whispered. "You don't know how much this means to me." The guys chuckled a bit. Kankuro nodded and spoke. "You're the guy that gave me back my brother. I have lived with a demon for several years. You are definitely not a demon but an angel. An awesome, sword-wielding angel at that," Kiba said enthusiastically. Naruto chuckled at Kiba's attitude. Crash! Naruto looked to see what had broke the window. His eyes widened when he heard a familiar hiss. "Everyone down!" Naruto roared. He made several hand seals at inhumane speeds and blew. Fueton, wind blast. A humongous gust of wind blew at a stone with several explosion tags attached to it. The stone flew away just in time. It flew out of the window before the explosion tags activated, sending shards of rock into the room. Naruto grunted in pain as he felt several shards pierce his body. He clung tightly to Haku and Kin, shielding them with his body. No one moved for several moments, until it was clear that nothing else was going to happen. Whew, Tenten sighed. "Thanks a lot, Naruto." "Yeah," Kankuro said. His voice was muffled behind a shield of sand that Gaara had formed around most of the beds, shielding Lee and the others. Temari and most of the Kunoichis had dived underneath Naruto's bed. "Everyone okay?" Haku asked. "Yeah," Temari said. "Except Naruto. I can see several wounds on his back." Naruto grinned sheepishly. His shirt was torn apart as Kin and Haku treated his wounds. Many of the Kunoichis blushed at the sight of Naruto's body. Kiba whistled at the scars on Naruto's body. "Whoa," Choji said. "What's with all the scars?" "Sword training," Naruto said. "With a truly ferocious man." "Ferocious?" Lee asked. Naruto nodded. "In all honesty, he reminded me of a pack of sharks hunting for my blood," Naruto said. He winced when he felt Kin Senbon's pick out a shard from his back. He grunted when a particularly jagged one was coaxed out by Haku. "I wonder who threw that stone," Tenten said. "I bet it was a ninja," Shino said. "We are several stories up. Only a shinobi could have done this deed." "I don't think it's safe for Naruto to come out of the hospital," Hinata said. She made a hand seal and channeled chakra to her eyes. Byakugan, Hinata concentrated as she looked toward the entrance of the hospital. "There are several shinobis heading this way. Iruka is confronting them as we speak. Behind Iruka is Anko. With the two are Kakashi and Zabuza," Hinata said. Choji breathed a sigh of relief. "We're safe. There's no shinobi that can stand up to Zabuza and Kakashi along with Guy. Anko-sensei is no pushover either," Kiba added. "And I bet the Hokage wouldn't allow any ordinary Chunin to teach future shinobis," Ino said. "Wait, someone is coming up the window," Hinata said. Tenten leaped to the window to see a shinobi running up the hospital walls. His hands were already forming several seals. Tenten pulled out her scroll and summoned a large number of shurikens. She threw them downwards at the shinobi. The shinobi jumped instinctively but fell off the hospital wall, landing on the ground with a sickening thud. "Wait, there are several members of the council heading this way. One of them looks like Hokage advisor Koharu," Hinata said. "That's impossible," Shino said. "She was sent to jail several days ago." "Here she comes," Hinata squeaked. She turned off her Byakugan just as the hospital door opened. Shino, Niji, Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba glared as all of the civilian council members appeared. Koharu and Akujo Haruno stepped inside the room and faced Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are charged with attacking a fellow Konoha shinobi along with interfering Sasuke Uchiha on his SS-class mission of spying on the village of Sound. The penalty of this is death," Koharu said triumphantly. "That's impossible," Shino said. "The Hokage would have known about an SS-class mission." "Yeah," Kiba shouted. "Sasuke was busted out of prison by a squad of Sound shinobis. He was with the Sound shinobis all along," Choji interjected. Koharu smirked and threw a folder at Naruto's lap. Naruto opened it and read. He began to snarl and growl animalistically as he read the folder. He finally had enough and tossed it out of the window. "This is bullshit," Naruto shouted. "You falsified those documents and you know it." "Prove it," Akujo said smugly. "That's enough." Everyone turned to see Tsunade, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and several Jounins at the doorway. Tsunade glared at the civilian council. "What is this about? Executing a Konoha shinobi for accomplishing his mission? And what about this article about Naruto?" Naruto was under the guardian and training of Jiraiya and Itachi. Both of them would have known if the seal had broken. Akujo smirked. As part of the civilian council members, we have certain rights, one of which are to assign vital mission S-class without the Hokage's approval. If all of the civilian council members agree, we assign Sasuke Uchiha to infiltrate the Sound Village, Akujo said. It was an SS-class mission that we assigned to Sasuke Uchiha, as his bloodline was perfect for the mission. That is utter nonsense, Sarutobi said calmly. The civilian council members cannot do this without the backing of a certified jounin. Even then, Sasuke Uchiha is still a genin. He cannot do an S-class mission without a personal recommendation from no less than 7 jounins that are recognized by other countries as S-class nins. That means he needed to get Kakashi, Zabuza Asuma, or Guy to support him. I assure you that none of these ninjas supported Sasuke in any way. Also, how are you two out of jail? Sarutobi said. You two have broken many of the rules that the Shodaime and the Nidaime Hokages have placed to prevent corruption. Sarutobi, even what you say is true, Akujo said sweetly. Naruto Uzumaki was found guilty by all of the civilian council, and there is a scroll with 50 signatures that demand his execution. No, Sarutobi breathed. His pipe fell out of his mouth. You see the implications of this, Akujo said smoothly. Naruto faces execution or banishment. Execution? Naruto bellowed. Banishment? All of Naruto's friends yelled. Shino, is there any way out of this? Kiba asked urgently. There is, but it is extremely unlikely, Shino said. Naruto must be judged by a jury of 12. However, only a third of the jury can be picked by the Hokage. The other 8 are picked by the civilian council. At best, if it isn't unanimously chosen by all 12 members of the jury, he faces banishment for 5 years and is placed on the bingo books. If there is a 2/3 majority for him being guilty, he is executed publicly, Shino said. And if unanimously innocent, Choji asked, full pardon. I'll take that chance, Naruto said resolutely. He glared at the corrupt council member's eyes. Naruto, are you sure? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded. Who is the judge? The daimyo himself, Shino said. The next few days were a blur to Naruto. For several days he was shut in the Anbu interrogation center, being tortured by an inept trainee. Ibiki and Anko had threatened any who tried to torture Naruto. In the end, the council had to bribe someone to do it. Outside, Konoha was split into 2 factions. There was a faction that was behind the civilian council and Kaheru. This group included many of the civilians, some shinobis, and Danzu. The other group were for Naruto's freedom and Sasuke's imprisonment. This group included all of the ninja council, all of the major clans, and nearly all of Konoha's jounins and chuninins. The Hokage and Sarutobi were the leaders of this. They also had the support of Sand and Wave Country. Naruto's friends have been receiving serious hatred against many of the civilian population and part of the shinobi population. Many low-ranking chuninins had attempted to assassinate one of them only to be beaten, injured, or in Gaara's case, slaughtered and their bodies hidden deep underground. Many stores refused to offer them service. The only stores that they could go into without being hated or discriminated were Ichiraku, Yakiniku-kyu, Ichiban Hikikauju, and a small friendly market called Shinua. It was also the same for the civilians. A civilian had made a rude comment about Naruto in Ichiraku and had hot boiled water splashed on him. Yakiniku was the same, except all the cooks threw cleavers and knives at the rude villager. In the hospital, Sasuke was smirking. He would have his revenge, no matter what. He will kill Naruto and Itachi. Sasuke grunted as a wave of pain flowed through his body. All of his bones were shattered in multiple places. The doctors had told him the only one who could have a chance at repairing his body would be Tsunade. He turned to where his clothes were and smirked when he saw the chunin vest with a patch that recognized him as a Takubetsu Jonin for combat and ninjutsu. He would show everyone that he was better than Naruto. As the days came closer to the trial, Tsunade began receiving many threats by the outside countries. She smirked as she read a message from Sand and Wave that both countries would cut all trade with Konoha if Naruto was banished. Several businesses such as the new Tazuna Shipping Company promised to raise shipping rates as well as lower rates for countries like Stone and Cloud. 2 smaller countries, Snow and Waterfall, have sent envoys warning against Naruto's banishment. She was also getting reports of several ninjas, all of them S-class, that have arrived to Konoha to witness the trial. Zabuza bowed deeply as an average-sized man wearing civilian clothing walked into town, drinking deeply from a large gourd of sake. He wore a large sash around his waist and in it were 3 swords. Attached to his right bicep was a black bandana. He carried a large gourd the size of Gaara's on his back with ease. Nearby, Kakashi could smell very old and strong sake inside the gourd. Kakashi looked on in interest as Zabuza bowed low to the stranger. The stranger nodded to Zabuza before walking away. Kakashi walked to Zabuza. "Nah, Zabuza, who was that man?" Kakashi asked. Kakashi turned a page in his Icha. "That man, he may not look dangerous, but he is a bloodthirsty monster with a killing intent like a demon's," Zabuza said reverently. "He is the greatest swordsman I know." Kakashi looked up in surprise at Zabuza. "Could you win against him in battle?" "Nope, he would kill me without a second thought," Zabuza said. "If you ever fight him, he'll toy with you to see how good you are, then kill you when he sees if you're not worth his time." "Who is he?" "A bear Shuetu, the bloody swordsman." Shino was walking in the market district when he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a suit, a top hat, and had a raven on his shoulder. The man politely offered a hand to Shino. Shino accepted it and stood up. "My apologies. I was not looking where I was going," Shino said politely. The man nodded. "It is quite alright," the raven said. Shino was quite surprised that the raven talked. "Your bird can talk?" Shino asked. The raven bobbed its head and pointed at the man. "I am Kaiku and my master's name is Azrael. It is a pleasure to meet you, young master," the raven said. Shino nodded politely at both the man and his raven. "I have not seen you around Konoha," Shino said. "Are you here for the trial of Naruto Uzumaki?" The raven caught. "That we are, young master. We are here to support Naruto. I still do not quite understand the charges that are against him. He was charged with interrupting an SS class mission that Sasuke Uchiha was on," Shino said. The man nodded. "And do you support the accusations?" "Pardon my language, but that is utter bullshit," Shino said. Sasuke turned traitor. "The council is just trying to save the Sharingan. Sasuke is not a traitor." Shino, Kaiku, and Azrael winced as a loud, piercing voice shrieked at them. Shino turned and groaned when he saw Sakura glaring at him. The man looked at Sakura with a bored expression as he picked his ear. "And who might you be?" the crow asked. "Sakura Haruno, Sasuke-kun's girlfriend," Sakura said proudly. "And why do support Naruto's imprisonment?" "Because Sasuke-kun was given an SS class mission. From 2 corrupt council members, both of them imprisoned for corruption of power," Shino said. "One of whom is your mother?" "HMPH, Sakura said. "You're just jealous because you couldn't defeat a demon like Gaara, unlike Sasuke-kun. One as weak as Sasuke could not defeat me," a toneless voice said. Everyone turned to see Gaara. Gaara glared at Sakura. "Sasuke was in the hospital during the time of the invasion. He was knocked out due to my sister blowing him away like a little leaf," Gaara said. Shino smirked as Sakura swelled up in anger. "That sand whore cheated. Sasuke-kun deserves a rematch against her." Sand wrapped tightly around Sakura. She wheezed as the sand squeezed her tightly. Gaara had his hand out open. He glared at Sakura as the sand covered her mouth. "It would not be wise to insult my sibling when she crushed Sasuke fairly. It would also do well if you would abandon your futile efforts in making yourself Sasuke's wife Haruno," Gaara said. Gaara turned to Azrael. "Please excuse the lying banshee. She has been known to have a biased view when it concerns Sasuke Uchiha. From what I have heard, Sasuke should be executed for desertion and betrayal." Azrael nodded and put his hands in his coat pocket. With a movement so fast that Gaara or Shino couldn't see, he flapped his coat in Sakura's direction. A strong blast of air freed Sakura from her prison. She flew away from the small group and crashed into a wall. She blacked out on impact. Gaara was impressed. No one before was able to do a feat like that, yet this gentleman was able to pull it off so easily. The man turned to Gaara and Shino and tipped his hat. He then strolled away as if nothing out of the ordinary happened. Near Yakiniku-Q, Guy and Lee were passing by when an overweight man in Chinese armor out finishing a large piece of barbecue. He noticed Guy and Lee and waved at them in a friendly manner. "Hello, friends. Pleasant morning, isn't it?" the man said. Guy and Lee made a pose and smiled widely at him. "Yosh, it is indeed a youthful day," they shouted in unison. The man chuckled at their attitude. He grinned at the two. "I must say, you two are wearing very nice spandex suits. Where did you get them?" the man asked. "Lee, this man is very youthful." "I agree, Guy-sensei." "Lee, Guy-sensei?" Hurrying Genjutsu from the sick mind of Kishimoto. Instead of cringing, collapsing, or have a mental breakdown, the man laughed deeply at their enthusiasm. "Very stylish," the man complimented. "Might I inquire that both of you are the famed Taijutsu beasts of the leaf?" "Lee, did you hear that?" "I did, Guy-sensei." "Lee, Guy-sensei?" On top of the Hokage mountain, Sarutobi was having a nice quiet cup of tea. He sipped it and sighed. He looked at the village in time to see an explosion of light come from the village. A small cloud of dust rose up. Sarutobi choked as he heard the screams of horror and pain. Back at Yakiniku-Q, the man clapped in delight at the duo. You guys are extraordinary, the man said. May I have the honor of sparring with one of you? Lee and Guy nodded eagerly. Both of them charged the man. The man grinned widely as he took a horse stance. Dynamic entry. Gut. Slam. The fat man slammed his stomach out to counter the two kicks. To Lee's and Guy's surprise, both of them flew high in the air. They fell to ground in a painful heap. Your taijutsu is most youthful, my friends, the man said. He picked both of them up and whirled them around. With a huge grunt, he heaved both of them, causing them to fly into separate buildings. A large amount of rubble fell on the spandex duo. The two lifted themselves from the rubble and grinned simultaneously at the stranger. My name is Guy Mito. And mine is Lee Rock, Lee said. Who are you? I am the Unkai, the happy traveler, the man said. It shall be an honor to fight you two. By the bookstore, Zabuza and Kakashi felt a disturbance in the force. They shuddered unknowingly but pretended to ignore it by reading their Icha. Hinata and Ino were in a store with Kurenai, picking out baby clothes for Anko's future baby. Hinata giggled as Ino pulled out a baby suit in the shape of a small dolphin. Ino-san, I think Anko would love that suit, Hinata said. Kurenai nodded. I bet it'll remind her of Iruka. Kawaii, that suit is so cute. The trio turned around to see a teen slightly older than Ino and Hinata. She was around Ino's height and had long flowing red hair with silver streaks. Her bright red eyes shone with excitement and energy. She had a red vest with an emblem of a firestorm. On her hip was a chain whip that ended in a barb that resembled a flame. She wore dark red gloves, thigh-length boots and a mini-skirt with shorts underneath. Ino looked at the girl with envy because the girl was a knockout beauty. Behind the girl, Kiba drooled at the sight of her. Hinata strode over to him and gave him a Jaiwiken slap. Phew! Kiba yelled. The muscles on his face fell asleep, blinding him and causing him to only grunt and make slurred noises. Anyway, who are you? Kurenai asked. Oh sorry, the girl said. I'm Ikuhi Hikari, but you can call me Kari. Ino shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Kari. I'm Ino Yamanaka. Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I'm their sensei, Kurenai Yuhi. Wuga ira Iruaka, Kiba garbled. I'm Kiba and Izuka. Pleased to meet you, Kari said happily. Who is that baby suit for? Oh, it's for my friend Anko. She's having a baby, Kurenai said. Anko, is she the teacher of Naruto-kun? Kari asked. Hinata nodded. Yes, how did you know? Hinata asked. Kari winked. Because I'm his ex-girlfriend, Kari said. Would you break up with him? Ino asked. He wasn't able to keep up in bed. He was always sore about it afterwards, Kari answered unconcerned. Kari meant another, meaning that she was able to stand longer on the bed when she and Naruto had pillow fights. Naruto always fell off before Kari did. However, the meaning was lost, and all three of them had their minds in the gutter. He wasn't? Ino asked. Kari shook her head. How long was his tool? Hinata blurted out. Everyone stared at the shy heiress. Kari was confused until she got the meaning. Oh, it was much bigger than a foot, I think, Kari thought. She was thinking about Naruto's sword, literally, his katana. But again the meaning was lost in translation. All of the girls blushed while Kiba shuffled shyly. Akamaru barked a couple of times at his embarrassed owner. Ha ha ha, he's more than twice your size, Akamaru barked. Kiba would have glared at Akamaru, but his face muscles still weren't functioning. Tenten sighed as she waited for customers at her dad's store. She was twirling a kunai with great ease and dexterity. She flicked it at a picture of Sasuke and smirked as the kunai hit his eye. She turned when she heard the door open. Welcome to Ichiban Hikakauju. How can I help you? Tenten asked. The man who entered her store nodded in greeting to her. Hi, my name is Aber Shitu. I need my swords repaired from all the damage they've been through, the man said. Tenten nodded. May I see the swords? Tenten asked politely. The man nodded and pulled out 3 swords. Tenten's eyes grew to nearly 2 times their normal size when she saw the swords. Are you okay, miss? Aber asked. His sweat dropped when her eyes became even bigger as she held one. Oh, Kami, thank you. Tenten breathed. She examined the swords with a hungry eye as she used a small brush to wipe away small flecks of rust and dirt. All of the sheaths were black, but each of them had a secondary color. The hilts were also different as one was in the shape of a cloud, another was a mountain, and the third a whirlpool. She drew the katana with the mountain hilt and marveled at its weight. Ichashishi, the earth demon. The first of the cursed sensei swords, Tenten gasped. The other are the Nakappa, the water demon, and the Sanrai, the sky demon. Are you going to repair my swords or not? Aber said. Who cares if they are the cursed sensei swords? A sword is a sword, a weapon built to kill solely. Not a work of art, but a tool of death. Sorry, Tenten said meekly. Aber sighed. Look, just repair them, please, Aber said. When can I expect them back? When do you need them back? The day before the trial of Naruto, Aber said. "Are you here for the trial?" Tenten asked. A bear nodded, hoping for the brat to be innocent. "He still owes me a rematch," a bear said with a bloodthirsty smile. Tenten shuddered. It looked like a shark's smile. A bear walked out the door waving at the weapons mistress. "Squee. I can finally examine a work of art," Tenten said. Kakashi and Zabuza were walking around Konoha while reading their Icha books. They giggled perversely as they passed by a clothing store. "Eternal rivals, rejoice for today I bring you news," Guy said loudly. Kakashi and Zabuza turned a page. "Did you say something, Guy? Damn you and your hip attitudes," Guy bellowed. He smiled widely as he turned behind and saw Lee. Lee gave him a thumbs up. "I want to introduce to you my youthful friend and your new eternal rival, Unkai." Zabuza and Kakashi looked up to see a truly horrifying scene. A fat man, weighing over 300 pounds, in bright yellow spandex with neon green ankle warmers, jumped out beside Guy. Unkai adopted the same pose as Guy and smiled at the duo. "Yosh, pleased to meet my new hip eternal rivals," Unkai shouted. Zabuza and Kakashi slapped each other hard, convinced that they were in a nightmare. Lee jumped beside Unkai and smiled at Kakashi and Zabuza. "Guy-sensei, we should show them our newest youthful pose." "Yosh, you're right, Lee." "Guy-sensei?" "Lee." "Unkai." Lee and Guy shouted. "The power of youth." Unkai bellowed as they posed. Kakashi and Zabuza were exposed to an ultra-fearsome genjutsu that was deadlier than Tsuyokomi. A huge explosion of light occurred and Zabuza and Kakashi's eyes could not close. Nearby, men, women, and children of all ages were screaming in horror at the sight. A small mouse died, traumatized. Up in heaven, Kami looked down and was blinded by the bright light that came from the genjutsu. Kami staggered in pain as an heavenly being stared in amazement. For a mortal genjutsu to harm Kami, it is a day when hell freezes. In hell, the demons cringed as a bellow was heard throughout the 9 levels of hell. "What the fuck is with these icicles?" On Earth, Kakashi and Zabuza fell to the ground. Both men were staring into space as their minds replayed the scene over and over again. As the day of the trial arrived, the daimyo came to the Hokage Tower. He came in a big caravan of guards, servants, and advisors. The whole village watched in amazement as the daimyo was carried into town inside of a carriage. People could see the outline of the daimyo through the silken fabrics. The daimyo walked inside the Hokage Tower and down to the shinobi courtroom. He sat at an imposing desk and waited as people flooded in to see the trial. As the courtroom was filled, the daimyo was surprised to see the daimyo of wind, waterfall, snow, and wave. He was also stunned to see Tazuna along with Azarel, a bear, and Unkai. All 3 ninjas were highest class shinobis. The daimyo looked down at his sheet and stifled a shout of surprise. Okami, the nephew of Shiku Kansas. Chapter 27. The trial. The daimyo cleared his throat as he banged his gavel. "Order in the court. Everyone settle down, please." The spectators quickly settled down and waited eagerly for the court case to begin. "Will the plaintiff and the defendant please come forward?" the daimyo asked. He looked expectantly at the doorway of the courtroom. The doors opened with a loud creaking noise. Everyone turned back as 2 parties walked toward the daimyo. The first party was the plaintiff, Sasuke. He was in bed that was raised so he could sit up. A couple of people snickered at how pitiful Sasuke looked. He was covered in casts and bandages so thickly that he resembled a mummy. With him were Kaharu and Nakujo, both of them smirking confidently. Behind the council members was a man dressed formally and carrying a suitcase. Hinata and some other Hyugas used their Byakugans to look inside of the case. Neji glared as he saw that the documents inside were obviously falsified. After the plaintiff party was settled, the defendant came in. Several of Naruto's friends gasped in shock as Naruto stumbled in the courtroom. Naruto was in terrible condition after several weeks of torture in the Anbu complex. His normally tan face was gray and scarred, and his bright blue eyes were dimmed. Many of the ninjas noticed Naruto's movements were obviously jerky and full of pain. However, Naruto still held his head up with pride, even as he limped down using a rough cane to support him. Behind him, Itachi and Shibi Aburam were there as his lawyer and advisor. Both ninjas' faces were inscrutable, but nearly every jonin could feel anger and rage wafting from the 2 ninjas as they walked down. Haku and Ken were crying silently in helplessness as they watched Naruto struggle each step he took. Guy, Lee, and Unkai watched solemnly as Naruto's face tightened in pain. Kakashi and Zabuza eyed admiringly as Naruto made no sound of struggle and weakness as his crippled body moved slowly toward the daimyo. Once Naruto became settled in his seat, the daimyo looked down at his notes. He did not read it, but instead eyed Naruto from the corner of his eye. The boy's been obviously tortured by an amateur. If Hibiki had tortured him, Naruto would not be showing signs of torture before the trial, the daimyo thought. Will the plaintiff please announce why you have accused the defendant for attempted murder and sabotage? Akujo stood up. Your Honor, Naruto Uzumaki attacked Sasuke Uchiha during an SS class mission that we had assigned secretly to Sasuke. Sasuke was viciously attacked to the point where nearly all of his bones were broken. Objection, Your Honor, Shibe said. Naruto Uzumaki was under orders of the Hokage to bring back Sasuke by any means necessary. So this is just a simple misunderstanding, the daimyo said. In that case, Naruto should be free. No, during the mission, Naruto unleashed the demon sealed inside him. He is a security risk. Then what am I doing here? The daimyo asked. This is supposed to be between Sasuke being attacked by Naruto. What you're saying is more a domestic matter between you and the military council. Itachi smirked at the look of dismay that crossed Akujo's and Hamura's face. Hamura whispered into Akujo's ear. Akujo brightened. Your Honor, we have evidence that Naruto wrongfully attacked and injured Sasuke on multiple occasions, Akujo said. Objection, Shibe cried. Denied. Akujo, please say them aloud for us please, the daimyo said. When Naruto first came to Konoha, he and Sasuke sparred in the academy. However, Naruto used excessive force and gave Sasuke a concussion. A month after their graduation, Sasuke and my daughter were training when Naruto attacked both of them. Sasuke defended himself and my daughter valiantly, but Naruto blew both of them up with explosion tags. Both were injured with broken bones and burns. That is not the end of it too. During another training session, Naruto attacked Sasuke again too. This time, Sasuke received severe head trauma. The latest one was during the Chunin exams. Sasuke and Sakura were forcibly drugged and kidnapped in the second part of the Chunin exams. If it wasn't for Sasuke, my daughter would have been raped. The daimyo turned to Shibe Aburam. Are these accusations true? No, they are exaggerated versions of various events. All of these events were caused by the Uchiha's egotistical attitude, Shibe said. Your Honor, I would like to call up several witnesses to prove Naruto's innocence. Your Honor, I denied Haruno. If what you say is true, you should not have any problem with Shibe defending Naruto, the daimyo said. He turned back to Shibe. Please call up your first witness. I call Iruka Yamino to the stand, Shibe said. Everyone turned as Iruka walked down the aisle toward the bar. He sat in the chair and waited patiently. Shibe approached him carrying a scroll with a seal painted on it. Iruka bit his finger and pressed against the seal as he answered Shibe's question. Iruka Yamino, do you swear to tell the truth and only the truth, so help Kami? Shibe asked. I do, Iruka said. The seal glowed green as the truth seal confirmed Iruka's honesty. Iruka, you are the teacher for Sasuke's and Naruto's class, right? Yes, sir. And you were supervising a spar between Sasuke and Naruto the day before the Genin exam, right? Yes, sir. Will you please describe to the court what exactly happened? Yes, sir, Iruka said. I was supervising a practice spar between the students as a review before the Genin exam. I called Sasuke up to the sparring ring. As I was about to call out another student's name, Sasuke demanded that he fight Naruto. Naruto reluctantly entered the ring to fight Sasuke. Before I let them start, I repeated the rules of only taijutsu and weapons, no ninjutsu. What happened during the match? Well, Naruto requested for a Bakken to use for the match. I willingly agreed as a Bakken is safe enough to use for friendly spars. I started the match and watched the fight, ready to intervene if the fight went out of control. As the fight went on, it was easily apparent that Naruto outclassed Sasuke by far. Naruto used his Bakken with extraordinary grace, striking Sasuke lightly in certain areas to cripple him. Akujo shrieked. You see, Your Honor, Naruto was attacking Sasuke with excessive force. Excuse me, I should have worded that a bit differently, Iruka said politely. Naruto used strikes that were meant to numb several parts of the body without any side effects. Anyway, Sasuke became so frustrated that he launched a Kaiten Jutsu at Naruto on purpose. A Kaiten Jutsu? Yes, Your Honor. I quickly formed seals for a Suiton Jutsu, but Naruto dispelled the fireball using a blast of wind he created with the Bakken. The blast of wind was so strong that it also knocked Sasuke out of the ring. So you're telling me that Naruto blasted away Sasuke with just a Bakken? Akujo asked. I find that hard to believe. I can vouch for that. Everyone looked to see a bear grinning with pride. The daimyo eyed the man. Is this deed possible? The daimyo asked. A bear nodded. Yes, it is, a bear said. The move is called Wind Bullet. It uses an extremely strong thrust with a katana to create an orb of wind to blast through rocks. With a Bakken, however, it just makes a sudden powerful gust like Fueton. Great Wind Blast. A bear sat down with a smirk on his face. Shibe would have laughed on the looks on Akujo's and Hamura's faces if he was not in the courtroom. Shibe dismissed Iruka and turned to the daimyo. I would like to call Kakashi Haddock to the stand, Your Honor. No, why? Denied. Kakashi, will you please come forward? Kakashi sighed as he walked down the aisle and to the bar. He sat down in the chair and waited as Shibi approached him. The daimyo looked at Kakashi and gasped. Kakashi-san, is that the new Icha novel? Yes, Your Honor, signed by the author himself, Jiraiya Dono, Kakashi said. Have you read the part with Achirin and his forbidden lover Harem inside the hospital? The daimyo asked. Kakashi nodded eagerly. Oh yes, one of them favorite scenes extremely kinky, and I couldn't look at Shizune-san the same for a week. Oh keep your dirty mind off of Shizune-chan, Zabuza roared. Ahem, Shibi said. All three turned to Shibi as he was holding the scroll. May we get back to the trial on hand please? Sorry, Kakashi, Zabuza and Daimyo said. Kakashi bit his thumb and spread his blood on the seal. The seal glowed green and Shibi nodded. Kakashi-san, you are Sasuke's Jounin sensei, right? Yes. Would you please recount to the court what happened the day before the exam? I was looking for Sasuke and Sakura for training session. I did not find them at training field 7. But at training field 26, Sasuke was training hard, trying to master the Chidori while Sakura was cheering Sasuke on. What about the third genin? He was absent that day because he was training with his mother on his family's taijutsu. Understandable. Kakashi, please tell me what happened next. Well, Naruto walked toward us. The sight of Naruto angered Sasuke so much that he blew his jutsu up. Naruto noticed us when Sasuke called out Naruto's name. Naruto turned around and politely asked us why we were using his team's training field. I was a bit surprised about that, but Sasuke fired a Kaiten jutsu at Naruto. A Kaiten jutsu? How far was Naruto? Just a couple of feet away, Kakashi said. However, the strange part is that the fire didn't affect Naruto at all. Naruto literally ate the fire off of him before asking me to referee a spar between Naruto and Sasuke. I see. And what happened in the spar? Naruto easily defeated Sasuke using a couple taijutsu techniques. Thank Kakashi, that will be all, Shibi said. Kakashi nodded and went back to his seat. Shibi turned to the jury box. Naruto spotted several people that he recognized. At least 4 of the men had taken part in beating him when he was a small child. He smiled when he saw old man Tucci along with Asuma, Katetsu, and Izumo. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as both of these witnesses testified, Naruto was always in control of his emotions and merely defended himself against Sasuke's egotistical attacks. What about during the Chunin exams? Akujo asked. The Chunin exams are meant to simulate a war. Even if Naruto did ambush Sasuke, Naruto cannot be punished, as the rules stated that the participants must retrieve the scrolls under any circumstances. However, many Chuninins witnessing the fight said that Naruto used excessive force. They have? Well, Your Honor, I would like to call Anko Mitarashi to the stand. N. Permission denied. Anko Mitarashi, please come forward. Anko came up to the stand. Naruto was a bit surprised to see that instead of the fishnet shirt and the miniskirt, Anko wore a sleeveless turtleneck sweater and a pair of pants. He also noticed a small bulge on her stomach. Anko quickly proved her honesty and began answering Shibi's questions. Anko, you have seen from various cameras what happened in the Forest of Death. Yeah. Do you remember what happened between Naruto's team and Sasuke's team in the Forest of Death? Yeah. Can you tell the court what happened please? Alright. Sasuke was attacked by that snake bastard Orochimaru. Naruto rescued that pitiful son of a bitch from the snake bastard. However, Orochimaru managed to plant the curse seal on the Uchiha. Anyway, Naruto kindly allowed Kiba, the son of a bitch, and the Banshee whore to recuperate and rest at Team 7's camp. Shibi's sweat dropped at the foul mouth of Anko, but didn't show any emotion. What happened next? Well, the Motherfucker Uchiha wakes up and activates his curse seal. He attacks Naruto with the intent to kill. So Sasuke attacked Naruto again. Yup. Naruto evaded Sasuke's attack and grabbed Sasuke by the back of his neck. He then proceeded to slam the Uchiha's face in the ground repeatedly until the asshole was knocked out. Anko looked toward Akujo. Before I forget, your daughter is such a whore. I spotted her buying several books about sex. To the people of Konoha, I advise you to buy earplugs if the motherfucker and the whore have sex. I'm as sure as hell that the whore is a screamer. Naruto tried to hide his laughter as Anko was dismissed from the bench. She had a satisfied smirk on her face that she displayed to Akujo. Many of the ninjas supporting Naruto hid their laughter at the look on Akujo's face. Your Honor, I would like to present evidence that Naruto wrongfully attacked Sasuke. Akujo said. She motioned to the man carrying the briefcase. The man opened it and showed a thick folder. The man presented it to the daimyo. The daimyo opened it and scanned the contents. Are these documents true? Yes, Your Honor? Akujo said. Was she? the daimyo said. A man dressed in standard jonin uniform appeared behind the daimyo. The man wore an eagle's mask and on his waist was a sash, signifying that he was one of the 12 guardians. The daimyo gave Washi the folder. Washi opened the contents and inspected them carefully. He closed it and whispered several words to the daimyo. The daimyo nodded and grinned to Akujo. Naruto gulped in anticipation as Washi raised the folder. Kaiten, flare. Washi threw the folder in the air and burned them with a jutsu. Akujo looked to the daimyo with an expression of confusion and worry. The daimyo looked at Akujo sternly. Akujo Haruno, bringing false evidence against the defendant, is not likely to receive my favor, the daimyo said. As of right now, to me the trial is a farce and more an attempt to shame one of the most honorable ninjas I have had the honor of meeting. Your Honor, I would like to call Jiraiya to the stand, Shibi said. The daimyo nodded. Jiraiya walked to the bench. After Jiraiya proved his honesty, Shibi began questioning him. Jiraiya, before Naruto arrived in Konoha, he trained with you, is that right? Yes, he was trained by me for a year. And during the training, has Naruto tried to use the Kyuubi's chakra? Yes, under my supervision, Jiraiya said. There were murmurs of surprise that came from the crowd. Did he succeed? Yes. You see, he is a demon. Akujo screamed. The daimyo glared at Akujo as nearly all of the civilians in the courtroom began to rise and start a panic. Silence, the daimyo bellowed. He waited until the courtroom was quiet again before he motioned for Shibi to continue. What happened when Naruto released the Kyuubi's chakra? Well, the most noticeable thing is that Naruto kept his sanity even when fully exposed to Yakai, or demon chakra. Normally a shinobi would not be able to keep his sanity once exposed to pure Yakai, like Gaara. However, Naruto was able to maintain relatively his mind and will but have the fox's bloodthirsty viciousness. What are you trying to say, Jiraiya? The daimyo said. Even when Naruto uses the Yakai, he is in control, albeit more inclined to not show mercy. Has Naruto ever went berserk and out of control? No, Jiraiya said. And is it possible that he can? Only in times of very extreme danger, such as when he is almost dead or has suffered a fatal wound. Even then, he would be a berserker that would only attack the enemy, none of his friends. The seal made by the Yondaime prevents any corruption of his sanity by the Kyuubi. You may sit down, Shibi said. Jiraiya nodded. See, Shibi, even Jiraiya says that the Kyuubi is able to come out. Akujo said. Did you not listen? The Kyuubi can't come out ever. Only in times of extreme danger will the Kyuubi's chakra come out. It's the same thing. No, it isn't. Only the Kyuubi's energy helps Naruto, while Naruto's sanity remains in complete control. The Yondaime's seal reigns in the Kyuubi's malicious intents. I would like to call Itachi to the stand, Akujo said. The daimyo nodded. Itachi patted Naruto reassuringly and went to the witness box. After Itachi proved his honesty, Akujo began answering questions. Itachi, is it true that the Sharingan can force demons back? It is, Itachi said. As you can see, Your Honor, this is why Naruto should be executed. However, Sasuke could not have done that. What nonsense are you speaking? Akujo said furiously. The truth. In reality, Sasuke's Sharingan and mind is much too weak to push back a Biju like the Kyuubi. His Sharingan is at most able to push back the Ichibi, but it would be a 79% failure. But the Sharingan can push back a demon. Only if the mind and will are strong enough, Itachi said. Sasuke's mind and will are hardly enough to withstand a Biju. Are you sure? I've talked with the Kyuubi. Everyone gasped at the statement. Soon there was a huge outcry that nearly started a riot among the civilians. Civilians, the daimyo said. He turned to Itachi. What did the Kyuubi look like? Did it say why it attacked Konoha? Yes, it did say why it attacked Konoha, Itachi said. Why? Well, apparently several shinobis attacked it first. Now, Kyuubi would have let that slide if it wasn't for one thing. What? Well, the Kyuubi's a female. A girl? Everyone asked. Itachi nodded. And she was kind of in that time of month, Itachi explained awkwardly. Her period. Ah, everyone said. What did the Kyuubi look like? The daimyo said. She has two forms. One is the gigantic fox, while the other is her human form. Human form? The daimyo asked. Itachi nodded. In simple words, she is hot SSSS, Itachi said. Jiraiya, get your notebook out. She is tall 5 to 11 and the measurements of 39-23-35. She has flowing long red hair that seems to float every time she moves. Her eyes sparkle like the rubies and her legs are as creamy and white as snow. A lot of men were drooling as Itachi spoke. Some of the men with wives were slapped hard. Jiraiya was getting a lot of glares as he was tearing through several pages worth of notes. Her chest were like the valleys of light and her ass was really firm. 3, 2, 1 liftoff. Jiraiya flew upwards from the crowd due to a rocketing nosebleed that sent him 10 feet in the air and crashing down on several shinobis. Itachi smirked but had to dodge when a large ice orb slammed an inch away from Itachi's head. "Jiraiya, did you get that?" Itachi called out. "Yeah, it'll be a good addition to Icha." The daimyo called out, "Can we please get to the case on hand?" Akujo shrieked. The daimyo winced and rubbed his ear. "Fine," the daimyo said. "I call Naruto to the stand." Naruto walked to the witness box. After he proved his honesty, the daimyo motioned to Washi to interrogate him. "Is Naruto Uzumaki your true name?" Washi asked. "No," Naruto said. "My true name is Naruto Maizo Aikyo Namikaze Uzumaki." Namikaze. Everyone shouted in astonishment. Naruto nodded. "My father was Minato Namikaze, while my mother was Kushina Uzumaki. Aikyo was my middle name from my mother, while Maizo was the middle name from my father." "What do the two middle names stand for?" Washi asked. "Aikyo means force, vigor, life, spirit, might, or power," Naruto explained. "And Maizo? My dad's favorite flavor of ramen." In the courtroom, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and the daimyo slapped their faces in exasperation. The man was truly obsessed with ramen. "Can you prove your heritage?" Washi asked. Naruto nodded. He pulled out the scroll Sarutobi gave him and showed it to Washi. Washi took the scroll and examined it. "A blood seal, and one of the strongest I have ever seen," Washi said. He gave it back to Naruto. "Well, Namikaze, will you please describe to the court what happened at the Valley of the End?" Washi asked. As Naruto described it, Washi was examining his facial features, his blood pulse, and his eyes to see if Naruto was lying. He smirked under his mask as he saw that Naruto was telling the complete truth. It was an epic battle. Demons, giant summonings, powerful techniques, and the soul exorcism made a great bedtime story. He only wished that his son Neji was a baby. Every word Naruto spoke was clear, honest, and truthful. In the audience, Sasuke and his supporters did not like hearing word for word how Sasuke was crushed by Naruto. Akujo had a vein popping out of her forehead, while Hamura was glaring at the ninja. When Naruto finished, Washi turned to the daimyo. "Zenshi Dono, Naruto Uzumaki has told the truth the entire time. I can see no flaws or dishonesty in his tale. It was neutral and unbiased." "How can you tell?" Akujo asked. "Washi is my guard. I think I trust my own guards, Haruno-san," the daimyo said coldly. "I call Sasuke Uchiha to the stand." "Daimyo, Sasuke cannot come up to the stand because nearly all of his bones were broken by Kyuubi brat," Hamura said. She shivered when the daimyo glared at her. "I would think that one as old as you would know to watch your language," the daimyo said. "I call Sasuke Uchiha to the stand, now." Akujo wheeled Sasuke's bed by the judge. The judge examined Sasuke for a minute, then signaled Washi to start interrogating. "Is your name Sasuke Uchiha?" "Yes," Sasuke said in a croaking voice. "Can you tell the court what happened in the Valley of the End?" Washi asked. Sasuke proceeded to tell a highly falsified version of what happened in the Valley of the End. His version made Sasuke the martyr and Naruto the demon. Much of the civilians cried out and praised Sasuke. Under his mask though, it was clear to Washi that the Uchiha was lying through his teeth. His story had so many inconsistencies and exaggerations. When Sasuke finished, Washi saw that under Sasuke's cast, Sasuke was smirking. Washi channeled a bit of chakra into his hand and slapped Sasuke's head. "A man does not lie in this court. Do not think you are above the law, little worm," Washi said. He then turned to the daimyo. "Zenshi-sama, this Uchiha lied. His story is so full of inconsistencies and falsified events that you cannot rely on his word. In my opinion, we should kill this disgrace of a ninja under the charges of treachery and attempt to murder." "No, I personally agree," the daimyo said. "However, it is the jury's decision to make." The daimyo turned to the jury. "We will now have a 2-hour recess. During that time you will decide if Naruto Maizo Aikyo Namikaze Uzumaki is innocent of attacking a Konoha shinobi and interfering with an SS class mission." The jury nodded and went into a separate room. The daimyo then turned to the defendant and plaintiff parties. "Both parties are dismissed until the jury decides on the verdict," the daimyo said. "However, I have a couple words to say." Everyone paid attention as the daimyo stood up and addressed both parties. "No matter what the verdict says, I feel that this trial is a sham, an excuse for politicians corrupting their powers. Naruto is an honest, hard-working, honorable shinobi. I have read reports of his nature from many countries. If this village cannot see past a burden that he bears to protect us all, I do not see the reason of funding this village anymore. Shibi turned to see the Akujo and Hamura blanch and pale in fright. The daimyo had just threatened to cut off a huge chunk of their funding if Naruto was found guilty. Judging on their expressions throughout the entire trial, Shibi guesses that both council members had bribed some of the jury members into supporting Sasuke. Itachi turned to Naruto. Naruto was pale but happy about how the trial went. Shibi defended his case skillfully. It is clear where Shino got his brains. Are you okay, Naruto? Itachi asked. Yeah, but I'm worried. So am I. A unanimous decision by the jury is going to be tough to come by, Itachi said. He turned when he felt somebody behind him. He sighed in relief to see that a bear and Azrael were behind him. Hey, can I ask you both a favor? Itachi asked. What is it, Itachi-san? Azrael's crow, Kaiku, asked. A bear grunted but listened intently. I know both of you are masters. If Naruto is found guilty, take him to Shikukansas, Itachi asked. I'm not sure we can, a bear said. The Shikukansas is found in the most remote regions of this earth. However, I'll be glad to let the brat tag along with me. As Kaiku began to speak, Azrael raised his hand for silence and looked at Itachi. Don't worry, Naruto will be safe no matter the trial, Azrael said. A bear looked at Azrael in amazement. This is the first time he had seen Azrael speak in 7 years. Azrael always used his raven to speak for him. Yash, do not fear. Naruto-kun shall be taken care of. Everyone winced at the loud noise behind them. Itachi, a bear, and Azrael turned to see Unkai in his spandex glory. A bear's eye twitched when he saw the spandex. Unkai, what the hell are you wearing? Spandex, the most youthful clothing I have ever worn, Unkai said excitedly. It is like I am walking naked. It is most refreshing, my friend. Unkai, I respect you as a fellow master, but for Kami's sake, wear some goddamn real clothes. A bear said. My friend, your mouth is most unyouthful. Shut it with the fucking youth. A bear-san, please control your language, Kaiku said. What, you're annoyed with the spandex too? I definitely know that Shikukansas had a rant against spandex when one of us mentioned Guy. A bear-san, do not talk about him so casually. Oh right, a bear said. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when the jury comes back. A bear lay down on the floor and began to sleep. Naruto was seriously reminded of Shikamaru. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned and grunted as Haku and Kin hugged him tightly. He hugged both of them tightly as they started to cry. He looked up and saw all of his friends gathering around him. Hey girls, did you miss me? I know I did, Naruto said gently. Of course we did, you idiot, Haku said. We have all of your stuff sealed in a scroll here for you, including that new coat you ordered, Kin said. Hey Naruto, where were you for the last 2 months? Kiba asked. You look horrible. Thanks, Kiba. You'd look like me too if you were stuck in some Anbu torture center, Naruto spat. Torture center? Choji asked incredulously. You were tortured? By who? Shino asked coldly. Some stupid root member under orders of the civilian council, Naruto said. Honestly, the civilian council is overreaching their power, Shino said. Right, father? Hi, Shibi said. I should bring that up in the next military council. You don't look too bad, Tamari said. The torture wasn't that bad, was it? The idiot would have killed me multiple times if it wasn't for the Kyuubi, Naruto said grimly. Thanks to Kyuubi, most of my damage is healed. Could have been worse. Always looking on the bright side of life, eh Naruto, Neji said. Naruto smiled. You have to, Naruto said. Being a shinobi is grim life. Anyway, you think you have a chance of being cleared? Hinata asked. Of course, Ino said. Sasuke's case is so weak that it wasn't much of an accusation. I wish I had your confidence, Naruto said. What are you talking about? Kankuro asked. Kankuro, I thought you would have a better grasp on politics, Gaara said. The council members most likely bribed most of the jury. However, the daimyo's threat unnerved them because either way Naruto wins, Jin said. Yup, there is no way Naruto would be executed, Zabuza said. However, it is likely that he'll be banished. Even in banishment, the daimyo would protect Naruto, Jiraiya said. The daimyo is an avid fan of Naruto. He is, Hinata asked in surprise. Jiraiya nodded. I took Naruto to him last year when he was 15. Naruto was easily able to defeat 3 of his guards, Jiraiya said. Hey Hirosenin, do you have some sake? Naruto asked. I have some, a bear said on the floor. Where is it? Naruto asked. Naruto looked around and saw a gourd a little larger than Gaara's. Oh, you still carry that gourd around? Yeah, help yourself, a bear said. Does anyone have a small container? Choji handed Naruto a small cup. Zabuza carefully poured some sake. Naruto gratefully drank the sake. Thanks, Abear-sensei, Naruto said. Just remember, just because I can't use chakra, don't take it easy next time we fight, Abear said. You can't use chakra? Zabuza asked. Abear opened one eye and looked at Zabuza. So, I can still slice you apart like sashimi. I didn't get my reputation as the best and most vicious swordsman for nothing. I find that hard to believe, Hiashi said nearby. Abear closed his eyes lazily. Suddenly an absurdly huge amount of pressure appeared in the courthouse. Nearly everyone except for Jiraiya, Azrael, Unkai, and Naruto was on their knees gasping. As soon as it appeared, it vanished. What happened? Hiashi gasped. He picked himself up off the ground. It's called killing intent, Naruto explained. It uses the spiritual part of your chakra to intimidate your opponent. Yup, and Hiashi, for your information, have you heard about the Cloud Mountain massacre? Abear asked. How could I not? 40 Jounins, nearly 100 Chuninins, and the Thunder Ninjas. All of them slaughtered by a single man, Hiashi said. None of the ninjas were in one piece. All of that was by me, Abear said proudly. I loved how the blood fountain every time I cut off a limb. Every time I stabbed, blood was splashed off my blade, spraying the rock behind in beautiful vermilion colors. The head was the most fun because the heart still beat even after the head was gone, pushing blood out, painting the ground with red paint. Everyone was creeped out by the swordsman except Zabuza and Gaara. Gaara had a desire to kill something right after Abear's speech. He looked around and spotted a squirrel outside the window. Desert, graveyard. Everyone turned as a squeak, and then a splat was heard behind them. There was a large blood stain on the window. Temari turned to Kankuro and smacked him with her fan. What the hell was that? Kankuro said. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Gaara? Temari said angrily. There was a loud crash and a squeak of fright. Everyone turned to see a Zanbato impaling a squirrel. Everyone then turned to Zabuza, who was whistling innocently. Zabuza, Shizune said. She sent a Senbon's needle to a pressure point that made his mouth numb. Boom! Everyone sighed as they turned and saw pieces of a sparrow settle in the middle of a large crater. Beside them, Anko was pretending to look innocent. Anko, Iruka said. Anko grinned cheekily. What, they started it? Iruka sighed. Naruto chuckled, then it grew into a full-blown laugh. Soon everyone began laughing, except Gaara, Azrael, and the Aburams. For the next hour, Naruto's friends waited in the courthouse, laughing and having fun. Soon the courthouse began to fill up again. Naruto's friends settled with audience as the daimyo called the court into session again. He looked over to the jury and saw that 4 people were missing. He nudged to Shibi. What happened to Tuchi, Asuma, Katetsu, and Izumo? I don't know, but I doubt it's any good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a decision? Yes, we have, Daimyo-sama, one of the jury members said. We have voted with 4 abstaining that Naruto is guilty. Since all of the members that voted unanimously, the jury member said. Naruto Uzumaki shall be executed. Naruto Maizo Ikionamic is Uzumaki. You are to be executed in a week, the daimyo said in a broken voice. Bang! The daimyo gavel sounded like a death knell in the silent courtroom. Far away out sea, in the island known as the Dragon's Maw, a man was watching the trial. At the jury's decision, he covered the crystal ball he looking at inside. Naruto Uzumaki, it appears that I will see you again, sooner than I had thought. He then grinned as he thought of the chaos that Konoha will soon see. Naruto will definitely not leave Konoha without showing the people what they have unleashed. He turned away from the ball and walked outside. The island was settled on a stone column in the middle of a massive whirlpool, 5 miles wide, and known for dragging whole fleets of ships with merciless ferocity. The howling wind inside the maelstrom whipped the man's red hair so that his headband could be seen. On the headband was a picture of scales in the kanji. A kanji that meant Shiku Kansas. Chapter 28. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. The escape and birth of a new legends. Naruto sighed as he looked in the sky. The sky was dull and gray. The morning fog still hasn't lifted despite the fact that it was around noon. He looked around and smiled sadly at his friends nearby. He felt a tug on his arms as the Anbu signaled Naruto to walk toward the execution platform. Itachi and Mira could only watch sadly as Naruto was escorted out of the prison cells by 2 Anmas. He almost began to cry as Naruto continued to walk proudly even to his death. Mira was crying on his shoulder as Naruto stepped closer to them. Near them were Haku and Kin, both of them sobbing as Naruto winked roguishly at his 2 girlfriends. Hey girls, I just want you to. I know I've loved both of you with all of my heart, Naruto said. You 2 have given my life so much light in this village, inspiring me to fight and defend this village with all my strength. Even if I die, I will always be watching you. Naruto, can't you do anything? Kin asked desperately. Naruto smiled sadly as he sewed them his shackles. Seal enforced. I can't access my chakra at all, "Naruto, I just want to say thank you," Haku said. Kin nodded in agreement. Naruto smiled widely and hugged both of them tightly. "I love both of you, now and forever." Jin and Jiraiya were also nearby. Both of them were watching solemnly as Naruto walked toward the platform without fear, knowing that he would probably die. Jin had nearly lost his temper as he reached for the kanabo on his back, only to be restrained by Jiraiya. "It's no use, Jin. Even if we help Naruto escape those shackles, we would have to face over 200 root ninjas. We would need a miracle to save Naruto." Jin smiled inwardly. He fiddled with a small medallion as he watched Naruto walk away. With Team 7, Shino could not help but crying with sadness, along with Kiba, as they could only watch their friend. Shikamaru was at rapt attention as he saluted to Naruto. Shino and Kiba followed Shikamaru, but all three of them could not help crying. Anko was sobbing on Iruka's shoulder, as she could not bear watching a person who had shown her happiness walk proudly to his death. Naruto turned to them and saluted to his team. "Shino, you're captain from now on. Make me proud I was a part of Team 7, and make a name for yourselves that will be heard from all four corners of the land." "Hi, Naruto Taicho, Shino, Shikamaru," and Kiba said. Naruto smirked and walked away. As he walked, he heard Akamaru and Kiba howl in sadness as they watched their friend for the last time. Asuma watched in admiration as Naruto passed them. He could only berate himself angrily as he replayed what happened last week. Being ambushed by several Anbu and kidnapped temporarily. When he woke up, he could only realize in horror that the rest of the jury voted guilty, a decision that was irreversible. Tears of shame fell down his eyes, joined by his students Choji, Ino, and Hinata. Choji was crying especially hard as he needed the kanabo Naruto had given him to stand up. Near them, Katetsu and Izumo could not watch as Naruto passed by them. Both of them could not believe that they, along with Asuma and Tsuchi, were ambushed by several root ninjas, kidnapped until the end of the trial. It was their fault that an honest man is going to be executed. As Naruto walked, he spotted Team Guy. All of them were crying, but were saluting Naruto. Naruto smiled sadly and said, "Most youthful my friends, I hope to see you on the other side, my eternal rivals." Guy and Lee could not help but sob even harder at Naruto's words. Tenten couldn't keep her composure and was supported by Neji, who was crying furiously. Naruto walked forward and saw Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Temari could only say a cracked goodbye, while Kankuro took off his hat and bowed at Naruto. Gaara was standing straight but had tears of sorrow coming from his eyes. He stuck out a hand in friendship to Naruto. Naruto walked over to him and shook it. "I will miss you, my demon brother," Gaara said. Naruto nodded and slowly turned back. Temari began to sob uncontrollably as Naruto smiled at the three of them. Naruto then walked by Zabuza and Shizune. Shizune was being supported by Zabuza as she sobbed. Naruto walked over to the two and smiled. "Never expected you two to be a couple," Naruto said cheekily. "Make sure to name one of your kids after Raymond." Zabuza could only chuckle sadly as the child he thought of as his son walked away, proud and courageously to certain death. Naruto continued to walk toward the execution platform. As he walked, he saw Konohamaru, Mogi, and Yuden crying as they clung to Sarutobi. Naruto chuckled as he hugged the small children and winked at the Hokage. "Make sure you teach these three. I know that they will become great," Naruto said. The old man could only nod as Naruto looked down at the three children. "Make sure you work hard. Be strong enough to carry the will of fire." "Hi Nyasin," Konohamaru said. Mogi and Yuden could only nod as Naruto walked away. Naruto smiled as he continued to walk. As he got nearer to the execution platform, he ignored the cries of hate and curses from many of the villagers. He did not wince as a small child threw a stone at him. He did not cry when a woman struck him with a thorny vine. He did not care when a village man threw garbage all over him. He stood straight and tall as he walked through the mob. He turned and saw old man Tsuchi sobbing in shame as his daughter Aim supported him. Naruto grinned sadly at the pair. Ankai, a bear, and Azrael were watching with stoic faces. They were all holding a small medallion that was directly connected to Shikukanzas. When he gave the signal, all hell will break loose. A bear's niece, Kari, was waiting with them. "Do you have the scroll with Naruto's stuff?" a bear whispered to Azrael. Azrael nodded and patted his pocket. "Good, now all we have to wait for is Shikukanzas' signal," a bear said. Naruto slowly walked up to the execution platform. With each step he took, the crowd became more and more silent with anticipation. Naruto turned and saw a bear, Azrael, and Ankai standing together. All three of them caught Naruto's eye and winked simultaneously. Inwardly Naruto cheered. "He's coming." Naruto turned to the platform. He immediately spotted Tsunade, who was biting her lip fiercely. Beside her were Kaharu, who was looking regretfully at Naruto, and Hamura, who was smirking in delight. Beside Kaharu was the Ninja Council, all of them looking at Naruto with shame in their eyes. By Hamura were the Civilian Council, all of them could not hide their glee. On another side of the execution platform, the daimyo was there watching stonily as Naruto walked to his death without any signs of fear. Beside him, his 12 guards saluted Naruto as he turned to them. Naruto strode over to a structure of 2 poles. Attached to the poles were thick chains and shackles. Naruto watched emotionlessly as the Anbu shackled his arms and attached a thick iron shackles to his ankles. He looked up to see Kakashi weeping. In Kakashi's hand was the Chidori. Naruto looked up at the sky. The sky began thundering as thick drops of rain fell down. It's like the skies are crying for Naruto, Tsunade noted. Beside, Hiashi nodded in agreement. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to be executed today for attacking a Konoha shinobi and for interfering on an SS class mission. The punishment is death, Hamura said. Well duh, I can see that you old hag, Naruto said. It would be best if you watch your mouth, Akujo said threateningly. Naruto stuck out her tongue. Oh, shove it up your ass with broken glass, you pink-haired, ass-kissing, father-fucking excuse for a banshee whore. Naruto spat back. What did you say? I bet you would fuck Orochimaru for a used condom, Naruto said. Tsunade had to hide a chuckle as Akujo became more and more red. Shut up, why should I? I'm pretty much a dead man. I'm just trying to have fun, Naruto said unconcernedly. I mean, loosen up, or is that thong you're wearing for Hamura is too tight? You. Oh, and Sasuke-chan, where is that snake faggot? Naruto asked. He turned and saw Sasuke near the Civilian Council with Sakura by his side. Oi Sasuke, Itachi showed me a picture of your mother and she's hot, Naruto called out. Naruto smirked when he saw Sasuke turn to him. Shut up, dobe. Oh, I'm the dobe. Looks who's in a full body cast? Be quiet. Sasuke-kun is the best, Sakura screamed. Naruto grinned. He turned his back to the Civilian Council and done one of the most vulgar insults without words. He mooned the council. There, that's what I think of you. You bunch of uptight pasty-ass kisses, money laundering motherfuckers, Naruto shouted. Many of the shinobis could not help laugh at Naruto's attitude in the face of death. A bear smirked. Smart, insulting the council to stall as much time as he can. Naruto pulled his pants back up and flipped the council off. Put this in your shitty wallets. Naruto Uzumaki, you will be quiet. Fuck off. Oh, I forgot, Naruto said. I have the scrolls to the secret to the Flying Thunder God technique. You do? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded cheekily. Yup, and guess what? I destroyed it. You what? Akujo screamed. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her. I was planning to give it to Tsunade, but you council just pissed me off, so I decided to destroy it along with my mother's scrolls, which contained the summoning scrolls for the dragons. Just wanted to let you know what you lost before I died, Naruto said. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a bear, Unkai, and Azrael pat the top of their heads and vanish. Naruto grinned and looked at his executioner. Alright Kakashi, I've said my piece, so hit me with your best shot, Naruto bellowed. Everyone was unnerved at Naruto's anger. Come on Kakashi, do it. Kill the son of your beloved sensei. Kill the son of the man that saved this fucking village. Kill the son of the yondaime. Kill the person that saved this fucking village from a Biju during the invasion. What are you waiting for? Kill me, Naruto said. He noted with savage happiness that Kakashi seemed to cringe at every sentence he shouted. He also noted with happiness that many of the civilians looked at Naruto with shock. Kakashi, you will kill Naruto now, Akujo screamed. No, Kakashi said. What did you say? No, Kakashi bellowed. I will not kill him. I will kill him then, Sakura demanded. She pulled out a kunai and strode over to Naruto. Any last words, Naruto? Sakura said. Naruto grinned. You look like a guy. Does that mean Sasuke's gay? Die, Sakura screamed. Naruto watched fearlessly as the kunai came closer and closer to his heart. Ninpu, chakra shockwave. A humongous shockwave blew everyone off the platform except for Naruto. In front of him was a red-haired man wearing a black vest, boots, and loose cargo pants. On his back was a katana that was adorned with a red dragon. The man quickly ripped off the shackles with his bare hands. Naruto swayed unsteadily as he popped in a pill the man gave him. Thanks, Naruto said gratefully. The man nodded and gave him the katana his back. Around the platform, many had run away, including the shinobis. The only ones that were in the area were the Civilian Council members, Hamura, Sakura and Sasuke. Tsunade and the other shinobis had hidden in the area around, eager to see what would happen next. Root, arrest them, Hamura said. Instantly 50 ninjas in identical uniforms surrounded the pair. Santoryu, Onigiri, 15 of the root ninjas were sliced up. In their place was a bear. He had a sword in each hand and one in his mouth. A bear glared at the root ninjas as they regrouped. Panda, slam. Unkai came out of the sky and body slammed 5 of the root ninjas, crushing their body. Unkai quickly stood up and punched a root ninja so hard that the man exploded. Shigen 10 root ninjas fell down dead with a small hole in the middle of their forehead. Azrael dodged a flurry of kunes and stabbed his index finger through the man's skull. Shiku Kansas, I think it's time for us to go, Azrael said. Just as he finished his statement, a huge explosion occurred near the council members, taking out a group of root ninjas. Jin appeared near Azrael carrying a weapon that was a mix between a bazooka and a revolver. It was nearly 8 feet long, made of cast iron, and must have weighed around half a ton. Jin grinned as he pointed the weapon at a group of root ninjas. Say hello to my little friend, Jin said. He pulled the trigger and a shell came flying toward the ninjas. The ninjas jumped but not fast enough to escape the explosion. Jin laughed as he pulled a lever. A circular piece moved with an ominous chunk sound and stopped with a loud clank. Jin fired the weapon again, killing 3 members of the civilian council. Naruto jumped down from the platform. He quickly battled himself through a clump of root ninjas until he was standing before Sasuke and Sakura. He kicked Sakura away and used his katana to peel away Sasuke's cast away from his face. After the cast was ripped off, he placed his hand around Sasuke's eyes and gathered chakra. Say goodbye to your Sharingan, Naruto said. Behind him, Azrael was defending Naruto from the root ninjas as they desperately tried to rescue Sasuke. Bloodline, destroyer, Naruto bellowed. A huge indigo fire blasted from Naruto's hand and straight into Sasuke's eyes. My eyes, Sasuke screamed. The cry was so piercing that the battle stopped, and everyone looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto picked Sasuke up and threw Sasuke away from him. Everyone could see as a large, diseased black piece of flesh formed on Sasuke's forehead. Sakura ran over to Sasuke. What did you do to him? I took away his bloodline forever, Naruto said. He jumped away and decapitated a root ninja. Beside him, Azrael put 2 fists together and pointed it at a council member and several root ninjas around her. Rakyashiki Aogi, Rakaugen, a focus blast of chakra fired at the group. Naruto watched in fascination as all of them exploded in a shower of blood, bones, and gore. The root ninjas that were clipped by the blast had chunks of their flesh blown to pieces. He turned to another large group of root shinobis and made a hand seal. Ninpu, chakra box. 20 shinobis were caught in a blue box made of completely of chakra. The shinobis cried out in pain as the chakra ate their skin when it made contact. Azrael made another hand seal. Pierce, chakra spears appeared all around the box. The spears impaled the box and the occupants inside. After several seconds, the box collapsed to reveal dead shinobis. Shiku Kansas eyed the 10 root ninjas around him. Faster than any of root ninjas could see, he made a long string of hand seals and clapped his hands. From the sky, 10 huge dragons made of lightning fried the root ninjas until they were pieces of crisp. Jin was cackling as he slammed the butt of his gun at the head of a root ninja before pointing it at a group of fleeing people. The shell flew toward the group and exploded right in the middle of it, killing at least 5 council members. Kari giggled as she swung her chain upwards, knocking a root ninja away and impaling his comrade. She reeled her chain back and slammed it into a group of ninjas, slicing one and impaling another. A ninja grabbed the chain and tried to yank it from Kari. Kari grinned and channeled chakra. The ninja was burned by the chakra and died. Akujo panted as she ran away from the battlefield escorted by 15 root ninjas. They ran into the forest where they were expecting to meet up with another group of shinobis. Sound shinobis. What they found was a bear decapitating a lone sound shinobi while all around him 50 carcasses were painting the ground red. A bear spotted them and grinned. Welcome to my paradise, the lake of blood. Immediately all of the root ninjas were crushed by a huge killing intent that crashed down on them. They could only watch in terror as a bear systematically executed the ninjas one by one until Akujo was left. Since you are the one that sentenced my friends to death, I show you something special. Kayatoryu, Asura. Akujo watched in horror as there appeared to be 3 bears attached together. All of their eyes glared on Akujo as they charged at her. Kayatoryu, Asura Kaikira Tsukurao. There was a silver flash that appeared in the clearing. A bear jumped back and looked at his work. Akujo was cut as if 9 blades went through her 9 times all at the same time. She was nothing more than small pieces. A bear smirked and jumped out of the clearing, hoping there were more shinobis to kill. Kari smiled a bit nervously as she found herself trapped in a corner and surrounded by root ninjas. The lead root ninja chuckled evilly as he and his comrades made hand seals for a jutsu. Kari began making hand seals as well and inhaled deeply. Kaiten, Dragon King Flame. A gout of bright blue fire streaked toward the root ninjas. All of them screamed as the fire ate at their skin at an extremely fast rate. Soon, there was nothing left of the ninjas except ash. Azrael sighed in boredom as he dodged a ninjato. He jabbed his finger in the man's lung before sending a fist at another. Azrael quickly rolled and kicked out. Renyaku, a chakra blade appeared and decapitated 2 ninjas and slicing through 4. Azrael eyed the massive shinobis getting too close to his liking. He went into a stance much like the gentle fist, Rakyashiki. Haretsu. Azrael punched out at the mass of people, sending people flying from a chakra shockwave. Those near his fist turned to mush due to the sheer amount of energy Azrael fired. Soon there were no shinobis left around him. Azrael stood up and dusted bits of bone powder and dust that had landed on his suit. Panda, smash. Unkai absorbed a kick from the root and sent back a double-fisted blowback. The root ninja was sent flying backwards into his comrades. Unkai stomped the ground, sending a small earthquake that caused a large crater in the ground. Several root ninjas fell into the hole. Unkai jumped up high and crushed all of them inside of the crater. Unkai jumped up again and landed in front of a single root. As the root ninja was going through hand seals, Unkai grabbed one of the root's fingers and held up his pinky. Wushu art. The finger hold. Unkai dropped his pinky. All at once a massive blast occurred, wiping the root ninja out of existence. Naruto and Shikukanzas were blowing and blasting away root ninjas with several strong water and wind ninjutsu. Naruto laughed aloud as he made several hand seals and spat out water. Suiton. Great water flood. Naruto jumped up high and spat enough water to make a lake. Several ninjas and a council member were drowned immediately. Many more others were floundering in the deep water. Shikukanzas winked at Naruto and made an hand seal. Fueton. Sub-Zero Storm. An extremely cold blast of wind landed directly on the lake. Within a few seconds, the water turned into a block of ice. Many ninjas tried to use Kaiten jutsus, only to have it blown out by the fiercely cold wind Shikukanzas made. After a couple of seconds, all of the ninjas were dead, frozen. Naruto took great pleasure in kicking the head of a council member, smashing the head into small pieces. Naruto grunted as he blocked the ninjatos of 5 root ninjas. He shoved them away and spun around before they could react, slicing their stomachs open. He looked around and saw Hamura, Skura, and Sasuke. Naruto grinned as he saw Sasuke having a seizure in pain. Oji, Naruto called out. Shikukanzas turned and saw Naruto pointing at Hamura, Sakura, and Sasuke. Hamura was gesturing wildly at a grove of trees. Shikukanzas saw a flash of steel. Naruto, come on. Naruto nodded and ran after Shikukanzas. As they got closer to the grove, Naruto growled in anger. Stone nins, what the hell is that old bitch thinking? Naruto said. Shiku nodded in agreement. Risking something as supposedly as valuable as Sasuke, Shikukanzas said. He flashed through a long series of hand seals. Naruto's eyes widened as after nearly 50 seals Shikukanzas made another series of one-handed hand seals while cutting open his palm with a knife made of jade. Kuchius. Kuryuujin. Time seemed to stand still as a humongous cloud of smoke covered all of Konoha. The stone ninjas glared at Hamura as she looked around in fright. In the nearby trees, many Hyugas activated their Byakugan only to faint as their eyes were blinded by a bright light. Every shinobi could feel a humongous chakra source, rivaling even the Kyuubi. Naruto looked at his uncle wide-eyed as a roar was heard. The roar was like 1,000 thunders, fiercer than anything they have experienced, and pierced everyone's bones in fear. Soon a huge gust of wind blew away the smoke. "Oh Kami," Jiraiya gasped. Nearby him, Tsunade could only nod in dumb amazement at the Shikukanzas' shinobi. A crimson dragon, so big that its body circled the Konoha walls over 5 times. The dragon's claws gripped the walls as its massive head looked down at the village. The dragon roared even louder, shaking small buildings down. The dragon looked up at the sky and blew a gout of fire, so bright and large that it was like a second sun had appeared. In every corner of the land, people winced and squinted as a massive flash of light surged through the sky. Sarutobi gaped openly at the dragon. A summon like that must cost a godly amount of power. Truly, if this Shikukanzas could summon a beast like this so easily, he could easily destroy any village. Tawik Uzumaki, why have you summoned me? The dragon rumbled. All of the ninjas could only stare in amazement at the gigantic dragon. Unkai, a bear, and Azrael were reminded again at why this man was chosen to guard the Tome of Secrets. Kuryuujin-sama, I need you to help myself, my nephew, and my companions to escape this village and intimidate the ninjas. The dragon snorted, sending a humongous plume of smoke up in the sky. "Fine then, jump on," the dragon said. The dragon lowered his massive head. Shikukanzas jumped on the dragon's head. Naruto pumped a humongous amount of chakra in his legs, but had to claw himself up. Kuryuujin turned to the grove and inhaled. He then blew a humongous stream of fire at the stone ninjas. Naruto smiled grimly as he heard the shriek of pain as all of the stone ninjas were burned to oblivion along with Hamura. Naruto saw the Sakura was also caught in the fire and burned severely while Sasuke's left arm was burnt to crisp. "Alright Kuryuujin, turn southwards," Shikukanzas said. The dragon turned its great head to where the Azrael, Abair, Gen, Kari, and Ankai were. Shikukanzas made several hand seals and punched at the group. Ninpu. Dragon sleeves. 2 dragons flew out of Shikukanzas' sleeves. The dragon flew down and wrapped around Ankai, Azrael, Gen, Kari, and Abair were. Shikukanzas made a huge heave and hauled all 5 of them onto the dragon's head. "Now, Dragon's Maw Island." The dragon roared loudly as it uncurled its great body, crushing many of the trees. The dragon crouched them jumped, sending a wind so powerful that the parts of Konoha's wall were blown down. The dragon roared again and slammed his tail, shaking the ground so hard that the great gates of Konoha fell. Woo-woo-woo-woo, Naruto and Kari whooped as the dragon flew through the sky. Near Naruto, Ankai, Abair, and Jin were crying in fear at the speed the dragon flew. Shikukanzas laughed merrily while Azrael watched the group stoically. For the next months, Konoha was in shambles. Tsunade smiled inwardly as she declared martial law where all the power laid on the military council and the Hokage. At once, she declared that all missions were on halt to quickly repair the village as possible. Thanks to many of the Jounins using clones, the village was up and running in a week. However, Konoha was also suffering a huge wound on its finances. San had pulled back its alliance and accepted a new one with Mist, thanks to a letter by Shikukanzas. Snow, Waterfall, and Wave have also joined in this finances, cutting Konoha from many of its usual resources and customers. The daimyo had proved true in his threat and cut 25% from Konoha's budget, a surprisingly high amount to everyone. Shino sighed as he waited for his team at Training Ground 26. He looked over to clearing where a stone monument was raised. The monument was a simple black piece of marble with a bronze plate on it. The bronze plate was in the shape of a circle and emblazoned with Naruto's name and a sword. Shino smiled as he saw several tokens that many ninjas and admirers had placed at the monument. He chuckled lightly as he saw a sleeping mask from Shikamaru, a finely made tachi by Tenten, a frying pan from Choji, a dog plushie from Kiba, dumbbells from Lee, and a crystal ball from Hinata and Niji. He turned when he heard footsteps behind him. He reached for his chain, but stopped when he saw 3 small children holding a box. Hello, Shino said, "What are you doing here?" A small boy with a long scarf swallowed nervously before speaking. "Sir, we just wanted to leave a little gift for Naruto's monument," the boy said. Shino nodded and stepped away. He hid in the bushes and listened in as the boy and his friends knelt by the monument. "Hey boss, I know you're not dead, but I just wish you were here. Our sensei said that me and my 2 friends are really amazing and I said, it was all thanks to you. I hope that someday I could be just as amazing as you." The small boy wiped his tears and placed a box with pictures of pranks in them. The boy and his friends giggled a bit before leaving. Shino smiled softly before leaving a small bug on the monument. As the weeks went by, Konoha issued a new upgraded bingo book. Naruto was counted as an S-class ninja along with Ankai, Abair, and Azrael. Shikukanzas however was placed as an SS-class ninja. Kiba chuckled as he read the description under Naruto. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Age: 16. Specialty: Suiton Kaiten and Fuiton Ninjutsus. Kenjutsu: Summoning Toads and Ravens. Taijutsu: Special note, Kaiten jutsus do not affect him, has extremely high chakra, relative of Shikukanzas, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. "Hey Kiba, where are you?" Kiba looked up to see Kin. Next to her was Taya. Despite being a known sound nin, she was pardoned under the condition she would be on good behavior for a year. She was relatively friendly behind where Sailor's mouth. "Over here Kin," Kiba said. Kin and Taya hurried over to Kiba's side. "Hey Kiba, have you seen Gaara?" "Gaara, what for?" Kiba asked perplexed. Kin twitched her head over to Taya. Taya was blushing brightly and muttering under her breath. Kiba chuckled as he caught on. "Oh, right. Well, Gaara was over at Shikamaru's house. I still can't believe that Temari and Shikamaru are dating. I thought that Temari liked Naruto. She did, but after Shikamaru saved her on a mission once, she's become infatuated with him despite his lazy nature," Ken explained. "Anyway, we got to go. I want to see Taya ask Gaara out. Later then," Kiba said. "Oh yeah, Choji wanted me to tell you that if you're not busy, You can eat teriyaki steak at his house. Alright teriyaki, Kiba said. Come on Akamaru. Kiba bounded away on all four, hurrying to Choji's house. Since Naruto was gone, Choji had become the cook of the bunch, cooking food for their parties and gatherings. As Kiba ran, he spotted Jiraiya peeking. He snickered as Jiraiya froze into a block of ice. He quickly ran by the pervert and into the forest. As he ran through, he stopped to see Iruka train in Kenjutsu with Zabuza. Kiba watched in surprise as he watched his old teacher go head-to-head with Zabuza. Surprisingly, Iruka was much faster than Zabuza, and his speed helped him to counter against Zabuza's greater strength. Kiba shrugged and moved on. He passed by Ino and Hinata picking flowers in a meadow. Kiba waved at them. They smiled and waved back. He continued on his way but spotted a long list of curses coming from a familiar person. Hey Sasuke, how's the left eye? Oh, I forgot, you don't have one, Kiba said vindictively. Sasuke whirled around. Kiba snickered as the black fleshy mass on Sasuke's head visibly moved. He gagged at the sight. What are you doing here Kiba Inuyasaka? Sasuke asked. Nothing, just wanting to say hi to my favorite crippled jackass without a Sharingan, Kiba said. Anyway don't talk as if you're a higher rank than me. I'm a Chunin while you're still a Genin. Sasuke Takubetsu Jonin's status was revoked under unanimous vote from Tsunade, Sarutobi, and the daimyo. Shut up, Sasuke automatically tried to do seals, but he couldn't do them with only one arm. Kiba just flicked Sasuke off. Sasuke tried to kick Kiba, but thanks to his long hospital stay, Sasuke's kick was like a Genin's. Kiba easily grabbed his leg and threw Sasuke against a tree. Have a nice day dope, Kiba shouted out as he vanished in the foliage. Ha 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 ha. Kiba smirked as he heard Sasuke's shout of rage. As he went through the foliage, he saw a small brown-haired kid and two of his friends sticking on the walls of an alley. He waited silently as Sakura came through the alley wearing skimpy clothes. Fire! The small kid shouted. He and his two friends bombarded Sakura with a mixture of stink bomb and raw rotten eggs. Sakura shrieked in anger as she tried to avoid the bombs. Kiba almost laughed out loud when the kids jumped down, and each of them stomped on Sakura's head. They giggled a bit before running away. Kiba smiled widely and went on his way. He finally arrived at Choji's house. He went through the open kitchen window and bounded onto the table just in time to see Choji finish the last strip of teriyaki chicken. "Nuu," Kiba cried. Choji noticed him and waved. "Hi Kiba, just in time. I just had a new batch cooling. Do you want some?" "Yes," Kiba said happily. Akamaru yipped in happiness as Choji bought in a big plate piled with teriyaki chicken and steak. He handed Kiba a bowl of rice and chopsticks and placed some pieces of meat on a plate for Akamaru. "I did Akamasu," Kiba shouted before digging in eagerly. As the dog pair ate, Choji began talking. "Hey Kiba, my dad just got back on a mission." "That's good. Any word from Naruto?" "Actually, yeah. What's going on with Naruto? Have you heard about the new government in Kiri?" "No, what happened?" "Well, the Shikukansas had completely revamped and changed the govt for the last 5 years actually. However, he has become the new Mizukage and has set up a new council training and economy. Wave has been absorbed into Kiri, making Kiri the economic power of the land." "What about Konoha's military strength?" Choji chuckled mirthlessly. "Konoha's strength has severely suffered from the Uchiha v Uzumaki trial. Our military budget has been but more than 10%, and many of our top missions have been taken by mist. What happened to ninjas like Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma? HMPH. In addition to Shikukansas, the Dragon of the Mist, they have a Bear the Bloody Swordsman, Azrael the Death Dealer, Unkai the Panda Fist, along with other S-class ninjas, such as Jinkaku the Devil's Eye, Kisame the Beast of the Mist, Jin the Dwarf Sage, Musama, the Fierce Drunkard, and Naruto. Does he have a nickname? Choji grinned. Yeah, Naruto earned his nickname on a mission where he single-handedly stormed a rebel stronghold, killed every rebel, and freed every slave. Wow, Naruto's been busy. What's his nickname? Naruto the of the Storm Sword. He literally summoned a gigantic hurricane and tore down the stronghold, earning his name. Well, let's toast to the new ninja. Naruto of the Storm Sword, Kiba said. Choji chuckled also and tapped his glass with Kiba's. I wonder if we'll ever see him again, Kiba wondered. He looked outside. Oh crap, it's evening. I have to meet my team. Well, good luck on your next mission, Neo-san and Sama. Say hi to the Burning Beetle and Shadow Arrow for me, Steel Wolf. Kiba grinned as he waved goodbye to his friend. Chapter 29. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. 5 years later, how far we've come. Tsunade sighed as she went over paperwork again. She swore every time that she asked old man Saratobi how to do paperwork quickly, he would just grin mischievously and say look in the mirror. She took a quick sip of sake and swilled it in her mouth, appreciating the taste. Ah, sake from Wave. It's the best, Tsunade said. She looked down and immediately glared at the paper. It was a form under Genjutsu for a recommendation. Kai. The Genjutsu cleared up to reveal a form for the promotion of Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade ripped it to pieces and threw it out of the window. Goddamn, council, Tsunade screamed. Tsunade-sama, please calm down, you're scaring little Shoyu, Shizune said. In her arms, her son giggled as he waved at Tsunade. Ba-chan. Shoyu giggled. Tsunade could not help but smile at the cute dark-haired baby. There was a loud thud outside, along with cries from Iruka. No, no, bad Hanami, put down the explosion tag. No, want boom boom, a child's voice screamed. There was a loud hissing noise from the hallway. Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard running, giggling, and thud. Fire in the hole, Iruka shouted. Boom! Tsunade avoided the blast that blew up her paperwork. She smiled in happiness as she watched her desk fly out of the Hokage tower. She looked around and saw that her safe cabinet was untouched. Shizune watched with a small sigh of exasperation as her sensei danced in joy. Little Shuyu clapped his hand as he giggled. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Tsunade turned to see an Anbu captain and two Anbus. She compassed herself before speaking. I'm alright, the only thing is that my desk along with all of my paperwork flew out because of the explosion. The Anbu captain turned behind and waved his hand. The two Anbu ninjas behind him came in carrying large stacks of paperwork. Here you go Hokage-sama. We were able to collect all of the paperwork that flew out, except one containing a form for Sakura Haruno's promotion, the Anbu captain said. Tsunade nearly cried as she saw her free afternoon fly out of window. She could only watch in sadness as the Anbus placed the paperwork by her safe cabinet. She dismissed the Anbus and glared at the pile of papers. I hate you. Hokage-sama, may I come in? Tsunade turned around to see a singed, ash-covered Iruka carrying his spotless baby girl, Hanami. The girl waved at Tsunade and cried out in delight when she saw Shoyu. Iruka chuckled as he placed her down near Shoyu. Tsunade-sama, I apologize for the explosion earlier. Hanami seems to have an enthusiasm to blowing things up just like her mother. Boom boom paper. Hanami screamed pulling out another explosion tag. Iruka's eyes widened as the explosion tag seemed to light up. Hanami placed it on the Tsunade's paperwork and giggled. The adults picked up the babies and ran out of the room just in time. Boom. Tsunade peered in eagerly to see a smoldering mass of ash just where her paperwork used to be. She danced in happiness as she ran to where her safe cabinet was. Thank Kami she had the foresight of having Jiraiya place an impact barrier on the cabinet. Yay! Boom boom! Hanami cried. Iruka was about to say an apology, but Tsunade grabbed Hanami and hugged her tightly. Thank you. How about Ba-chan treat you to dango? Tsunade said happily. Dango, Hanami said happily. Bossen, I want ramen, Shoyu said in a pleading voice. Tsunade turned and stared right into Shoyu's big puppy eyes. She sighed in defeat. Okay little Shoyu, we'll go to Akarui Ichitaba, Tsunade said. The baby squealed in delight. In the restaurant Akuri Ichitaba, the co-owners Tucci and Mairu were serving customers in the busy lunch rush. The restaurant was formed around a month after Naruto's escape. Tucci, Mairu, and Dama decided to combine Ichiraku, Yakiniku-Q, and the Dango stall to form this restaurant. It was a huge hit, and many jounin shinobis and respected people come to this humble little restaurant. Tsunade opened the flap and waved to him. Hi, am table for 5. Afternoon Hokage-sama, wait just a minute while I find a table for you, Am said. Tsunade sat down on one of the benches nearby as she waited. She glanced outside and reflected on the past 3 years since Naruto's escape. For the past 5 years, the balance of power has shifted to Kiri. Kiri was now the #1 power of the land, controlling the ocean through the recent invention of floating forts equipped with cannons. They have allied themselves with sand and snow. Wave has officially accepted a colonial status to Mist and treated as citizens of Mist. Konoha has been able to keep its status and save an alliance with Sand. Sand was most unwilling until the Mizukage had agreed to keep a neutral stance to Konoha, but still retain a friendly relation to Sand. Since then, Sand has prospered to Konoha's level, while Stone and Cloud along with Grass, Star, and Rain have formed an alliance. Within Konoha, many of the rookies that have participated in the Chunin exams 5 years ago have ascended the ranks. Ino and Hinata are now Takubetsu Jonins, along with Lee and Tenten. Ino and Hinata have a specialty in healing, while Lee has one in Taijutsu. Tenten on the other hand has one in Kenjutsu. Niji Kiba and Shikamaru have been promoted to jounins and are recognized as high-classing ninjas on other countries' bingo book. Shino has achieved the most out of all of them and is an S-class Anbu captain known as the Burning Beetle of Konoha. Naruto's girlfriends have also gained recognition. Kin has decided to become a full-time doctor in the hospital, lightening Tsunade's burden greatly. She has introduced breakthroughs such as using high-frequency sounds to painlessly subdue frantic patients and use soothing music to calm quicken PTS among ninjas, becoming one of the leading trauma surgeons in the hospital. Haku have become a jounin and joined Team 7, taking Anko's place when Anko decided to be an academy teacher along with her husband, Iruka. Haku's skill with Hyutenjutsus have exponentially increased under training with Mira, gaining the respect of all of the shinobis in Konoha. In Sand, Gaara has become the new Kazekage. Surprisingly, he was soon to be married to his longtime girlfriend Taiya, a Takubetsu jounin. His siblings Kankuro and Tamari have become jounins as well. From what Tsunade could tell, Naruto was doing very well. During the Mist and Cloud War 3 years ago, Naruto had distinguished himself. He was an elite jounin and leader of a group called the Banished Heroes. Each member of this famous group has been labeled S-class by all of the nations. It included a bear, Azrael, Jin, Kari, Unkai, and Kisame. This group alone stormed the village of Cloud and destroyed the place. Naruto was given SS status when reports of Naruto moving as fast as light killing 3 S-class Cloud shinobis, including the Raikage with Kenjutsu summoning flocks of savage ravens, packs of huge, snarling foxes, flooding the village with ice-cold water, and causing 3 giant fire tornadoes that blasted the village apart. After Cloud's surrender, Naruto gained a huge amount of fame and a new nickname as a result of this. Naruto, the Demon of the Bloody Storm. Hokage-sama, your table is ready, Ayam said. When the Hokage didn't respond, she cautiously waved her hand in front of the Hokage. Tsunade gave a small jump in surprise. Sorry Ayam, Tsunade said. Ayam smiled kindly. It's alright Tsunade-sama. Meanwhile in Kurigakure, the village streets were barren as a fierce storm was raging. Nearly everyone was inside as the howling chilling winds flew throughout the streets. Inside the strong houses, people could hear the soft booms as the waves crashed upon the rocks. However, despite this fierce storm, one person was having the time of his life. Wahoo! Naruto shouted ecstatically. He was on top of the rooftops flying. He was testing out a new invention called a glider, built by Jin. Despite Jin's warnings, Naruto had taken the glider and jumped off the highest point, only to be carried high above the sea by the fierce winds. Naruto skillfully glided through the winds, swooping down at breakneck speeds, only to pull up at the last second. This is great, Naruto screamed. Can you land now? Kyuubi asked. I'm getting queasy just looking through your eyes. Naruto didn't respond, but pulled his glider up so that they were going higher and higher. Naruto cheated by using some chakra to glide as high as possible. When the height was good enough, he steered so that he was right above Kurigakure. He chuckled evilly as he peered down. Uncle should be coming out in about 3, 2, 1, Naruto said evilly. Naruto, what are you doing? Kyuubi asked nervously. Naruto's silence made her extremely nervous. She saw through Naruto's eyes, a man wearing a dark red robe. It finally hit her what Naruto was planning. Naruto, you are not. Banzai, Naruto shouted. He dived at nearly a straight drop at his uncle. He grinned evilly as he saw his target come closer and closer. Naruto, Kyuubi screamed in his mind. Naruto ignored her. He kept the glider straight at his target. Unkali, Naruto shouted as he was 20 feet high. The man looked at Naruto and was about to shout in shock. Naruto snickered at the look of horror before the man exploded. Naruto was sent flying into the Mizukage's office. He tumbled several times before stopping at the foot of the Mizukage's desk. Nice try Naruto, but I knew you were going to do something like that. Still, I have to congratulate you on your ingenuity. No one else would have considered dive bombing a person by free falling from more than 1,000 feet, Shiku Kansas said. He chuckled as Naruto jumped to his feet and glared at his uncle. Over the past 5 years, Naruto underwent a huge change physically. Naruto was now 6 feet tall, weighing over 300 pounds due to his muscles compacting to near iron hardness and his bones becoming harder than steel. His blonde hair had grown a bit longer but still messy. His blonde hair still had its red streaks, and Naruto had also grown a small black braid at the back of his head. His clothes had changed also. Instead of a black overcoat, he wore a dark blue hooded overcoat with no sleeves and a spiral made of 9 golden flames. Inside, he wore a mist jounin flak vest, long-sleeve dark red shirt, long black cargo pants, and steel-toed boots. He also wore his red scarf arm bracers and steel-backed fingerless gloves. On his waist, he wore a full-length black scabbard sheathing his sword. "Naruto, if you do that again, I swear I will rip out of this seal even if it kills both of you." Kyuubi screamed. "How are you able to thwart every prank I make?" Naruto asked, frustrated. Shiku Kansas chuckled. "Us Uzumakas are famous as pranksters. I was the best out of the best. That's why I'm called Tawik," Shiku Kansas said proudly. "Anyway, why do I still call you Shiku Kansas? Can't I call you Uncle Tawik?" His uncle shook his head. "Shiku Kansas implies the feeling you have before being executed. It's much fiercer than trickster. So, has any shinobi talked back to me? Damn it. Anyway, Naruto, I have a mission for you," Shiku Kansas said. "This is a solo S-class mission." Naruto nodded. "Where is it?" As you may already not know, a Megacure has been under the leadership of the ninja Hanzo. This ninja is extremely powerful. However, there have been several disturbing rumors that Hanzo was defeated by an even more powerful ninja. I want you to infiltrate the village and either confirm or deny the authenticity of these rumors. How long? As long as needed, Shiku Kansas said. Also, do not kill any Rainins if you can help it. It would not do to cause political turmoil. Hi, Mizukage-sama. Now get out of here. Get. Naruto hurried back to his flat. He smiled despite the heavy rain. He finally had a mission that has a high chance of battling a strong ninja. He jumped off a roof and jumped down to his apartment. He quickly opened the lock and walked inside. "Naruto, goddammit, close the door. It's freezing outside." Naruto winced as he closed the door. He looked over to see Kari wrapped up in several thick blankets drinking tea. Naruto could see that she was shivering despite the thick woolen blankets. "Are you okay, Kari?" "No, I am not fucking okay. I'm fucking cold in this goddamn storm. Angry that fucking bastard broke up with me. And I'm in goddamn pain because I'm in my fucking period." By the Kari had finished ranting, Naruto was coming back from her room. She noticed that Naruto had a pleased smirk on his face. "What are you so goddamn pleased about, fuckface?" "Kari, just rest. If you really feel that bad, it's not good for you to be walking around." "I'm not a ninpu." Paralyzing stare. Kari immediately stiffened up as the jutsu took effect. Naruto scooped her up in her arms and carried her to her room. Without a word, he gently placed her in her bed and between the bed sheets. He made a hand seal and tapped her. "What the fuck was hey? These sheets feel so warm and toasty," Kari said. "What did you do to it?" "On the side of your mattress, I placed a seal that would heat the bed for 6 hours at a time. All you need to do is apply a drop of blood," Naruto said. "On your night table, there's a summoning seal that stores hot tea and soup." "Naruto, that's so sweet," Kari said. Naruto shrugged. "You're having a bad day. Friends help each other," Naruto said kindly. He tucked in the sheets between the mattresses. Kari sighed as the warmth relieved her sore muscles. "Why can't you be my boyfriend, Naruto? We're already sharing the same apartment," Kari asked. "I've told you already. I already have 2 girlfriends. I won't cheat on them," Naruto said. "Come on, Naruto. They live in Konoha." "I'm right here," Kari said. "You know, the reason why your boyfriend broke up with you is mostly due to a bear," Naruto said. "Uncle, what did he do?" "A bear threatened your boyfriend that if Kari was ever hurt that he would come over and cut your boyfriend into slices thinner than sashimi," Naruto said. "A bear then pulls out his swords and chopped a whole tree into 1-inch blocks in front of your boyfriend." Kari growled as she snuggled deeper into her sheets. "I am going to kill Uncle with my chain sword Shinka. You're good with that sword, granted, but you still can't beat me. How do you expect to beat a bear, sensei?" "Shut up, your sword's flame is as cold as hell," Kari said teasingly. She yawned loudly. "Bye, Kari, I'll see you in a month," Naruto said. He kissed her cheek before walking out of the room. Naruto went to his room and quickly pulled out a small scroll labeled S rank on his scroll shelf. He deftly summoned the contents on the floor. That included 3 small scrolls labeled weapons, food, money, and supplies. He placed them in various pockets in his vest. He grabbed a kunai and shuriken pouch and placed them on his right leg. He grabbed a small tag with a summoning seal for 3-prong kunais he used for the flying god technique. After checking that he had everything, he walked out of the apartment. He climbed up on the railings and jumped on a rooftop. He began running to the gates of the village. As he ran, he saw several shinobis running on top of the rooftops. Many of them saluted as he was the second strongest ninja aside from the Mizukage. "Hey, Naruto, Nai-san." Naruto turned to see Inari waving at him excitedly. Naruto grinned as he waved back to the young genin. Inari was one of the first graduates of the Mizukage's reformed school. Inari had graduated one of the best in theory, but was leagues ahead of all the other graduates in practical. Like Naruto, Inari preferred Kenjutsu, but had a talent in Genjutsu. He invented a very handy Genjutsu that projected an image of Inari spitting a flood of water and the ninja drowning in it. "How are you doing, Inari?" Fine Nai-san. Kari-sensei had been really cranky during these past several days, so I have been leading my team on her behalf. We've already done several D-ranked missions including catching Ms. Yuzai's pet raccoon. I swear, I was ready to skin it. Patience, Inari. Haven't you mastered the water clone jutsu? Naruto asked. Hi, but the hidden mist jutsu takes a huge chunk of my chakra. Well, take your teammates and yourself and do several exercises such as wall walking and water walking. Kari taught you how to do those, right? Inari nodded. Good. Also, while you're at it, strap 10-pound weights on your ankles and wrists, Naruto said. Keep your weights at all time for a week. I'm sure your chakra reserves will nearly double by the end of the week. Hi Naruto. Naruto sped up and soon reached the gates of Kurigakure. The guards saluted him as he began walking on the stormy seas to the mainland of Konoha. In Sunagakure, Gaara was sipping on his water as he read the reports of several ninjas, all wearing black robes with red clouds, attacking a team of jounins passing through the land of rain. The most disturbing thing was that the two jounins that barely escaped recognized one of the attackers, Sasori of the Red Sand, an S-rank missing nin specializing in puppetry arts. Kazuki-sama, may I enter? Gaara looked up to his teacher, council member Baki. Of course Baki-sensei. Come in, Gaara said. Baki nodded and sat in a chair in front of Gaara. What do you need? Gaara asked. I fear we have a spy on the council, Baki whispered. Gaara didn't respond. However, sand came from his gourd and covered all of the windows and doors, muffling any sound. He made a hand seal and compacted the sand to near diamond hardness. Now tell me, Gaara said. One of the council members, Yura, is acting more and more jumpy, like he knows something big is going to happen. When I mentioned the Akatsuki, I could tell from his eyes that he knew more, Baki said worriedly. Keep an eye on Yura at all times, Gaara said. Hi, Kazuki-sama. Shino and his team were traveling near the border of Rain Country. All of them have changed since Naruto's escape. Shino had become taller and liked taking risks despite all odds. Kiba had become more muscular and wilder, as well as his enormous pet, Akamaru. Shikamaru still had his lazy tendencies, but his gift, intellect and observation were unmatched by any in Konoha. Haku had become more beautiful and exponentially more deadly due to Mira's training. Shino, where are we going? To a mining city that collects huge amounts of coal for Konoha. However, it was attacked by two ninjas wearing black cloaks with red clouds. We are going to eliminate them because both are ranked S-class. Oh, Kiba said. Which ninjas are we killing? Two ninjas known as Haiden and Kazuzu. Not much is known about them except that both of them are notoriously hard to wound, Shino said. Shino made a hand signal. All of them pumped chakra in their legs and sped through the trees. Soon they reached the mining city of Oki. The streets were empty and deserted. Many buildings were crushed and broken. Small animals scurried all over the place. Good Kami. All over the streets were corpses. The streets were painted red as blood flowed down ruined buildings. Each step they made a small sucking sound due to the blood soaked on the ground. Kiba, can you smell anybody? No, the air is full of the smell of blood, Kiba said. Shino lifted his arms. Large beetles began to fly out and spread out. After several minutes, they came back. Our two targets are at the west end of the city. Both of them are fighting a woman. Soon they will enter the sewers, Shino said. Haku, you stay with me. Shika, Kiba, find a manhole and track down our two targets. We will join you as soon as we can. Kiba and Shikamaru nodded as they jumped away. Shino and Haku walked around searching where the blood flowed down the fastest. As they walked around, Shino and Haku tried to ignore the corpses everywhere. All over the city, there were corpses with expression of fear, with their eyes staring blankly into the gray skies. Haku nearly tripped over one and stumbled. Thump. Shino turned to where Haku was standing. Move, Shino said. Haku moved over, curious. Shino pulled out a kunai and propped open a manhole. Shino gestured to Haku before jumping inside. Shino grabbed the edge and swung over to the edge of the sewer to prevent any noise. Haku copied him and landed smoothly on the concrete walkway. Shino let out his bugs and had them fly in front of them. Kiba and Shikamaru were speeding along the sewer walkway, tracking the sounds of yelling and explosions. Kiba winced as the sounds bounced and echoed around, pounding his eyes. Nevertheless, he tracked the sounds where it was loudest. After several minutes running, they soon came upon demolished entrance. Kiba nodded to Akamaru. Both of them walked back and prepared to smash through the rubble. Wait, Shikamaru said. Kiba and Akamaru froze as Shikamaru made hand seals. Ninpu. Vortex Eye. On the other side of the rubble, Shikamaru could see through the shadows what was happening on the other side. I can see our two targets. However, both are battling an enormous purple flaming cat. Cat, are you okay? Kiba asked skeptically. Kiba, we aren't genins. Anyway, the cat is able to spit out flames more powerful as Shino's flames. Haiden apparently uses a three-bladed scythe. that can extend out due to a chain. Kazuzu is mainly a taijutsu fighter with the strength of Lee. However, he has 5 masks on his back, each of them a creature that can use powerful elemental ninjutsus. Right now, he is using a mask that uses Suiton and another that uses Doton. Kiba listened intently as Shikamaru observed the battle longer. Both ninjas are extremely pain tolerant, Haiden especially as he was blasted multiple times by gouts of fire, but continued to fight as normal. Kaz is also, but it seems as if a covering was protecting his body. Anything else? Yeah, Haiden is a monk of the religion that follows Jashin. Jashin? Kiba asked. Shikamaru nodded. Monks of this religion are able to transfer their pain to their enemies through a certain ritual. I'm not sure what the ritual is, but it involves the opponent's blood in a circle, so don't bleed. I think you should vote Haiden. My style of fighting isn't so good with evasion, Kiba suggested. Fine, now instead of barbarically smashing through the walls, just follow me, Shikamaru said. He made several hand seals before laying a hand on the ground. Ninpu, shadow door, Shikamaru pulled, and a door opened to reveal nothing. Shikamaru jumped in, Kiba soon followed him. On the other side of the wall, Yujito was panting as she backed up against the wall. She ducked wearily as a scythe embedded where her head was moments ago. She rolled over behind a large rock to take a breather. Haiden grinned as he raised his scythe up to slice the young woman to bits. Behind him, a door opened and Shikamaru came flying out, feet first, and kicked Haiden in the head. Haiden stumbled in surprise and fell as Kiba and Akamaru slammed into him. Kiba gave an involuntary yelp as he landed hard on his back. Woo, wasn't expecting that, Kiba said. He was a bit disoriented as he stood up. Who are you two? Kazuzu asked. We are Konoha ninjas sent to kill the ones who demolished Oki, Shikamaru said. Kazuzu nodded. Then kill the woman. She's a Jinchuriki. She set the demon on the villagers, Kazuzu said, thinking that the 2 leaf nins would do their work for them. The corpses showed signs of being killed with a scythe and beaten to death, not burned. I've been watching you two fight for several minutes now, so I definitely know it was Yuto that ravaged Oki. Haiden grinned. Well, aren't you a smart motherfucker? Eat this. Haiden swung his scythe. As the scythe sped toward Shikamaru, Shikamaru slipped into his own shadow. He then appeared behind Haiden and quickly stabbed 2 kunes into Haiden's back. Shikamaru jumped back again and stuck onto the ceiling. Haiden turned around, ignoring the 2 kunes on his back. Kazuzu, leave this one to me. Kazuzu rolled his eyes at High Partner's attitude and turned to Kiba. Kiba grunted as he popped his bones loudly and settled on all fours. He growled to Akamaru. Kiba Inuyasaka, the steel wolf of Konoha, Jounin ranked and high A ranked fighter, bounty worth 25 million, Kazuzu stated as he chuckled. He rushed toward Kiba. Kiba jumped and avoided Kazuzu's punch. Kiba landed on all fours, then charged at Kazuzu. He spun to avoid Kazuzu's next punch and swiped at Kazuzu with his steel claws. Kazuzu grunted as the claws pierced his armor and cut deep into his side. He turned and received a faceful of Akamaru's piercing fang. Akamaru tore at his face badly before jumping to Kiba's side. Kazuzu chuckled as he retrieved his face mask. He quickly tied it before turning to Kiba. Haha, not many have wounded me. I've underestimated you, but that won't happen again. Kazuzu grunted as he focused his chakra on his back. Kiba and Akamaru watched in fascination as a creature made completely of black threads pop out of his back with a hair-raising shriek. That's gross, Kiba said. Akamaru barked in agreement. Kazuzu just chuckled and made several hand seals. The mask turned to Kiba as Kazuzu finished his hand seals. Fueton, pressure cannon. Kiba and Akamaru channeled chakra in their legs and jumped, avoiding the large blast of wind. The blast went through the wall behind Kiba. Kiba gulped and made several hand seals. Kaiten, fire claws. Instantly fire erupted on Kiba's and Akamaru's claws. They channeled chakra in their legs and charged Kazuzu. Kiba unhooked 2 orbs on his belt and threw it at Kazuzu. One bomb exploded, spraying Kazuzu with a mixture of rotten eggs and urine. The other covered the area around Kazuzu in a thick smoke. That's gross, Kazuzu said. Kiba and Akamaru jumped in the smoke. Fueton, pressure cannon. The wind blast blew the smoke screen away. However, Kazuzu's back arched in pain as Kiba's and Akamaru's claws stabbed deeply into his back. Kiba kicked Kazuzu away and jumped back. Shikamaru ducked as the scythe whirled by him. He rolled over as the scythe nearly hit him. Haiden chuckled as Shikamaru rolled away again. Keep still and be glad you're a sacrifice to Jashin, heathen. Shikamaru swiped some of his blood on a seal on his wrist and belt. A bow and a quiver of arrows appeared. Shikamaru expertly pulled out an arrow and attached it to the string. He channeled his chakra into it and released it at Haiden. Fueton, hurricane arrow. The arrow flew extremely fast and went through Haiden's chest, leaving a 4-inch hole. Haiden grunted in surprise but glared at Shikamaru. Is that the best you can do? Haiden taunted. He tried to jump but couldn't move for some reason. He turned and saw an arrow pinned to his shadow. What the hell? Haiden said. He tried to move but couldn't. Meanwhile, Shikamaru jumped on the ceiling and loaded 3 arrows with explosion tags wrapped around them. Shikamaru fired all of them at Haiden. The arrows stabbed deeply into Haiden's body. Shikamaru made a hand seal and activated the explosion tags. Boom! Haiden flew backwards from the blast. Remarkably, he was still in one piece. However, his body was full of burns. "You motherfucker!" Haiden yelled. He raised his scythe and was about to swing it at Shikamaru. However, a large spike made of ice stabbed through his body. Haku appeared and stabbed her sword through Haiden's throat. Haku pulled her sword out and jumped to Shikamaru's side. "Hey Shika," Haku said. "You know I got this," Shikamaru said. "How's Shino?" "Over with Kiba fighting that string zombie, Kazuzu," Haku said. Haiden grunted as he pulled himself off from the spike. The ice stack destroyed the arrow, pinning him down. "Now I know who you are, the Shadow Arrow and the Glacier Queen of Konoha. Ha! You two heathens will be excellent sacrifices to Jashin-sama." Haiden swung his scythe at the 2 ninjas. Shikamaru dodged it, but Haku went in the path of the scythe. Shikamaru watched as the scythe was embedded deep into Haku's body. "Haku!" Shikamaru shouted. Haku smiled as her body slowly became clearer and frostier. "What the fuck?" Haiden yelled. Haku had replaced herself with an ice clone. The scythe remained stuck in the clone. Haku appeared and used her sword to cut the chain that was attached to the scythe. "You bitch!" Haiden shouted. Haku winked and turned to Shino, who was making hand seals. When he finished, he disappeared into his own shadow. Ninpu. Void's hunger. All of a sudden chains erupted from Haiden's shadow. Haiden attempted to jump, but the chains wrapped tightly around his torso and his legs. He landed on the ground hard. "Shit!" Haiden bellowed as he clawed at the ground. Attached to his legs was a shadow chain trying to pull Haiden to the void. Near him, Shikamaru was grunting in effort as he pumped more chakra into it. He heard footsteps behind him and saw Yujiro behind him. "Here, let me help," Yujiro said. She made several hand seals and slammed her palms. "Cuchius. The undead golems." Shikamaru watched with fascination as 2 pairs of skeletal arms cracked through the concrete. The arms lifted to giant skeletal beasts with a bone structure like a monkey's, head of a wolf, legs of a horse, and tail of a gator. Instead of skin, purple fire covered their bodies. Yujiro made another hand seal. The 2 monsters lumbered to where Haiden was. They stomped at his arms and bit at his shoulders. The distraction was enough for Haiden to lose his grip and be pulled into the shadowy void of his own shadow. "Thanks," Shikamaru sighed. He pulled out a cigarette stick and lit it. He inhaled deeply and blew out a cloud of smoke. "You know, those cancer sticks are disgusting," Haku said. She turned to Yujiro behind her. "Who are you?" Haku asked politely. "I'm Yujiro Nai, former Jinchuriki of Cloud," Yujiro said. "Damn," Kazuzu grunted as he dodged another flaming chain. "That chain is such a pain in the ass." As he jumped, a swarm of large, biting, chakra-sucking beetles obscured his vision. Over the years, Shino's beetles have mutated to the point that they were an inch long, have jaws, and can sting repeatedly like wasps. He used his threads in an attempt to swat away the beetles. Down on the ground, Kiba tossed Akamaru a soldier's pill. Before making several hand seals, Ninpu, man-beast combo, double-headed wolf. Kiba and Akamaru exploded into a cloud of smoke and replaced with a 2-headed wolf. They channeled chakra in their feet and climbed to the ceiling. Shino noticed this and made several hand seals. Kaiten, flame dragon missile. Shino inhaled and blew a large flame missile dragon. Kazuzu was caught unaware and was burned. He grunted in pain as he tried to summon another masked creature. He looked above when he heard a loud snarl. Wolfang. The wolf slammed into Kazuzu, tearing apart the masked creature that Kazuzu tried to summon. They crashed into the ground, forming a large crater. Kazuzu growled as he felt another heart disappear. "You damn brat," Kazuzu yelled in anger. He pulled himself out of the crater and pushed out his 2 remaining masks. The masks leered at Shino and Kiba evilly. "You two are dead." Kazuzu burst into strands of threads. The threads whipped loudly and headed toward the pair. "You," Shino said. After several minutes of constant dodging, Kiba was finally caught. "Kiba," Shino shouted. Shino gasped involuntarily as a thread wrapped tightly against him. "You'll pay for popping my 2 hearts," Kazuzu shouted. "Ninpu, shadow arrow clones." Kazuzu turned and saw over 100 arrows fly toward him. He grunted in pain as nearly all of his threads were cut or pinned on the surrounding walls. Kazuzu turned to see Shikamaru kneeling and carrying a bow in his hand. His eyes shifted and saw Haku making hand seals. Hyuten. Ice blades. Hake swung her arms and formed 2 ice blades. She threw them at the threads that were holding Shino and Kiba. The blade easily cut through threads and dropped Kiba and Shino. Shino quickly unraveled his chain and wrapped it around his arm. He spun and slammed his fist into Kazuzu's face before jumping away. Damn, Kazuzu cursed. Unlike his partner, he knew when it was time to retreat. He pumped out a whole lot of chakra to his back and summoned 2 creatures. Both creatures leered at the small group of people. Kazuzu made several hand seals. Suiton, Grand Tsunami, Raiten, False Darkness. A huge flood of water blasted out of one of the creature's mouth. It surged toward them faster than they could react, while behind the huge wave 2 large thunderbolts cracked toward them. Kazuzu could not help but watch in glee at their destruction. However, a small thud landed near Kazuzu. Ninpu, Flying Thunder God. The huge electrified wave was suddenly cut in half and sloshed to the sides. The Konoha ninjas and Yujiro looked to where Kazuzu was standing to see a hooded man wearing a dark blue coat, stabbing Kazuzu in the heart with a katana. The man pushed Kazuzu off his sword and wiped it callously on his body. I know you aren't dead, so speak. Why are you here? The man asked. We were sent by our leader to retrieve Yujiro Nai, one of the Jinchuriki, Kazuzu gasped. Where is he? Rain, he controls everything, Kazuzu said weakly. Well, tell your leader that the Gunjakagi are coming after his head if he messes with the Biju, the man whispered. Now, get. Kazuzu made a hand seal and vanish in the earth. The man bent down and pulled out a small tri-pronged kunai before turning to the Konoha shinobis. Well, looky here. The Konoha's Neo-Sannin and the Glacier Queen, the man said as he sheathed his sword. He turned to Yujito's direction. She was trembling and pale in fright at the ninja. Looks like you remember me, Yujito, the man said. Haku turned to Yujito. Who is he? Naruto, the demon of the bloody storm. Naruto. The man pulled off his hood and smiled widely at the Konoha shinobis. He turned to Haku and scratched the back of his head nervously. Wow, Haku, you're more beautiful than I ever imagined, Naruto said. He gasped in surprise as Haku ran over to Naruto and hugged him tightly. Naruto could not help but cry in happiness as he hugged Haku tightly. I missed you so much, Naruto. Haku gasped. Naruto smiled happily as he looked into her shining eyes. You have no idea how much I missed you, my ice queen, Naruto whispered. Ahem, Kiba said. Naruto glared at the grinning Kiba. Damn it, Kiba, can't you see I'm busy? Wait your turn, Naruto snapped. He then turned to Haku. Now, where were we? Oh, I remember, Naruto said. He dipped Haku and stared deeply into her loving eyes before kissing her passionately. Haku returned it eagerly and they spent several minutes kissing. After they were done, Naruto pulled her up and held her by his side as he turned to his other teammates. Hey guys, or should I say the Neo-Sannin of Konoha, I'm surprised you made it this far. Only 5 years and you guys are Kakashis. Equal. It's been really silent without you, Kiba said. I also miss your cooking. Choji's cooking is good, but it's just not yours. Kiba, this is the first time we've seen Naruto in 5 years, and all you do is ask for food, Shikamaru admonished. Shino, I'm especially impressed with you. You've definitely made this team famous, Naruto said. He grinned widely as Shino smiled. It's been really silent without you, Naruto Taicho, Shino said. You know, let's get back to my camp first, Naruto said. He turned to Yujito, who was looking at him in terror. Yujito, the war between our countries is over. I'm not going to hurt you, Naruto said gently. How do you know I'm not going to slit your throat in the night? Because you can't, Naruto said. Simply as that. Yujito inhaled deeply and blew out a stream of purple fire. Naruto pushed Haku out of the way and inhaled, swallowing the fire. He burped a small cloud of smoke before turning back to Yujito. You see, Naruto said. Now, let's get back to my camp. Yujito, you're invited too. Yujito looked at Naruto suspiciously before following Naruto. Nibi, do you think we can trust this Naruto? Yes, this ninja is very strong and I can sense the Kyuubi inside of him, Nibi said inside Yujito's mind. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it already, kitten. Fine, Yujito said. Naruto grinned. Come on, Naruto said. They followed Naruto to his camp in a clearing. The clearing was in a white area, guarded by Naruto clones hinged into different mist shinobis. Naruto dismissed all of them with a single hand seal. Naruto pulled out a scroll. He bit his finger and summoned 4 sleeping bags. Haku, you can sleep in my bag, Naruto said. Each of you have your own personal bag. Dinner will be pretty soon. Shino, use your bugs to scout the area, Naruto ordered. Kiba, you climb the highest tree and use your nose to see if there are any ninjas. "Hi, Naruto Taicho," Kiba and Shino said. Shino dissolved into bugs. Kiba jumped quickly up a tree with the grace and speed of a wolf. Naruto grinned at Kiba's and Shino's improvements before turning to Shikamaru, Haku, and Yujito. Yujito was glaring at Naruto while Shikamaru was on the ground looking at the clouds passing by. Haku was polishing her sword. Naruto strode over to Haku and sat by her. "Hey love, how's Kin?" Naruto asked. Haku turned to Naruto. "She's doing really good. She's quit being a field noichi and became a doctor. However, she's officially become Tsunade's apprentice." "Tsunade's apprentice?" Naruto asked surprised. "That's great. I know. She's an amazing doctor and made several improvements in the field medicine, such as inventing many low-rank medic ninjutsus that can speed healing nearly twice the speed as ordinary cures." "What about her fighting ability?" Naruto asked eagerly. "Has she become any better?" "Although she's a Chunin, she's stronger to jutsu fire than any shinobi in the village except Liangai. She also focuses on sound jutsu such as Banshee's Shriek and the Lion's Roar that are powerful enough to crush boulders at 100 feet. I can't wait to see her." The Mizukage is considering on finally accepting an alliance with Konoha. "If it happens, I'll finally be able to visit you and the others," Naruto said excitedly. "That's wonderful," Haku said. "How is Mist anyway?" "Great. Do you remember Inari?" Naruto asked. "He's now one of our top genins." "And do you remember Jin? He's our technology head. He was the one that invented our massive floating forts that now control the seas. He's also invented a way to fly." "Fly? Yeah, you feel like a raven free in the night sky, feeling the wind everywhere and soaring through the currents. It feels wonderful." "It is," Naruto said dreamily. "What about Team 10? Sasuke and Sakura are still genins, despite numerous attempts by the council to promote them. However, Tsunade refused to promote either of them. Kakashi on the other hand has become a drunkard though. He's fallen into a big depression, so big that not even Kin can snap him out of it. Kakashi is a good man. When I get back to Konoha, I'll talk to him." "Thanks. Anyway, it's good to see you, Haku. I really did miss you." "I miss you too, Naruto." Naruto hugged Haku tightly and sighed deeply as he felt Haku hugged him back. "It's good to be with you again." Meanwhile in Omegakure, a secret meeting was being held in an area deep underground. Inside the chamber, a man's eyes were glowing in the dark as he glared at the people around him. "Kazuzu, what happened to Haiden?" Kazuzu cringed as the glowing eye turned to him. "Pain-sama, Haiden and I had the Nibi Jinchuriki trapped and almost captured when a team of Konoha shinobis attacked us. However, he was killed and I was about to finish them off when a man cut my jutsu in half and stabbed 2 of my hearts. I only have 1 left." "A single team? Looks like the zombie twins aren't so immortal after all," a man by Kazuzu said. Kazuzu glared at the hunchback man near him. "It was no ordinary team," Kazuzu said. "It was the Konoha's Neo-Sanin. So, they're just a bunch of one-up jounins," the hunchback man said. Near him, a man with long hair laughed. "There was also another. Naruto, the demon of the bloody storm," Kazuzu said. That name caught everyone's attention. "The Fuijin reincarnated," the hunchback man said. "Now that's completely understandable. The only man nowadays with an SS class status." "That's correct," a woman said. "A man said to be the fastest shinobi since the Yondaime Hokage. One with the powers of the skies at his fingertips," a plant-like man said. "One who could cut mountains in half," a man with a cloak said. "Enough, he is the Kaiwubi Jinchuriki," Pain said. "However, judging by the state of Kazuzu and the death of Haiden, we will need 4 Akatsuki members to go after him." During the Cloud Mist War, the Raikage was slain, the thunder thrower of Cloud. If Naruto is so powerful, it would be best to take extreme caution in attacking him. Not to mention that he is close friends with other S-class ninjas, 2 of them extremely dangerous, the Gentleman of Death Azrael and the Bloody Swordsman, a bear. Another 2, Ankai, the Panda Fist and Jin the Dwarf Sage, are not to be underestimated. "I thought Azrael's nickname was the Death Dealer," Kazuzu said. "It was changed during the Cloud Mist War," Pain said. "Pain-sama, Naruto told me to tell me this," Kazuzu said. "What did he say?" "To tell you that the Gundakega is coming," Kazuzu said. The man's eyes glowed in power as everyone felt a huge surge of power. "Then they will not stop my plans, especially that man." "Who is this man you speak of?" "The Shiku Kansas, the strongest shinobi in the world and of the Gundakega, the Ninja Council of the Warlords." Chapter 30. Damn it, them again? The next morning, Naruto woke up early to do his morning exercises. He silently got out of his sleeping bag and strode over to where his clothes were. Behind him, Haku moaned as she felt something missing in her arms. Naruto chuckled before placing a shadow clone in her arms. He pulled on his clothes and his gear before walking out of the tent. He traveled fast for several minutes until he arrived at a rocky clearing filled with boulders. He slammed his fists deep into two of them and began lifting them like they were dumbbells. As he did, he used his chakra to hover several inches off the ground. In the campsite, Shino rolled over sleepily and lightly slapped Kiba in the face. After a while, Shino woke up completely along with Shikamaru as they smelled something extremely smelly coming from Kiba's sleeping bag. "That's disgusting," Shino said. Shikamaru nodded sleepily. Shino strode over to a nearby creek and washed his face in it. "Well, I'm going training. You can go back to sleep if you want to," Shino said. "Troublesome. You're just like Naruto in that you train every time you have a chance," Shikamaru said. Shikamaru flopped on his sleeping bag and began to snore lightly. Shino chuckled at his friend's antics before going off to train. Shino jumped in the trees and searched for a decent clearing. After several minutes searching, he heard loud crashing and clanging. Shino pulled out his chain and hurried to where the sounds were coming from. He peered down and saw with relief that it was just Naruto training. Naruto was in the clearing having a spar with 10 shadow clones, using a kunai in his mouth to parry the katanas of his clones. He used his feet only to kick away his clones. Shino watched amused as Naruto ducked and slit the throat of one of his clones before whirling around and dodging a jutsu from another. Naruto flipped in the air into one of the boulders. With a swift kick, he removed a chunk of rock from the boulder and kicked it to a clone. The clone did not have time to dodge as the stone and poofed out of existence. Naruto smirked as he dodged another katana and kicked the clone back to his comrades, dispelling 3 of them. He soon dispelled the others before spitting out the kunai. "Hey Shino, do you want to spar for old time's sake?" Naruto called out. He looked up to see Shino jumping down to the clearing. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Shino unravel the chain and sling it towards Naruto. Naruto jumped off the boulder he was standing on, avoiding Shino's attack. Naruto smiled as he saw the boulder he was standing on was destroyed. "Haha, Shino, you might just have to make me work hard," Naruto said. He pulled out his sword and dodged another swing from Shino's chain. He thrust it hard in Shino's direction. Itoryu, wind cannon. Shino was blown backwards from a huge blast of air from Naruto's sword. Naruto jumped up through the trees and swung his sword at Shino. Shino wrapped his chain around his arm and blocked the sword. "Ingenious. Using the chain as a makeshift bracer," Naruto said. Shino grinned and kicked Naruto off of him. Naruto fell backwards and channeled chakra in his sword. "Let me show you something that I used to defeat Gaara," Naruto said. He laid his palm on the flat of his sword. Shino felt a large surge of chakra and backed off. Soar above the blizzards to the crystal clear skies. Ekishu Ryujin. "Wah!" Shino yelled as a blast of blue fire made him fly backwards into the trees. He jumped into the foliage as he analyzed Naruto. Naruto grinned and swung his sword at Shino's direction. A wave of cold blue fire that crystallized anything flew towards Shino. Shino was slammed against a tree and frozen. Before Shino could use his chakra, Naruto had his sword at Shino's throat. "Yield," Naruto said. Shino smirked and vanished as a swarm of bugs engulfed Naruto. From a distance, Shino smirked as he commanded his Kikai to surround the area around Naruto. Naruto struggled against the Kikai as he felt his chakra being drained at an extraordinary rate. I could see why Shino was wanted as an S-rank ninja. His Kikai bugs are draining even my vast reserves faster than any chakra draining jutsu I have ever experienced. Already, a quarter of my chakra is drained. Naruto quickly threw a 3-pronged kunai and made a hand seal. Ninpu, flying thunder god, he disappeared in a flash of light. Shino was smirking widely as he saw his Kikai beginning to group densely together. He blinked and missed a flash of light. When he looked again, he saw his Kikai bugs were flying back to him. What happened? Shino asked himself. He was confused to what happened. The Hirishin is such a speedy technique that if you blink, you will miss, a voice behind Shino said. Shino turned and found his head trapped between a trio of swords. Now you will yield. Ninpu, paralyzing stare. Shino felt his body stiffened and refused to move. Naruto chuckled and summoned a paintbrush and ink. He quickly made a smiley face with whisker marks, holding the victory sign on Shino's cheek. I win, Naruto said. He dispelled the clones in his sword's transformation before releasing Shino from the jutsu. Shino dusted himself off before eyeing Naruto. You were always the person beat me in sparring, Shino said. Naruto grinned widely. Enough about that. So do you have a special lady in your life? Naruto asked. Shino turned red and defiantly said no. Oh ho, our little larvae finally has someone that'll turn him into a beetle, Naruto said. What? Shino said, confused. Naruto rolled his eyes. That's bug talk for saying our little Shino wants to be laid. So who's the lady? Naruto asked. Kachu Aburam, Shino said with some reluctance. Naruto grinned widely as he placed a hand on Shino's shoulder. "Ah, so tell me about her," Naruto said. He pulled out a canteen filled with sake and sipped from it. He then handed it to Shino, who sipped it and sputtered. Naruto chuckled. "Watch it, Shino. This stuff is dragon spit. Burns your throat right off," Naruto said. "Anyway, this butterfly of yours, is she a shinobi?" "Yes, she's like me but noisier. A noisy Aburum, can't imagine that. Anyway, have you expressed your feelings or given her a gift?" "Yes." "Have you gone on a date yet?" "Yes." "How did it go?" Naruto asked. He snickered when Shino's head hung down. You could almost see a cloud of rain floating above Shino's head. "Horrible," Shino said. "We went to have a picnic at our old training ground, number 26. The place was perfect, peaceful, and lit with the moon and fireflies. It was perfect until we started to chat." "Then what happened?" Kiba, Shino said. "He burst through the trees out of nowhere and crashed into me. I spilled the sake on her shirt, and my face landed between her legs. When Kiba turned around, I was still stuck in that position, and he had the nerve to laugh at me." "Ouch," Naruto said. "Then his dog came barreling out of the trees and pissed all over me and my date." "Ooh," Naruto said. As if that wasn't enough, Anko came throwing explosion tags along with Zabuza throwing chakra blades. "Those two things blew mine and my date's clothes to pieces, as well as making us look we were in the middle of sex," Shino said. Naruto chuckled at Shino's misfortune. "Did she break up with you?" Naruto asked. Shino nodded slightly. "Ah, bad luck. I'm sure if you explained it to her and offered a gift and a card, things will smooth over." "Oh come on," I said sorry. Naruto and Shino turned to see Kiba grinning at the pair. "Hey Kiba, Shikamaru, do you have a girl?" Kiba was about to boast when Shikamaru cut Kiba off. "No, there's no girl in Konoha willing to go out with him after Shino got through with him. Tamari and I broke up after we realized that we were not suited for each other," Shikamaru said with a grin. "What happened to Kiba?" Naruto asked. Shino ambushed Kiba, drained his chakra, placed a genjutsu on Kiba, and glued him to a horse's butt. "Naked," Shikamaru said. He then pulled out pictures in his vest and gave them to Naruto. Naruto took one glance at them and began laughing. "Shut up, I was asleep," Kiba said defensively. "It was hilarious when you woke up. You were groaning and trying to push yourself off the horse," Shikamaru said. "It looked like." "Shut up. Alright, I get the picture," Naruto said. "Anyway, since your mission is done, shouldn't you get back to Konoha?" Naruto asked. "Not really. We have a month off for the mission. We could return next month," Shino said. "Near him?" Shikamaru and Kiba nodded. "Well, I'm done with mine. Do you want to come with me to Mist?" Naruto asked. Kiba and Akamaru nodded. "Wait, I don't think we can." Mist and Shikamaru began to say. "Never mind about the politics. I'm the demon of the bloody storm and the Mizukage's nephew. The Mizukage and the council trust me. Anyway, you already know one of the most important council members," Naruto said. "Who?" "Tazuna, that old drunk," Naruto said. "He became a council member in charge of economics. Brilliant man but a funny old fucker." "That's great. Let's go then," Kiba said excitedly. "We'll have to stop by Sunagakure first. I want to warn Gaara about the Akatsuki," Naruto said. "Akatsuki? An organization that wants Gaara," Naruto said quickly. "Anyway, where's Haku and Yujito?" "Haku's still sleeping. It's odd because she's usually the first one up," Kiba said. "And Yujito?" "At camp," Shikamaru said lazily. "I left a shadow clone there." "Well, let's get back to camp. I have some anpin buns in my pack," Naruto said. The four friends went to the campground where a campfire was burning. Yujito was sitting on a log staring at the fire intently. Naruto went into his tent and saw Haku had finally woken up. "Hey beautiful," Naruto said. He gently kissed her. Haku returned the kiss. Naruto reluctantly pulled away after several moments and handed Haku her clothes. Haku put them on before placing her sword in her belt. "When did you get the sword?" Naruto asked. Haku turned to Naruto and pulled out her sword. Naruto trapped it between two fingers and examined it. It was a Chinese Jian inlet with white gold. It was a beautiful and deadly piece of art. "This sword is beautiful. Where did you get it?" "Mira-sensei gave it to me when I finally defeated her in an all-out match," Haku explained. "It's called Jin Yukiham. The Silver Snow Princess," Naruto muttered. "It fits you." "That's sweet," Haku said. The tent flap opened to see Kiba poking his head through. "Come on Naruto, cook breakfast," Kiba whined. Behind Kiba, Akamaru whined in agreement. Naruto chuckled and strode out of the tent with Haku behind him. "Fine, but you and the others pack up the tents and sleeping bags," Naruto said. Kiba nodded and began expertly dismantling the tents. Naruto went to the forest and retrieved a flat rock. He washed it and placed it on the fire. As the stone warmed, he pulled out a scroll with the kanji food. Naruto quickly summoned several rolls of anpin and a six-pack of rice milk. He laid the buns on the stone and let them heat up. After several minutes, he called out to the others. "Hey guys, breakfast is ready," Naruto said. All of his friends hurried to the fire for breakfast. Naruto made sure that each of them received 2 anpan buns and a can of rice milk. After he handed the buns out, he noticed that he had 4 left along with 2 cans of milk. He turned around and saw Yujiro still staring at the fire. He pulled the rest of the buns off the fire and strode over to where Yujiro was sitting. He laid breakfast on her lap before eating beside Yujiro. "You know, if you don't eat those, they'll get cold," Naruto said. Yujiro snapped out of her stupor and was surprised to see breakfast. She turned and was surprised to see Naruto, along with the rest of his friends, eating happily. She tentatively bit into one, and to her surprise, she actually liked it. "Your name is Yujiro, right?" Naruto asked as he took a bite from his bun. Yujiro nodded as she sipped her milk. "After we've cleaned up, you're free to leave. You're letting me go? Just like that?" Yujiro asked in surprise. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, if you do choose to leave, just keep your eyes out for the Akatsuki, a group that collects the biju." "What about you guys?" Yujiro asked curiously. Naruto chuckled before wiping his mouth. "I'm going to Suna to visit one of the other Jinchuriki. I have to warn him about the Akatsuki," Naruto said. "My friends are also coming with me." "Oh," Yujiro said. "Nibi, should I travel alone or with this Naruto? It's already apparent that those guys in the red cloaks are after me. These guys are able to fight them off to some degree." "I think that's a wise decision, kitten," Nibi said. "This Naruto is much stronger than you, much more stronger." "Naruto, is it alright if I travel with you?" Yujiro asked. Naruto looked up in surprise. "Why? I thought you hated me," Naruto asked. "Aren't you still a shinobi of Kumo?" Yujiro shook her head. "No, after the treaty people started blaming me for their loss in the war. Soon nearly everyone, including the new Raikage, wanted to kill me. I decided to escape from Kumo and live in Oki or some other village in peace for the rest of my life." Naruto nodded and wiped some crumbs off of his clothes. "Well, if you're going to come with us, douse the fire." Yujiro looked up in surprise. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "If you're coming with us, follow my orders then." "But what about Shino? He was my lieutenant back in Konoha. He'll follow my orders." "Now, please douse the fire," Naruto said. He turned his back to Kiba and began ordering the others. "Kiba, take point and take Shino with you. We'll follow you after 5 minutes. Haku, Shikamaru, erase any scent we left using the ashes and dirt." "Hi." Kiba and Shino jumped off into the trees. Haku and Shikamaru spread the ashes off the dead fire around and erased the footsteps. Naruto piled all of the camping supplies and sealed them in a scroll. He then tucked the scroll in his coat and turned to the others. "Time to go." Naruto jumped off into the trees, flanked by Haku and Yujiro. Shikamaru took rear. Naruto traveled in a leisurely pace in a southeastern direction towards the blustery desert region of Suna. The group didn't travel long before they reached the dunes of Wind Country. Already, the wind began to pick up and cause small sandstorms. Naruto turned to his friends. "So, do you guys want to travel through the night with all speed or endure the desert sun?" "Travel through," everyone said. Naruto grinned. "Take a soldier pill and follow me." Naruto began running through. He pushed some chakra through his feet so that his weight wouldn't push his feet down deep into the sand. He looked behind him to see Haku, Yujiro, and Shikamaru. Traveled easily while Shino and Kiba up front. They traveled through the cold desert night, their running driving away the wind chill that threatened to pierce their bones. At dawn the next day, Kiba saw a large rock formation, along with wisps of smoke. "It's up ahead," Kiba yelled. Everyone grinned as they pumped more chakra through their legs, eager for a long rest in the comfort of a bed. Soon they were at the gates of Suna. Naruto held up a hand and stopped as a kunai landed at Naruto's feet. "Who are you and what is your purpose here?" a voice called out. Naruto looked up to see a woman carrying a large fan in a kimono staring down at the group. "Hey, Temari-chan, you've grown cuter since the last time I saw you," Naruto said cheekily. "Naruto-kun?" Temari called. Naruto waved his hand at her. "It is you." Temari flew down her fan and landed at Naruto's feet. She jumped off her fan and hugged Naruto, earning a glare from Haku. "Naruto-kun, you're finally back. Gaara will be so glad to see you. He's getting married in a week and already chose you to be his best man," Temari said excitedly. "Can we go in and rest first? We've been traveling all night." Naruto asked, a bit bashful. "Oh, sorry. Open the gates." The sandstone gates of Suna groaned open to reveal a dry yet bustling city. People were outside shopping and socializing despite the early morning hours. Naruto pulled on his hood before he entered the city. As Haku passed Temari, Naruto missed the sparks that flew between the two girls. "Afraid of a little competition?" Temari asked softly. Bring it, Haku answered. Temari guided the group to a large house that had the Kazakiyage's seal on it. Temari quickly unlocked the solid door and let the group come in. I'll bring down some mats and pillows, Temari said. Be careful not to make any noise. Taya is still asleep upstairs and she's very angry when she's awoken by somebody else. Kiba, Naruto exclaimed warningly. What? Kiba asked. He turned and tripped over a table. The table fell over and landed with a loud bang. Alright, who's the bleeping bleeper bleep that bleeping bleep and woke me up from my bleeping bleep? Wait till I get down there, you bleeping bleeper bleeping bleep. Naruto's sweat dropped at language Taya used. Naruto felt his fox instincts flare and quickly pulled Haku, Shino, Yujiro, and Shikamaru into another room and locked it. Naruto made a silencing noise as he listened. So you're the bleeping bleeper that bleeping woke me up from my bleeping sleep. I'm sorry about that. It was an accident. Wait, please drop the chair. And the club, please? Oh, mommy, help, murder, homicide, redeed, bang, crash, boom, screech, slam, thud, silence. Ow, Kiba groaned. Naruto cautiously opened the door to see Kiba on the ground being repeatedly kicked in the crotch while Akamaru was hiding behind a sofa. Hello, Naruto said nervously. Nice to see you again. Naruto, Taya said. She hugged Naruto fondly. Who are your friends behind you? These are my friends Shikamaru, Shino, my girlfriend Haku, and Yujiro, Naruto said. Each of the ninjas waved at Taya. So you're Naruto's girlfriend? Taya said as she strode over to Haku. Haku nodded nervously. Taya grinned and grabbed Haku's arm. Well, I'm Taya. I've heard a lot about you from Naruto, Yaya said in a friendly manner. I'm flattered, but my friends and I need to rest first. We're still tired from our travel, Haku said politely. Oh, let me get some mats and pillows for you, Taya said. No problem, Temari called. I already have some here. Everyone turned to see Temari easily carrying several futons and pillows. Naruto handed them out to each of his friends. Nearly all of them flopped onto the mattress and began to sleep. Naruto chuckled a bit before heading back to sleep. After a couple hours of sleep, Naruto woke up fully rested. He stood up just in time to hear the front door open. Naruto turned around to see Gaara at the doorway. Hey Gaara, Naruto called out excitedly. Gaara turned around and gave a small smile when he saw Naruto. Afternoon, Uzumaki-san, Gaara said. It's Naruto, Naruto said. As you wish, Uzumaki. Duh, Naruto cried in exasperation. Anyway, I heard you're getting married. That is correct, Gaara said. Taya and I are getting married next month. Who's the best man? I was hoping that you will be, Gaara said. You are the one responsible for my good fortune all these years. I'd be honored, Naruto said. Anyway, Gaara, I came to Suna to talk about something very important. What does it concern? Gaara asked. The Biju and us Jinchuriki, Naruto said solemnly. Gaara's face immediately hardened. Let us talk somewhere more private. Sand whipped around Naruto and Gaara, forming a small cocoon around the pair. After a couple of seconds, both shinobis were at the Kazakiyage's office. Gaara strode over to his desk and sat down in his chair. Naruto sat to a chair in front of Gaara. So Naruto, why did you come to Suna? I wanted to warn you about the Akatsuki, Naruto said seriously. They are a group of S-class shinobis after the Biju and the Jinchuriki. Are they dangerous? If it wasn't for my team and I, they would have captured the Nibi Jinchuriki at full power, Naruto said seriously. What do you suggest? Keep an eye on any possible spy. Also, all members of the Akatsuki wear black cloaks with red clouds. If you are ever caught in a fight with one of them, fight aggressively as they want to take you in alive. Gaara nodded. Do you know any of the members of the Akatsuki? No, the only members I know are the one my team and I nearly killed, Naruto said. Nearly killed? One of them had 4 of his 5 hearts popped, while the other one is trapped within the void, Naruto explained. Do you think there is a chance of them coming here? Gaara asked. Very high chance as you are the Kazakiyage, Naruto said. At the front gates of Suna, a sand shinobi spotted 2 figures wearing black cloaks. The sand shinobi picked up a pair of binoculars and looked through them. The figures were hid by a black cloak with red clouds, and he couldn't spot any distinguishing characteristics from either of them. You're a Taicho, I see 2 figures with black cloaks, the shinobi said. What should we do? Nothing, just wait for my command, Yura said. The shinobi nodded and gasped as he felt a kunai stab him in the heart from the back. Yura turned and killed the shinobi beside his first victim. Yura, what are you doing? Baki bellowed. Serving my master, Yura said. All shinobis, apprehend Yura now, Baki yelled. He jumped down to where Yura was holding a wind sword. Yura blocked it, but 2 other shinobis punched Yura in the stomach and the throat, winding him long enough for another shinobi pull out a senbon and paralyze Yura. Baki sighed in relief and turned to 2 shinobis. "Put this traitor in a cell until the sand ops can interrogate him," Baki said. "All other ninjas, the alert level is now red. Hi Taicho." Baki turned and headed straight to the Kazakige's tower to report to Gaara. He needed to know about this. Baki quickly jumped to the roofs of the buildings and jumped from rooftop to rooftop until he was outside Kazakige's window. He politely tapped on the window. Gaara turned to see Baki outside. Gaara quickly opened the window and allowed Baki to come inside. "Hello Baki, any news you'd like to share?" "Hi, we finally have proof that Yura is a traitor. However, that is second priority as 2 strangers wearing black cloaks with red clouds are nearing our gates." Gaara's eyes widened. "Get every Jounin available to our gates. Send for the sand ops to get ready for battle," Gaara ordered. Baki's eyes widened at the order. "Isn't that over the top? We're dealing with 2 S-class ninjas," Gaara explained. Baki nodded and leaped out the window. "I'll get my friends to help," Naruto said. "I'll meet you at the front gates." Gaara nodded and vanished in a swirl of sand. Naruto jumped out of window and began jumping from rooftop to rooftop towards Gaara's house. He quickly avoided other shinobis running towards the gate. He jumped off a roof and landed at the doorway of Gaara's house. He knocked the door frantically until Kiba opened the door. "Deliveries are in the back," Kiba said sleepily. Naruto slapped Kiba awake. "Get up, we've got to go now," Naruto said urgently. "Hi, guys, wake up," Kiba bellowed. Nearly everyone sleeping sprang to their feet, rubbing the sleep from their eyes. "What's going on?" Yujiro asked. 2 S-class ninjas at the gates," Naruto yelled. "The Akatsuki." At the front gates, one of the cloaked figures chuckled in amusement at the amount of activity in the gates. Well, it looks as if they know who we are." The figure was of average size, and underneath his hat and cloak was a lock of blonde hair that is I. "Don't be overconfident. This Jinchuriki has full control of his Biju. He'll know how to use his powers unlike most," the man's partner said. Yeah, fine." The blonde man put a hand in his bag and pulled out some clay. He molded it into an eagle and made a hand seal. The small eagle grew to the size of a glider. The man jumped on the eagle and began to fly away. As he flew, a pillar of sand erupted from the sand and dragged the eagle into the sand. The man jumped off quickly before the eagle was crushed. "That's why I said don't be overconfident, Deidara's partner said. Suddenly a barrage of chakra blades followed by fireballs flew at the pair. The duo jumped out of the way. Deidara looked up to see a chain-covered fist slam into his face while his partner's cloak was cut open. Haku's eyes widened when he saw that Sasori looked like a mix between a man and a scorpion. "So why are you here, Akatsuki?" Naruto asked. "And who are you?" "We're here to capture Gaara," Deidara said. "I'm Sasori and my partner is Deidara's partner said. Shino grinned as he began releasing his bugs. "And you are the burning beetle of Konoha, the only S-class." "Aburum," Sasori said. Shino smirked a bit as he unwound the chain from his arm. Naruto pulled off his hood and revealed his face. Naruto chuckled a bit at the look of shock on Deidara's face. "Damn, Sasori-senpai, we have to retreat now," Deidara said. Sasori nodded. Sasori threw off his cloak and pulled down his face mask. Shino's eyes widened as Sasori's jaw popped open and fire senbons at them. Naruto easily deflected them with his sword along with Haku. Kiba charged toward Sasori along with Akamaru. Sasori saw the both of them and swung his tail at the pair. Kiba and Akamaru dodged the tail easily, allowing Shikamaru to have a clear shot at Sasori's face. Fueton, hurricane arrow. An arrow whistled toward Sasori's face and pierced it between the eyes, leaving a 6-inch hole. Shikamaru then knocked 3 arrows and fired them at Deidara. The man dodged it barely and was caught by Gaara's sand. Deidara shoved his hand into his pouch and pulled out a chunk of clay. Deidara quickly molded it into 3 flying birds. He made a hand seal and the birds launched themselves at Gaara. Gaara's sand automatically intercepted them, but the birds blew up on impact, causing Gaara to shield his face and momentarily lose his grip on Deidara. Deidara jumped out of Gaara's reach only to see Kiba in front of his face. Kiba swiped his claws at Deidara. Deidara grunted in pain as Kiba's claws raked across his left eye, ruining the anti-genjutsu eye he had been developing. "Damn it," Deidara said. He threw a chunk of clay at Kiba and detonated it. Kiba automatically threw his hands up and slammed into the sands hard. "Kaiten, great fireball." Yujiro inhaled and spat several huge fireballs at Deidara. Deidara countered them and sent several pebbles of clay at the fireballs. The fireballs exploded and singed Yujiro a bit. "Damn," Sasori exploded to reveal a young man in a cloak. The man eyed the group before summoning a man with black hair. Sasori moved his fingers and smirked as black smog came out of the man's mouth. The smog formed into a giant pyramid and flew toward them. Haku jumped up and punched the giant pyramid. To Naruto's surprise, the pyramid flew back and crashed down, sending a huge wave of sand and momentarily distracting Naruto's group. Ninpu, self-destructing clone. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Deidara make a clone and shove a massive amount of clay in it. Naruto made a long series of hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Fueton, wind vortex wall. A giant tornado began whirling around Naruto and his friends, creating a spinning wall of air. The tornado was fully formed just as the clone exploded. The blast from the clone slammed into the tornado and was dispersed by the tornado's rotation. After a few moments, Naruto let the tornado disperse and saw that the Akatsuki pair was gone. Naruto turned around to see that all of his friends from Konoha were unharmed. He looked around at Gaara and saw that Gaara and Yujiro were a bit singed, but mostly unharmed. Now what? Kiba asked. I guess we'll just have to stay in Suna for a while. It's obvious that they will show up as there are 3 Jinchurikis here, Shino said. It'll probably be best if we send a message to Tsunade-sama, Haku suggested. Shino nodded and bit his finger. He made several hand seals and slammed his palm in the ground. Kuchius. Beetle. A large beetle appeared that was the size of a football. The beetle raised its wings once in greeting to Shino. Shino-sama, why have you summoned me? The beetle said in a clicking noise. I need you to travel to Konoha and send the Hokage a message, Shino said. Shino pulled out a scroll and scribbled a message on it. He rolled the scroll and gave it to the beetle. The beetle held it in its front 2 limbs before flying away. I didn't know you could summon, Naruto said. And you, Haku? How in the world were you able to smash that giant iron pyramid? Tsunade-sama taught me several things when I did medic training under her, Haku explained. I found the summoning scroll for beetles in the Aburum forest, Shino explained. Can you or Kiba summon animals? Naruto asked Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head. No, the Nara clan do not summon animals, but rather undead beings of the void through several high-costing techniques, while the Inuyasha clan just use their dogs. Creepy, Naruto said. He turned to Haku. Can you summon? Haku nodded. Mira-sensei let me sign the snow leopard contract. Anyway, we should go back to Suna, Shikamaru said. The Akatsuki will be back soon and with more people. Maybe I should ask the Mizukage for a backup, Naruto mused. He made several hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Kuchius. Karasu. A cloud of smoke appeared and a raven appeared. The raven bowed to Naruto and waved a wing at the others in greeting. Yoru, good to see you too, Naruto said. Good day to you, Naruto-sama. How might I help you? Yoru said. Naruto pulled out a scroll and a brush. He quickly made a note and placed the scroll in the Yoru's pack. Yoru, I need you to travel to the Mizukage and deliver the scroll as fast as you can. Tell him to send either Azrael or a bear, maybe Kari. Gotcha. May the winds bless your trip, Yoru said. And may the stars guide you well, Naruto said. Now fly as fast as you can. Hi, Yoru said. Yoru flapped in the air and soon sped away. Anyway, let's get back to Suna, Gaara said. He made a hand seal and vanished. All of the other ninjas did the same thing and vanished in a swirl of smoke, reappearing in front of the Kazukiyage's house except Gaara. Hey, where'd Gaara go? Naruto asked. Don't worry about Gaara. He's back in his office, a voice behind Naruto said. Naruto turned around and saw that it was Temari. Oh, hey, Temari-chan. Anyway, you know anything we could do for the time being before the Akatsuki come? Not really, Temari said. However, if you can help me with the wedding dot, we'd love to, Haku said. She quickly glared at the others, daring them to disagree. Naruto nodded hurriedly along with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino. The look that Haku gave them was extremely scary and promised death. Great, Temari said. The wedding is taking place at the ballroom in the Kazukiyage's building. We still have tables to set, decorations to place, flowers to hang up, lights, atmosphere, and we still need a DJ. Shino's an awesome DJ, Kiba said. We could get the stuff ready in no time actually, Naruto said. Ninpu. Shadow clone. Instantly 50 copies of Naruto appeared behind Naruto. Temari grinned. This will make everything quicker. The next couple of hours were like hell to Teen 7. Haku and Temari were arguing with each other on where the tables should be arranged and where the buffet tables should be placed, along with the flower arrangement and the theme. Naruto and his friends were running around constantly shifting the tables to Haku's and Temari's orders. Shikamaru had tried sleeping on a table during a particularly vicious argument, but was smacked with a fan. Get your lazy ass up, Kiba. The flowers are supposed to be in the center of the table. Shino, the DJ turntable is going to be on the stage. Naruto, get your clones in order and tell them to move that buffet table several inches. Kiba, don't use your claws to climb the walls. Akamaru, don't use your mouth to pull the table. Break time. Haku and Temari turned to see Gaara smiling, while Naruto and his friends were flopped out on the floor exhausted on the ground. All of Naruto's clones were dispelled while Naruto looked at Gaara wearily. Gaara, help us, you're our only hope, Naruto begged wearily. Gaara turned to Temari and Haku, who were arguing with each other, holding drawn weapons. Temari, Haku, I'm grateful for the help you're doing for my wedding, but the fact is that Taiya has the final arrangement, so it would be best to get the plans from her, Gaara said. Thank you, Gaara, Kiba, Chino, and Shikamaru shouted. Naruto chuckled a bit. Can we take a break first? In Kurigakure, the Mizukage was relaxing in a hammock while 4 shadow clones were finishing his paperwork. He grinned as he sipped his sake and closed his eyes for a small nap. Mizukage-sama, wah. Shiku Kansas tumbled from his hammock in surprise and crashed to the floor with a sickening thud. He scrambled up to his feet and turned to his secretary. What is it, Kabanji? Shiku Kansas asked. He turned and sighed ruefully at the ruined mess his hammock had become. We have gotten word from our spies in Konoha of a revolt that will happen soon. Revolt? Shiku Kansas said. I want a bear and Jin to go to Konoha. Tell them to do whatever it takes to prevent the revolt. A ninja appeared and handed Kabanji a note. Kabanji read the note for a second, then dropped the note. Mizukage-sama, it's too late. The revolt has started. Konoha is now in the middle of a civil war. Amic chapter. Hey fans of Bloodline Destroyer, I'm so sorry that I haven't been posting chapters up. The problem is that I am completely out of ideas. I will try to get chapter 31 and others as soon as I can. In the meantime, enjoy these little stories for your amusement. And once again, I'm sorry. Date troubles. After several years, the elemental countries are finally at peace. In the hidden village of Konoha though, one girl was sighing as she looked at herself in the mirror. The girl was 14 years old, had long purple hair, and wore clothes that signified that she was a kunoichi. Hanami, your friend Shoyu is here, the kunoichi's mom yelled. The kunoichi, Hanami, sighed in frustration. She threw down a pair of shirts and ran downstairs. As soon as she saw Shoyu, she threw a kunai. A young man carrying a long nadachi on his back easily caught the kunai with 2 fingers. He smiled as he twirled it around expertly. Hey Hanami, got another date? Shoyu asked. Hanami nodded. What are you doing here, Shoyu? Get out, Hanami growled. Shoyu snickered. Make me, Shoyu said. Anyway, why are you so angry at me? Well, let's see, Hanami said sarcastically. First you scared off my first date by threatening to carve out his stomach. Then you interrupted my dance at my friend's house by throwing a dead shark in her living room. You also nearly killed one of my ex-boyfriends. And lastly, you're a boob that outranks you, Genin, Shoyu said cheekily. He dodged another kunai from Hanami. Enough about that, you bloody prodigy. I already know you're a jounin. Shut up about that, Hanami screamed. Well, if you weren't always chasing boys around, Shoyu said. Oh, Hanami screamed and thundered up to her room. Shoyu chuckled weakly before collapsing on a couch. He turned when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hi Iruka Oji, Shoyu said cheerfully. Iruka smiled as he sat beside his godson on the couch. How's it going, Shoyu? Are you still keeping an eye out for Hanami? Iruka asked. Shoyu nodded. Yeah, I wish she would dress more modestly though. She dresses like Anko Oba when Anko Oba was younger, Shoyu complained. Iruka chuckled. Did you really throw a dead shark in the Akamichi compound? Iruka asked. Shoyu nodded proudly. Yup, landed on Hanami's date. She was so angry at me even though her date's hand was getting too low, Shoyu said. What about her first boyfriend? Iruka asked. He was bragging to his friends how he was going to get laid. And her ex-boyfriend? Iruka asked, secretly dreading the reason why. It was taking a lot of his patience not to lose his composure. He tried to steal one of her panties and bra, Shoyu explained. Hana Iruka began to scream, but Shoyu covered his mouth. Don't worry Iruka Oji, I won't let anything happen to her tonight, Shoyu whispered. Shoyu made a hand seal and vanished in a swirl of smoke. True to his word, Shoyu kept an eye on Hanami while spying on her date. He nearly lost his head when he saw that she was dating a Hyuga, and on top of that, it was that closet pervert Asamashi. The two went to one of the new movie theaters in Konoha to see a movie. Shoyu sneaked in and stood on the ceiling as he watched the two. His eye twitched when he saw Asamashi do the lame stretching move as he placed his arm around Hanami. Shoyu pulled out a candy piece and threw it at Asamashi. Shoyu growled and lost concentration as Hanami leaned in closer. Shoyu fell down and crashed into Asamashi. "What the? Shoyu!" Hanami screamed. Shoyu stood up nervously and placed his hands in front of Hanami in a placating manner. "Now Hanami, let's not do anything we won't regret later," Shoyu said nervously. He quickly made a hand seal and vanished. "Shoyu, get your ass back here," Hanami screamed. Shoyu sighed as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Ooh boy, I'm in big trouble." He looked down from the tree he was sitting in and felt his ache throb as he watched Hanami cry after her bad date. Shoyu sighed again and placed his face in his hands. "What do I do?" Shoyu asked silently. He looked down and smiled sadly at the small note on the trunk of the tree. Shoyu and Hanami, friends forever. Shoyu made a hand seal and vanished. For a week, Shoyu did not interfere with any other of Hanami's dates. He let them be as he watched Asanashi and Hanami make out and do other things that twisted Shoyu's stomach. After 3 completely clean dates, Shoyu had a gut feeling something was wrong, so he decided to follow Asanashi. The next day, Shoyu followed Asanashi to a small movie theater. To Shoyu's anger, Asanashi went on a date with some civilian girl. Shoyu quickly pulled out a small camera and made several photos. He stored them in his pocket and vanished to his house. "Hi Shoyu, you finished spying on your little girlfriend Hanami?" "Kasen, she's not my girlfriend, she's just a friend," Shoyu yelled. He turned to see his mother, Shizune, smiling. "Right, as if we believe that," a rough voice said. Shoyu looked and saw his father, Zabuza, coming in the house with a smirk on his face. "You know, you shouldn't write your personal thoughts in a diary, son," Zabuza scolded. To Shoyu's eternal embarrassment, Zabuza flicked open a small black book and read a passage aloud. "Dear Diary, today is Valentine's Day and I have the perfect gift for Hanami Haim. I've bought her a dozen of her favorite flowers, foxgloves and some dangos. I hope this year I can finally have the chance to say I love you to Hanami Haim. I hope everything goes right." Zabuza chuckled as he closed the diary shut. "You know, you were such a chicken on that day." Shoyu blushed deep maroon and stormed off to his room while he listened to his dad laugh. Shizune glared at Zabuza. "Shut up Zabuza-kun, you were worse on your first date, remember?" Zabuza paled as he palmed his face. "Please don't make me remember that. A simple walk around Konoha became a survival game with you taking a wrong turn and landing us both in the Aburam forest, through the Inuyasaka hunting grounds, then through the red light district," Shizune said harshly. Zabuza cringed. "You're right, honey. And furthermore, you're sleeping on the couch tonight," Shizune said. "But, couch now, sleep." "Yes ma'am," Zabuza said in a small voice. Shoyu took a deep breath as he went to Hanami's house. He fingered the developed photos as he knocked the door. The door opened to reveal Hanami. "You," Hanami growled. Hanami pulled out a kunai and threw it at Shoyu. Shoyu dodged it. "Hey Hanami, how are things with Asanashi?" Shoyu asked. Hanami paused in the middle of throwing another kunai. "The better now since your spying stunt," Hanami said. Shoyu sighed. "Hanami, I'm going to say this bluntly. Stop dating Asanashi," Shoyu said. "What? No, I will not stop dating my boyfriend, you insufferable, useless, asshole," Hanami screamed. She began pulling out explosive tags. Shoyu began to sweat. "Hanami, I know you're angry at me." "Angry? I'm more than angry," Hanami screamed. Shoyu somersaulted as tags began flying. One of the tags clipped Shoyu, and he was caught in an explosion. Hanami watched with a grim face as Shoyu flew away from the Yumino residence. She slammed the door and watched Shoyu walk away. HMPH. He deserved it, Hanami said. She turned and saw Anko looking at her sternly. "Hey, Akasen. What was that about?" Anko asked. "That stuck-up jerk Shoyu told me to break up with my boyfriend," Hanami said. Anko sighed. "What happened between you two? You were once best friends?" Anko asked. "Yeah, we were until that Valentine's Day when he snubbed me the entire day. Then he began avoiding me," Hanami said regretfully. "To tell you the truth, I miss him." "Oh, sweetie. It will all work out," Anko said. Hanami nodded and went up to her room. At 6 o'clock, Hanami arrived at the movie theater to see Asanashi at the door holding 2 tickets. She grinned when he held out 2 tickets to the movie she had wanted to see. "Thanks, Asen-kun," Hanami squealed. She blushed when Asanashi kissed her in the cheek. "Anything for you, my little Hanami." The pair went to watch the movie. They watched for several minutes until the doors banged open and the film stopped. Immediately, there were cries of protests. "What the hell? Hey, turn the movie back. Come on, movie." "Alright people, you'll get your movie, just let me settle something here," a voice called out. Everyone turned to see Shoyu. Hanami stood up. "Shoyu, what are you doing?" Hanami asked. This was unlike anything Shoyu would usually do. "Hanami, I told you to stop dating Asanashi. Here's the reason why," Shoyu said. He tossed Hanami an envelope. Hanami opened it and pulled out the photos. Her eyes widened and she whirled to face Asanashi. are these pictures of you and your other girlfriend? Hanami asked. Of course not, that's one of my teammates, Asanashi. Oh really? Shoyu asked. A girl with short black hair stomped into the movie theater. Many of the people in the audience were chuckling at the drama unfolding before them. You lied to me, the black-haired girl shouted. Who is she? Hanami asked. Nobody, Asanashi said. Oh really? The black-haired girl asked. She pulled out a photo of Asanashi and her kissing with the words human Asanashi. I thought you cared for me, you asshole. The girl stomped away. Hanami turned to Asanashi with betrayed eyes and ran away with tears in her eyes. As she passed Shoyu, she heard him whisper, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Shoyu glared at the Hyuga and cracked his neck. He could see sweat dribble down the Hyuga's face. Shoyu cracked his knuckle loudly and grinned sadistically. Well, asshole, let me show you what happens when you mess with Hanami. Several members in the audience chuckled and cheered as they watched Shoyu mercilessly pummel the Hyuga into a steaming, crying pile of mush. They even egged Shoyu on. Use your elbow. Give him the 1-2 in the bread biscuit. The chin. Knee him. Do the suplex. After several minutes, Hanami finally arrived at a tree where she goes to cry. She chuckled sadly when she saw the words that Shoyu and her carved years ago. Hey, Hanami-chan. Hanami turned to see Shoyu standing several feet away. Can I sit by you? Sure, Hanami said. Shoyu sat by her. I'm sorry, Shoyu said. I didn't want you to get hurt, but you did get hurt after all. It could be worse, Hanami said. It's better I found out now. Thanks. You're welcome, Shoyu said. After several moments, Shoyu chuckled. Hanami-chan. What? Remember when we carved that on the tree? Hanami giggled. Yeah, you gave me a bunch of flowers and a small pendant for my birthday. It was also that day when we finally climbed the tree. And I fell out only for you to catch me, Shoyu concluded. But we both fell out. Oniro-senin. Hanami said laughing. Shoyu also started laughing. When they finished, Hanami turned around. Shoyu, what happened on Valentine's Day 2 years ago? Hanami asked. Shoyu froze. Spit it out, Hanami demanded. I couldn't face you. Why? Hanami demanded. Why did you hurt me? Shoyu sighed and grabbed Hanami's neck. With a swift movement pulled her close and kissed her. Hanami was surprised at first, but eventually closed her eyes and kissed deeper. Shoyu's eyes widened. After a few minutes, both of them separated. That was, Hanami said. Amazing, Shoyu finished. Hanami nodded. She scooted closer to Shoyu's side. She intertwined her fingers with Shoyu's. Does this mean you're my girlfriend, Hanami-heim? Only if you're my boyfriend, Shoyu-kun, Hanami said. Hanami laid her head on Shoyu's shoulder and sighed in content. Nearby in the bushes, Anko, Iruka, and Shizune were in the bushes looking through a pair of binoculars while Zabuza was in a treetop. Kawaii, they're so romantic, Shizune said. It reminds me of us, right Iruka-kun? Anko asked. Iruka nodded. Even though Shoyu resembles Zabuza so much, he acts more like Shizune and Iruka, while Hanami is like Anko and Zabuza in attitude. Whatever, Zabuza mumbled. We should go now. You have no taste, Shizune and Anko screamed. Iruka nodded in agreement. Kasentausen, Metsujutsu, Chaos Wave, Ninpu, Explosion Flurry. A huge flurry of explosion tags flew at the parents along with a barrage of chakra blades. The blades lit up causing a humongous explosion, driving away the meddlesome parents. Up in the Hokage Mountains, Tsunade chuckled. Nothing is as fiery like the passion of young love. Yes, Tsunade-sama, young love is so youthful. Yes, Gai-sensei, you are so youthful. Bam! The end. A girl worth fighting for. Team 7 consisting of Choji, Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru were on a 4-man S-class mission to Iowa on a covert mission. Man, I'm tired, Choji complained. Can't we rest? Come on Choji, keep up, Shino said. Hey Kiba, how about some encouragement? Yeah, instead of thinking about your tired feet and your hungry stomach on this hair-raising, dangerous, and suicide mission, think of a girl worth fighting for, Kiba said. A girl worth fighting for? Shikamaru asked. Kiba nodded. A girl worth fighting for, Kiba said in a sing-song voice. Shikamaru grinned. I want her prettier than the moon and peaceful as the night. Shikamaru sang. My girl will marvel at my strength, Kiba sang. Adore my battle scars. I couldn't care less what she'll wear or what she looks like. It all depends on what she cooks like. Beef, pork, chicken, Choji sang. Bet the girls thought you were the charmer, Kiba sang to Shino. And I bet the ladies love a man in a mower, Choji sang. You can guess what we missed the most since we've been off to war, Kiba sang. What do we want? A girl worth fighting for, Choji and Shikamaru sang loudly. My girl will have no faults and I bet you'll find, Choji sang. Kiba elbowed Shino. How about a girl who's got a brain and always speaks her mind? Shino sang awkwardly. Nah, Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru sang. My manly ways in turn of phrase are sure to thrill her, Kiba sang. He thinks he's such a ladies' man, Shikamaru grumbled. Kiba turned and smashed his head on a branch. I've got a girl at home who's not like any other, Shino said. The only girl who'd love him is his mother, Kiba snapped. But when we come home in victory, they'll line up on the door, Choji sang. What do we want? Shikamaru asked. A girl worth fighting for, Kiba and Shikamaru sang. I wish that I had, Shino sang. A girl worth fighting for. Ahem, your song is beautiful, but surrender. You're outnumbered. Team 7 looked around and saw Iowa nins everywhere around them. Shino glared at his team. You're idiots, all of you. Is this what you wanted? Nope, Kiba grinned cheekily. We want a girl worth fighting for, Choji and Shikamaru sang. Many of the Iowa nins' sweat dropped at the Konoha ninjas. How did we lose the war against them? A girl worth fighting for, Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru sang as Team 7 charged. Konohamaru's test. Alright, now that you're a Chunin you can summon the Monkey Clan if you can pass the test, Asuma said. Yada. Konohamaru, pay attention. When you summon the monkey contract, you must answer the sage's questions, Asuma scolded. Out of all of our clan, only my old man has answered the questions correctly. Konohamaru nodded. He bit his thumb and made several hand seals. Kuchius. Monkey. A baboon came from the smoke carrying a strange crooked staff. The baboon cackled and danced around. Hello? Konohamaru said. Lalala samba banana squash alahudato, the baboon sang. The baboon did this for several minutes before Konohamaru growled. Will you cut that out? I can't, it grows right back out. The baboon giggled. Who are you? Konohamaru Saratobi. No. That is not who you are? Then who am I? Come closer, I tell you, the baboon said. Konohamaru leaned in. A satana a squash banana hehehe. The baboon cackled. What's that supposed to mean? You are a baboon and I'm not. No, I'm not. Konohamaru argued. Ninpu. Shadow clone. 6 clones appeared and attacked the baboon. The baboon was able to dispel all 6 of the clones with surprising agility. Dao. Konohamaru growled. Who are you? The baboon asked. A monkey's uncle, Konohamaru answered sarcastically. Correct, the baboon said. You are now able to summon the monkey brethren. Hee. The baboon vanished leaving an ecstatic Konohamaru and an exasperated Asuma. That was the answer, Asuma roared. Peeper. Jiraiya giggled as he approached a hot spring in this new sound village. He knew the dangers of Orochimaru, but spying is number 1 priority. He giggled lecherously as he heard grunting coming from the springs. He expertly drilled a peek hole in the fence and looked in. After 1 second of looking, Jiraiya plugged the hole. He shuddered violently. My mind is violated, Jiraiya cried. He turned and slammed his head into a tree trunk until his memory was wiped blank from the event. A few months later, Naruto grinned sadistically. Jiraiya gulped and regretted on saying the last words. You will write a gay novel featuring you and Orochimaru as lovers and give a copy to Tsunade, Anko, Kurenai, and Yugao, Naruto said. Jiraiya froze in shock. All of his repressed memories of what he saw in the sound springs came back to him. Jiraiya felt his heart slow and stop. No, nightmare. Shino sighed as he laid his head down on his sleeping bag. Around him, Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru were staring at the skies. Hey guys, after we get to Konoha, what are you going to do? Kiba asked. Lie around and look at clouds, Shikamaru said. Help in the Akuri Ichiitaba kitchen, Choji said. Go DJ in the club, Shino said. Just wondering, Kiba said. Night all, Choji said. That night, Kiba dreamed he was back at the Chunin celebratory dance. He looked around and saw Choji and Ino, along with Tenten and Niji waltzing to a slow song. He looked in front of him and saw that Hinata was smiling at him. He smiled back nervously as he listened to the romantic song Shino put. Each step brought Hinata and Kiba closer together. Soon they were only an inch apart. Kiba gasped as Hinata kissed him. Oh Kiba, Hinata whispered. Kiba opened his eyes and saw Hinata's face melting to reveal his sister's face. Oh Kiba, Hana said flirty. Kiba screamed. Choji bellowed. Shikamaru screamed. All 3 of them screamed in unison. Shino groaned and slapped all 3 of them. Get a hold of yourselves. We're shinobis for Kami's sake, Shino said. But, Hana, nightmare. Oh, Kiba sputtered. Choji chuckled. Are you finally going to admit that you have a sister complex? Shikamaru said. Yes, that's the reason. That's what. I do not have a sister complex. Kiba yelled. Go to bed now, Shino commanded. Choji and Shikamaru went right back to sleep while Kiba snuffled a bit. I don't have a sister complex, Kiba said defensively. Danmut interrupted my dream, Shino thought as he went back to counting beetles. A talk and a dance and a song. Gaara sighed as he leaned back. He watched as his sand complete his paperwork. Soon the large amount of paperwork was finished. He heard a knock at the door and looked up. Come in, Gaara said. The door opened to reveal Temari, Taya, and Kankuro. Hey bro, we're returning from the S-class from Cloud, Kankuro said. He was smacked by Temari's fan. What the hell bitch? Temari ignored Kankuro's insult. We have the scroll here for you Kazekage-sama. You don't have to address me by my title Nayachin, Gaara said. He took the scroll from Temari. What now Gaara-kun? Taya asked. Gaara turned to the redeed. Underneath his sand armor, Gaara felt his face flush. He quickly looked down and found what his daily planner. For now, you have a week's rest, Gaara said. Dismissed. Hi, Taya winked at Gaara and waved goodbye to him as she left. Wait, Temari, may I have a moment with you? Gaara called. Temari cocked her head to the side confused as the other two left. What do you need Gaara? Temari asked. Gaara made a hand seal first. The walls glowed bright green. When the walls faded, Gaara looked at Temari. During this past week, I have been experiencing symptoms of a very strange illness, Gaara said. What are the symptoms? Couldn't you ask a doctor? Temari asked. Gaara shook his head. It would not be best for anyone except you to know if I am potentially sick, Gaara said. Temari nodded. So what's wrong? Temari asked. The first symptom is that my body temperature is constantly fluctuating around Taya. Also, red patches appear on my cheeks if it wasn't for my sand armor. Next was the sudden fascination of Taya's body and literally everything about her. And, Taya's favorite bra color? Temari asked quickly. Ruby red, Gaara answered without thinking. He glared at Temari. As I was saying, I found myself unable to speak in front of Taya. And also I feel like I have something flapping in my stomach. Temari could not help but grin at her brother. Gaara, you are not sick. Then what is going on? Gaara asked. You're in love, Temari said. I'm in what? Gaara asked. Temari sighed. When a person becomes older, their body begins to produce a chemical that causes them to be attracted to the opposite sex, Temari explained. Gaara nodded. However, when a male finds a girl or vice versa that is perfect for them, they will start to experience symptoms such as yours. So what do I do? Gaara asked. For the next part, I need Baki-sensei and Kankuro, Temari ordered. Gaara nodded. He pressed a button on his desk. Mitsuri, I need Kankuro and Baki to come to my office immediately, Gaara ordered. Right away Gaara-sama, Mitsuri said. After 5 minutes, there were knocking on the door. Gaara opened it to allow Kankuro and Baki in. Gaara, what is so important? Baki asked. Temari, Baki and Kankuro are here. What is it you need them to do? Gaara asked. Kankuro and Baki turned to Temari. I need Baki to explain to Gaara what a date is, Temari said. Nani? Baki exclaimed. Kankuro snickered at Baki's misfortune. And I need Kankuro to give Gaara the talk. Nani, damn you vile woman, Kankuro exclaimed while Baki snickered at Kankuro's misfortune. Come on, can't I just give him an Icha book? Absolutely not. But Kankuro, Baki, you will do as Temari says, or else I will make both of you academy teachers, Gaara ordered. Damn it. After several hours of extremely embarrassing talking, Gaara finally got the message. So to cure these symptoms, I must date Taya, Gaara asked. Temari nodded. She glared at Baki and Kankuro because both of them became drunk during the embarrassing talk. And after I marry her I must. Yes, Temari said hurriedly. So how do I ask Taya for a date? Gaara asked. Temari whispered several instructions in Gaara's ears. Gaara nodded. Do exactly as I say, Temari said. Fine, Temari, Gaara said. He vanished in a swirl of sand and reappeared in front of Taya's apartment carrying a bouquet of white roses. He knocked on the door and waited. Who the hell wants to Kazekage-sama? How may I help you? Taya asked. Taya, I just wanted to ask if you were free tomorrow night if you would like to have dinner with me? Gaara asked. What? Taya asked, completely surprised. Would you like to have dinner with me? Gaara asked. Sure. Will you meet me here tomorrow at 1800? Taya asked. As you wish, my Hidama. Gaara said and vanished in a swirl of sand. Taya closed the door and looked around to see if anyone was around. After she was sure that no one was around, she sighed. What am I going to do? The next day, Taya paced nervously as she fidgeted with a ruby-red kimono decorated with golden flowers. She nearly choked as she heard a knock on the door. She yanked open the door to see Temari. What the fuck are you doing here, Temari? Taya asked. I'm just here to say that be natural and try not to curse a lot. It's one of Gaara's pet peeves, Temari advised. Oh, and wash of your makeup. He liked you the way without the makeup. Thanks Tamari, Taya said. Tamari grinned. To tell you the truth, Gaara is completely clueless in dating, so don't be too aggressive and don't be afraid to tell Gaara the truth, Tamari advised. A knock on the door was heard. Tamari made a hand seal. Good luck. Tamari vanished in a small tornado. Taya quickly wiped off her makeup and opened the door. Gaara was dressed in a loose button-up shirt, khakis dress shoes, and had a tan overcoat with a tanuki emblazoned on it. Gaara bowed in a courtly manner. Good evening Taya, these are for you, Gaara said. He pulled out a rare golden desert rose. Taya gasped and accepted it. She placed it in her hair and smiled at Gaara. Gaara gave her a small nervous smile. It looks good Taya. Thank you Gaara, Taya said. She gently held Gaara's arm and pulled close to Gaara. Now where are we going? Gaara chuckled softly and made a hand seal. Immediately, sand swirled around their feet forming a small platform. Taya gave a small shriek as the platform began to rise. Hold on Taya, Gaara said. The platform rose in the sky. Gaara made the platform fly and circle around the village until they arrived at the most prestigious restaurant in Suna, the Golden Oasis. Gaara dispelled the platform and led Taya inside. Welcome Kazuki-sama. The whole restaurant is at your disposal, a waiter said. The waiter led the couple to a table that had an old-style flame lamp lit. Once Gaara and Taya sat down, waiters appeared and served them a meal unlike any other. Around the pair, a small band of musicians played soft music. After a while, the musicians began playing a slow soft melody that one of the waitresses recognized. Taya closed her song at the melody and stood up. She pulled Gaara to his feet and the couple began dancing gracefully. As they sang, the waitress began singing the tune in a clear wonderful voice. Just a little change, small to say the least, both a little scared. Neither one prepared Beauty and the Beast, ever the same. Ever a surprise, ever as before. Ever just as sure as the sun will rise, tale as old as time, tune as old as song. Bittersweet and strange, finding you can change, learning you were wrong. When the song ended, Gaara dipped Taya low. Taya giggled a bit before kissing Gaara lightly. Gaara smiled widely and brought her back to her feet. For the whole an hour the couple danced. At midnight, Gaara teleported Taya and himself to the Kazuki sanctuary. The couple sat on a bench and stared at the stars. Gaara, did you ever have a wish come true? Taya asked. Gaara turned to her. I had one come true tonight, Gaara said. Really? Taya asked. Gaara nodded. Their faces came closer and closer until Waiu, thud. The pair turned to see Kankuro in a heap. Gaara sighed as he turned to see Tamari and Baki standing. I'm sorry Taya, it looks like I have to go, Gaara said regretfully. He made a hand seal and sand grabbed his siblings along with his sensei. The small group vanished in a swirl of sand. Taya sighed and sniffed the rose that Gaara gave her. She stared at the sky and the Kazuki statues around her. I can't fall in love even though he's cute, charming, and sweet. I'll be only a weakness to him, Taya said to herself. If there's a prize for rotten judgment, I guess I've already won that. No man is worth the aggravation. That's ancient history, been there, done that. Kazuki statues. What do you think you're kiddin'? He's the earth and heaven till you try to keep it hidden. Honey, we can see right through you girl. You can't conceal it. We know how you feel and who you're thinking of Taya. No chance, no way, I won't say it. No Kazuki statues. You swoon, you sigh, why deny it? Oh Taya. It's too cliche. I won't say I'm in love. I thought my heart had learned its lesson. It feels so good when you start out, my head is screaming get a grip girl. Unless you're dying to cry your heart out. Oh, Kazuki statues. You keep on denying who you are and how you're feeling, baby, we're not buying. Hon, we saw you hit the ceiling, face it like a grown-up. When you gonna own up that you got it bad Taya? No chance, no way, I won't say it. No Kazuki statues, give up, give in. Check the grin, you're in love. Taya, this scene won't play. I won't say I'm in love. Kazuki statues. Your doing flips red, our lips, you're in love. Taya, you're way off base, I won't say it. Get off my case, I won't say it. Kazuki statues. Girl, don't be proud, it's okay, you're in love Taya. Oh, at least out loud. I won't say I'm in love. Taya sighed as she stared up in the sky to see a beautiful shooting star streak into the sky. At least out loud, I won't say I'm in love. Props to Darth Valgov and to Disney along with other people who read Bloodline Destroyer. Please review. Thanks OSO 1991. Chapter 32. Akatsuki and Root Moves. In Konoha, Danzo was on top of the Hokage Mountain drinking tea. He smiled for the first time in over 30 years and looked at the darkening stormy skies. The skies rumbled as rain threatened to fall. He lowered his gaze to the city of Konoha and watched the battle below. Konoha was in flames. Choji grunted as an Akatsuki follower punched him. Choji returned the favor by inflating his fist and slammed it into the AF's head. The AF's head was separated from the body due to the force of Choji's fist. Beside him, Hinata stopped a Root's heart with a Jaiuken to the heart. How the hell did this happen? Choji asked Hinata. I'm not sure. But there is someone high who is a traitor, Hinata said. She ducked a katana swing and kicked an AF's head. Choji swung his kanabo and knocked away 2 Root members away. Choji, Hinata. Choji and Hinata turned to see Ino and their sensei, Kurenai, waving at them. The duo battled their way clear to their 2 teammates. Kurenai-sensei? What's going on? Hinata asked. Ino deflected some shuriken with her kunai and stabbed an AF. I'm not sure. However, we need to get to the Hokage's tower. Kurenai said. She made several hand seals, ninpu, demonic illusion. The AFs and Roots around them began screaming as they were trapped in a nightmare. Kurenai signaled to her team. They jumped to the rooftops in a formation and began traveling to the Hokage's tower, knocking their enemies away. In a couple of minutes, they arrived at the Hokage's tower. They slipped into the bunker underground, where all of the loyal ninjas of Konoha were meeting. The 2 guards, Katetsu and Izumo, nodded as they let Kurenai's team in. Inside, Tsunade was giving a speech to all of the ninjas. As you may have noticed, Konoha is under attack. However, the enemies are not foreign ninjas, but Root ninjas under the control of Danzu. In addition to Root ninjas, there is another enemy, Akatsuki followers. They are led by 2 members who are S-class criminals. They are Zetsu and a person called Kazuzu. Luckily, both of them are not joining the battle. However, our objective is clear. We need to kill Danzu, eliminate Root, and drive off the Akatsuki force. Understood? Hi. Boom. Everyone turned to see a shark-like man holding a very large sword at the doorway carrying Katetsu and Izumo on his shoulder. The shark-like man grinned as he placed the 2 ninjas near the ruined doorway. Hello, Hokage-sama. We're allies sent by the Mizukage, the shark-like man said. I'm Kisame and my companion is not with me. Here I am, a slurred voice called out. All of the Konoha ninjas watched as a man with a ragged beard stumbled in the room. He walked with a drunken swagger and carried a large sake bottle in his hand. I'm Hek, Musama, Hek, please Tamicha, Hek, the man said, obviously drunk out of his mind. We're here by orders of the Mizukage. We're here to stop the rebellion, Kisame said. He tossed Tsunade a scroll. Tsunade grabbed it and quickly read it. She then looked up and nodded. Kisame, Musama, the attacking force is stationed east of Konoha's gates. In that area, the majority of the AFs along with their leaders are there, Tsunade said. Feel free not to take any captives. Ha ha ha. Finally an all-out battle. Come on Musama, I'm not missing out on this, Kisame said happily. Both ninjas made a hand seal and vanished in a puddle of water that quickly disappeared. Hokage-sama, are you sure that we trust those 2? A ninja asked. Tsunade nodded. Neither of them would dare disobey a direct command from the Mizukage. Also, it would be best if you would stay out of their way. Hi. Now go. Report back here at midnight. Fight for our village, Tsunade cried. All of the shinobis roared in agreement and flooded out of the room. In the Akatsuki's camp, 2 guards were on duty. Both of them were bored out of their minds and were reading Icha. After a while, they heard stumbling and hiccuping noises. They stood up and pulled out a kunai. Soon Musama stumbled up, staggering with a grin on his face. Day Taya, hic, blarg, I'm a monster, blarg, Musama slurred. The 2 guards watched as the drunken man began walking towards the camp. Excuse me, but you're not allowed here, one of the guards said. Musama continued to stumble towards the camp. The guard decided to throw one at the stranger as a warning shot. He threw his kunai so it would just miss Musama's neck. Thwack. The second guard looked in shock as he watched his partner fall to the ground dead with a kunai in his neck. The guard charged Musama and threw a punch at Musama. Musama bent backwards, avoiding the punch, and straightened up. Musama then swayed as he easily avoided a taijutsu combo. After the guard threw his last punch, Musama swayed then struck the guard in the throat with a hooked finger, collapsing the guard's throat. Good job Musama, Kisame said. He strode past the dead guards and made several hand seals as he entered the camp. Suiton. Exploding water shockwave. Kisame spat a humongous amount of water that flooded the whole camp. Kisame continued to spit water until the camp was a lake. Kisame then made another series of hand seals. Kuchius. Shark pack. A pack of sharks appeared in the water and began tearing apart any ninja in the water with vicious bites. Kisame laughed in glee as he saw several ninjas pull themselves out of the water and charge at him. Kisame began charging and used his sword, Samahade, to block a katana. He kicked another ninja, sending the unfortunate ninja over 30 feet away. Kisame smirked as he shoved off the first ninja and used his sword to shave away the ninja's throat. Kisame turned and swung his sword, smashing a ninja into his comrades. All of them fell into the water and were torn apart by sharks. Kisame then ducked a Rashinjutsu and threw his sword at the ninja. The ninja gaped as the humongous sword stabbed through his chest. Kisame pulled on the bandages and retrieved his sword just in time to decapitate another ninja. Musama was also fighting ninjas. His drunken staggering weaving tired many of the ninjas and allowed him to avoid several barrages of ninjutsu and weapons. Musama swung his limbs in a wild manner, knocking out many ninjas. Musama made several hand seals and faced the ninjas. Raiten, lightning cannon, orbs of lightning fired out everywhere in an unpredictable manner. Instead of firing straight, the orbs swerved and curved, hitting ninjas or other things. Kisame had to bat away an orb. "Damn it, Musama, watch where you're firing those things," Kisame said. He turned and saw Kazuzu standing on the water. Kazuzu hunched down as he forced a masked creature out of his back. Kisame watched in interest as the masked creature charged him. Kisame swung his sword and chopped off a chunk of the creature's body. "So who are you?" Kisame asked. Kazuzu said. Kisame grinned. "So you're the guy that Naruto beat," Kisame said. "Hope you're more of a challenge." Kisame made several hand seals and slammed his hand into the lake they were standing on. Suiton. Geyser blast. Pillars of steaming water began blasting out in a random pattern. Kazuzu was forced to jump away before the geyser nearly blew half his body. Kazuzu made a series of hand seals and a stone dragon erupted from a nearby bank. Kisame sliced the stone dragon apart. Raiten. Thunder Hydra. An enormous multi-headed snake made of lightning flew towards Kisame at an impressive speed. Kisame jumped out of the water and onto the bank. One of the snake heads hit the bank, but the other heads still followed Kisame. Fueton. Wind blast. Musama squinted, then blew a huge gust at the bright hydra, dispelling the technique. "Over here, drunkard." Musama stumbled as thorny vines appeared out of the ground, nearly skewering him. Musama began walking unsteadily as he weaved in and out of the vines, avoiding all of them. Zetsu's eye twitched at the ease Musama avoided the vines. Musama chuckled and unzipped his pants. Zetsu along with Kazuzu watched with astonishment as Musama peed on the vines. "What the fuck?" Zetsu roared. Musama chuckled unconcerned as he finished his business and lazily bent back, avoiding a thorny vine. Zetsu growled as he made a hand seal. All of the vines that had appeared were mutated into large flowers that either spat out acid or had jaws. Musama squinted and barely dodged a bite. Musama giggled drunkenly and pulled out, to Zetsu's and Kazuzu's surprise, a steel bar stool around 3 feet long. Musama began waving the stool around wildly, smashing away the vines. Zetsu growled as he pulled a thorny vine out and cracked it like a whip. Zetsu swung the whip at Musama. Musama knocked it away using his stool and charged drunkenly at Zetsu. Zetsu tried to hit Musama again, but Musama had managed to be close enough to hit Zetsu with the stool. Musama ducked the whip and smashed Zetsu in the head with a stool. Zetsu saw flowers as he stumbled back from the hit. Musama went behind Zetsu and swung his stool again, smashing it into the back of Zetsu's skull. Kazuzu turned back to Kisame and made several hand seals. Doten. Earth Dragon. A huge dragon made of stone erupted from the ground and sped toward Kisame. Kisame stabbed the dragon with his sword. When the dragon was gone, Kisame looked around to see Kazuzu in front of him. Kazuzu punched Kisame in the throat, causing Kisame to fly back. Kisame crashed into the water but began to sink. Kazuzu breathed a sigh of relief for the brief reprise. Suiton. Whale Slam. A humongous whale made of water came out of the lake and jumped high. The whale then fell and landed on Kazuzu. Kazuzu gasped as the water early drowned him. Kazuzu was lifted out of the water by a hand and smashed into the ground. Kazuzu made a hand seal and vanished into the earth. Doten. Boulder Barrage. Kisame was laughing in glee as he batted away boulders with his sword. Kisame dropped his sword for a second and made several hand seals. Suiton. Grand Waterfall. A pillar of water smashed into Kazuzu. Kazuzu grunted as he tried to form several hand seals. He didn't expect Kisame to jump into his own jutsu though and smash his blade into Kazuzu's face. Kazuzu flew away and slammed into a boulder. Kazuzu looked up and rolled over just in time to avoid a slice from the Samahata. Kazuzu flipped to his feet and kicked Kisame to the side. Kisame stumbled and felt several tentacles grasp on his Samahata and himself. Kisame grinned as he saw Kazuzu's face begin to show signs of chakra exhaustion. Ha ha ha, you can feel it. Samahata leeches chakra if you're close to it. The closer you are the more it eats, Kisum chuckled. Kisum made several hand seals. Suiton. Water Dragon Blast. A huge water dragon came out of the lake and slammed into Kazuzu. Kisum manipulated the dragon to push Kazuzu into the lake. Kisum made another series of hand seals when he saw that Kazuzu was in the lake. Suiton. Infinite Sharks. Kazuzu felt a shark bite into his ankle. Kazuzu's eyes widened in pain as several more bit onto his limbs. More came and bit down on Kazuzu. All of them began tearing into his skin, ripping him apart. After several moments, all of them stopped and just clung onto Kazuzu. Kazuzu felt a huge surge of chakra coming from all of the sharks. Kazuzu looked up to see Kisum waving at him. Boom, Kisum said. Boom. A humongous pillar of water exploded as all of the sharks exploded at the same time. Kazuzu was blown out of the water and landed on a boulder. Kisum jumped and swung his sword at Kazuzu before Kazuzu could recover. Kazuzu gasped as he felt his last heart popped by Kisum's sword. Zetsu glared at the drunk. Musama giggled as he drank from a large bottle of sake. Musama then set the stool on the ground and began making hand seals. Fueton. Fueton Ogre Transformation. Zetsu stared as a humongous tornado slammed down on Musama. The tornado expanded and began throwing out blades. Zetsu vanished in the earth only to be forced out when a blade of wind made him fly out of the ground. Zetsu stood back up only to stare in the face of a massive ogre with a disc on his back with the kanji ogre. The ogre stood to its full height and raised a massive hammer. Zetsu's eyes widened as the hammer crashed down on him. The impact itself was incredible, but the hammer caused a humongous tornado. Zetsu's eardrums were blasted open as he found himself in the middle of a giant tornado, yet trapped between a hammer and the ground. Zetsu could feel himself being slowly torn and crushed apart. Zetsu concentrated all of the remaining chakra he had and made a hand seal. Ninpu. Vine Root Drill. A huge vine came out of Zetsu's body and pulled Zetsu into the ground. However, the tornado to Zetsu's horror plucked Zetsu up and after several painful minutes, tore him apart and crushed Zetsu. Down in the village, Kin was defending the hospital. She had grown over 5 years. She sighed as she threw a senbon at an AF. She ignored the AF's scream as the senbons hit a pain nerve and made several hand seals. She inhaled deeply and opened her mouth at a group of shinobis. Ninpu. Choral of Sirens. A loud chorus of high-pitched squealing came out of her mouth. Any of the ninjas in her range were forced on their knees as extremely powerful high-pitched vibrations pounded on their ears, causing severe mental pain. After several moments she released the jutsu and quickly threw a kunai. Ninpu. Shadow Kunai Clone. A shower of kunais rained down on the fallen shinobis killing all of them. Kin turned around and signaled to the injured shinobis behind her. Zabuza, will you drop the book and help us? Kin screamed. Zabuza quickly closed his icha and pulled out his zanbato. Zabuza jumped in front of Kin and sliced 2 AFs in half with a swing of his sword. Zabuza stabbed his sword deeply into the ground. He planted the palm of his hand on the hilt and swung himself around and kicked away a squad of roots. As soon as he landed, Zabuza quickly made several hand seals. Suiton. Water Blast. A huge stream of water appeared and cleared a path away from the hospital. Now Kin, move the injured. Zabuza yelled. Kin made several clones and quickly moved several injured shinobis. Zabuza also made water clones and helped move the injured also. As the clones moved away, Kin jumped to Zabuza's side. Is that all the injured? Zabuza asked. He used the flat of his blade to deflect a shower of shuriken. Yeah, we need to advance toward the root camp. There we'll be able to stop the whole rebellion, Kin said. Any allies coming? Zabuza asked. Kin nodded. The Mizukage already sent 2 powerful ninjas. Sand is lending us a hand if the rebellion lasts for 3 days. However, the AF ninjas are retreating while the roots are fighting desperately. Although they caught us by surprise, their numbers are rapidly diminishing. That's what's been bothering me, Zabuza explained as he knocked an AF ninja away. Tsune told us there were only 100 ninjas. Konoha has over 150 chuninins and around 50 jounins, not counting Anbu. Also there are 2 S-class ninjas. What are they after? Kaiten. Great Fireball. Zabuza ducked and avoided a large fireball. He sped toward the root ninja that attacked him and grabbed the ninja's neck. Zabuza used the man as a crude flail and knocked away AF ninjas and root ninjas while Kin made a long series of hand seals. Doten. Swarm of Worms. A huge worm swarm came from the earth. The creatures proceeded to charge toward the enemy ninja and swallowed them into the earth. Doten. Mud Wall. Saratobi spat a huge amount of mud and created a tall wall that encircled the Hokage Tower. All around the Hokage Tower were various root ninjas trying to get in. Besides Beside Sarutobi, 3 teams of Anbus were sniping and using jutsus to keep away the root ninjas. "How many are there?" Sarutobi yelled. He kicked away a root ninja and stabbed the root with a kunai. "A lot, Hokage-sama. I count 10 to 12 teams of 4, an Anbu yelled back. The Anbu ducked a jutsu and used a ninjato to pop a root's heart. "Hey old man." Sarutobi turned around to see his grandson smack away an F with a steel bow staff. Beside him, Mogi was using 2 kunais to defend Yuden while he made seals for a genjutsu. "Konohamaru, go to the left side of the Hokage Tower and help the Anbu team there." "Righto OG," Konohamaru said. He made several hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. "Kuchius, monkey." A large armored gorilla appeared carrying an iron club. The gorilla bowed to Konohamaru. Konohamaru quickly gave the gorilla orders. The gorilla nodded before jumping down the wall. Sarutobi looked down and saw that the gorilla was charging AF ninjas and root ninjas, knocking them off the wall. In the Anbu center, Asuma and his team were hard-pressed as they saw another group of AF ninjas attack the holding cells. "Damn it, where are the reinforcements?" Asuma bellowed. He sent chakra through his trench knives and began attacking furiously. He ran out of energy after the 20th ninja though and signaled his team to retreat. His team quickly made a hand seal and vanished. Asuma made sure his team was out safely and made a hand seal. Ninpu, shadow clone. 3 clones appeared and blocked for Asuma, while Asuma made several hand seals. Kaiten, burning ash smog. A large ash cloud appeared and surrounded the large group of ninjas. Asuma clicked his tongue and vanished. Asuma watched from a rooftop nearby as the ash smog exploded into flames, burning the enemy Shinobis. The remaining ninjas that were alive stormed the Anbu holding cells. Asuma scowled and turned to Katetsu. "Tell the Hokage that we lost the Anbu center," Asuma said. The AF ninjas quickly went in and came out carrying a wrapped bundle around the size of a body. As soon as other enemy ninjas saw the bundle, they turned around and retreated. Asuma's scowl became deeper as he saw that fighting had quit all over Konoha. "Izumo, come with me to the Anbu center. We have to find out what the ninjas took from there." Asuma and Izumo jumped to the Anbu center and entered the door cautiously. Strangely, all of the cells were intact, and the prisoners were unharmed and asleep. Asuma poked around and saw a drop of blood. He looked around and saw a trail of blood leading for the more dangerous prisoners. "Izumo, over here and be careful," Asuma said. Asuma followed the trail of blood drops to the lower part of the building. His uneasiness grew as they passed the cells for B-ranked ninjas. They entered the section for the A-ranked ninjas and found that the trail of blood led to an open cell. Asuma looked inside. "Aw shit," Asuma said. Izumo looked inside and saw Sakura's bleeding corpse staring at the ceiling. Asuma examined the body with a skilled eye. He saw the blackened blood around the edge, but no burns. She was killed by the Chidori. Aside from Kakashi, Sasuke is the only one who knew the Chidori, Asuma said. "But I thought Sasuke was imprisoned 4 years ago for insubordination and attempted murder on Itachi," Izumo said. He tapped the far wall and paused as he heard a loud click. "What the?" Izumo muttered as a large section of the wall swung open to reveal a winding staircase. Asuma Taicho. "Yeah, get a team here now." At the border of the fire country, around 60 ninjas were gathered in a clearing. All of them were watching as the bundle unveiled Sasuke smirking. Sasuke pulled off the last of the bandages off of him. He chuckled insanely as he opened his right eye. He flexed his new steel arm and watched in satisfaction as a chakra blade popped out of it. Well, I didn't expect it to work." "Danzo-sama," Sasuke said. Danzo appeared from the foliage accompanied with a platoon of root ninjas. "Did you get it?" Danzo asked. Sasuke nodded as he pulled out a scroll. Sasuke spread blood on the scroll. After the smoke dispersed, a large tome rested in Sasuke's hands. "Here it is, the secrets of the 10 Bijuus," Sasuke said. Danzo nodded in approval. "And the other item?" Danzo asked. Sasuke chuckled evilly as chakra flooded through his right eye. The black pupil gave way to the Mangekyo Sharingan. "If it wasn't for that jar of Sharingan eyes sealed in that scroll, I wouldn't have been able to remove that fucking seal Naruto gave me," Sasuke said. "Are you ready to meet the Akatsuki?" "Yes, Danzo-sama," Sasuke said evilly. He was about to turn when an incredible pain flooded out of his left eye. He crumpled to the ground and gasped as his blinded left eye began to see images for the first time in 5 years. Sasuke growled in anger as he saw Naruto with his back towards him and holding a sword. Naruto slowly turned to Sasuke and stabbed him in the chest. As Sasuke screamed in pain, he heard Naruto growl like a beast. "Remember, Sasuke, if you ever cross paths with me or give me a reason, I will tear your cowardly body into 1,000 pieces and feed them to my foxes." Sasuke screamed in terror as a giant 9-tailed fox appeared in Naruto's place and began to rip him apart. Over and over again. Back in Konoha, Tsunade and Sarutobi scowled as they observed what was in the chamber. I never imagined something like this was stored down here, Tsunade said. You shouldn't. This building was built on the foundations of the old Konoha police building when it was ran by the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi said. Still, to see these things such as a scroll full of jutsus, sealing, and especially genjutsus, Tsunade said. However, many of these scrolls were used. I can see the Uchiha brat's fingerprints on them. However, there seems to be nothing missing, Sarutobi said. He picked up an adachi and placed it back. When he placed it back though, he saw an imprint of a tome in the dust. I take that back, something is missing. Whatever is missing though, it must be important, Tsunade said. She opened a cabinet and saw a book fall out. She opened the book and saw that it was a catalog. Sarutobi-sensei, there should be a number near that space. I see it. The number is 666, Sarutobi said. Sarutobi-sensei, the tome's name is The Secrets of the 10 Bijuas. 10? I thought there was 9. Yes, but the 10th one is Iwubi. That book contains the secret of unlocking the most powerful demon. In Kurigakure, Shiku Kansas was outside for a walk when 3 genins bumped into him. He recognized Inari, but not the other 2. Hello Inari, these 2 must be your teammates, Shiku Kansas said. Inari nodded. His 2 teammates were male twins and dressed in identical loose navy pants, dark green shirt and gray vests. So who are you? Shiku Kansas asked one of the twins. The one on the left of Inari answered. I'm you. Yes, I'm asking you, Shiku Kansas said. I'm you. No, you're not. I'm me. And you're you. Are you deaf? No, you's mom is blind. Don't talk about my mother, you. Yes. Enough, Shiku Kansas said. He turned to the other twin. You, yes, you asked, not you, Shiku Kansas said. Me, the other twin, me, answered. Yes you, me, I'm talking to you. Yes, you asked. Shut up, Shiku Kansas asked. He turned to you. Who is he? He is me and I am you. Enough, Shiku Kansas roared frustrated. Mizukage-sama, my teammates' names are me and you. Me spelled with an M and you spelled Y and you, Inari said. Me and you nodded. Oh, Shiku Kansas said, feeling incredibly foolish. So where are you guys going? To Jin-sama's lab to deliver his materials for what was it again, me? Gunpowder, I think. Jin has always been unique. However, he is brilliant in engineering and science, Shiku Kansas said. Now hurry up. If you're late, I'm sure that Jin might start chazzing you with his club. A club? I really doubt that he could catch us, me said dubiously. You nodded in agreement. Don't be so sure. My nephew trained with Jin and always came back with a broken bone or 2. Then your nephew must not be very fast. My nephew is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the demon of the bloody storm. Inari, I think it would be best to hurry along, me said. You nodded. I agree. They were about to move when a flurry of paper shurikens peppered the ground before the genins. The genins immediately went into a triangle formation. Inari had his hands in a hand seals while the twins carried katanas in their hands. Shiku Kansas peered through the trees and spotted a flurry of movement. He pulled out a kunai and threw it in the trees. He made several hand seals before pointing his finger in the tree foliage. Raiten, lightning spear. A bright beam of lightning appeared and flew towards where Shiku Kansas was pointing. A person in black robes came out. She turned to Shiku Kansas with blank eyes. Surrender the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and I will let you live, the woman said. As if Akatsuki. Raiten, lightning arrow. An extremely fast bolt of lightning pierced the woman in the forehead. The woman smiled before she fell apart into paper. Shiku Kansas growled as he made several hand seals. Kuchius. Dragon. A large dragon, 20 feet long, appeared. Before the dragon could say anything, Shiku Kansas interrupted him. Get the genins out of here, now, Shiku Kansas said. He dodged another flurry of paper before sending a water jutsu. The genins cried out, but were silenced as the dragon flew away. Who are you? Shiku Kansas asked. You should remember Tawik. After all, we did fight years ago in a Megacure, right comrade? Shiku Kansas turned to stare into the eyes of the Rinnegan. He growled and pulled out a katana. Pain, what the hell are you doing here? Looking for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and to kill you. HMPH. You aren't going to find him, and from what I've seen, you won't be able to beat him either, Shiku Kansas said. A simple brat won't be able to stand up to the Rinnegan, Pain said. Haha. His bloodline will make sure you and your 6 bodies will rot in the ground, Shiku Kansas said. Fueton. Storm hurricane. Pain looked up to see the clear blue skies darkening as huge storm clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed as huge drops of rain fell, nullifying the paper techniques of Pain's partner, Conan. Yahaha, Mizukage-sama, looks like you could use a little help. Pain turned in time to see Jin behind him, carrying his bazooka. Pain's eyes widened as the weapon gave a loud clunk. Fire in the hole, Jin said gleefully. A large rocket screamed towards Pain. Pain made several hand seals, but had to jump since the rocket moved faster than he could react. Pain turned around to see Azrael pointing a fist at him. Sekaya, a chakra cannonball slammed into Pain. Pain vanished into smoke, but appeared in front of Shiku Kansas. Shigen, Pain moved back in time to dodge a spear-like finger from Shiku Kansas. He grabbed Shiku Kansas' arm and kicked him. Shiku Kansas grinned and exploded. Pain flew backwards to be kicked back. He jumped to his feet to face Shiku Kansas. Pain made several hand seals and stomped. Doten, Earth Dragon. As a huge stone dragon formed, a rocket from Jin blew it up. Jin grinned cheekily before jumping down. He sealed the bazooka before making hand seals. Doten, Crystal Leech. A large pit appeared under Pain's feet. Pain plummeted down and fell inside Crystal Orb, trapped. The orb flew back to the ground. Azrael formed several spears made of chakra. The spears hovered around the orb. Pierce. The orb collapsed into pieces as the spears stabbed the orb. Everyone saw Pain sheltered by 3 corpses. Pain shoved them off and made a series of hand seals. Doten, Mountain Wave. A huge pillar of earth came from the earth. As it grew, Shiku Kansas made several hand seals. Raiden, Raging Spear. A humongous spiraling thunderbolt slammed into Pain before he could react. Everyone had to shield their eyes to the fierce light that appeared before them. After several seconds, Shiku Kansas turned to see a burnt corpse. His eyes squinted as he saw something missing in the corpse. He turned around and sighed from the mysterious woman's absence. This isn't Pain, only one of his false body corpses, Shiku Kansas said. He turned to Jin. Jin, are those new hand cannons ready yet? Just about. They are ready to be shipped out to the 1st Regiment of civilian soldiers, along with a case of ammo containing 12 rounds. Enough for 2 reloads. Good. Get them shipped to the newest civilian battalion. I also want those new Clipper ships ready, Shiku Kansas said. Azrael, are the 3 civilian battalions physically fit yet? Hi. Thanks to hypnosis therapy from several Jinjutsus, they have trained their bodies enough to match Genin's speed and Chunin's strength. Each one of our civilian soldiers is able to match samurais in terms of battle. Equipped with these new hand cannons, they will be a formidable army. However, they are still no challenge to a Chunin unless in great numbers, Azrael said. Good job, Azrael. Tell my thanks to Jinkaku too. His interrogation tactics are extremely well done. Hi. Now, get ready to mobilize. I want you to be able to move out as soon as Naruto gets back from his mission. Naruto and the others rolled their eyes as they saw Kiba wince in pain. Naruto chuckled as he swallowed some sake. He turned to Shikamaru, Shino, Gaara and Kankuro. Gaara was petting Akamaru's head as the dog whined contently. A bachelor's party is the ceremony all married men must go through before their wedding. It is a sacred night where a man can release all of his inhibitions so that on their wedding day, they will be able to be their best, Kiba tried to explain. Tamari Taya and Haku glared at Kiba. You are not holding a bachelor's party for Gaara, he doesn't need one. Don't worry, Kankuro and I will arrange the whole thing. We've already got sake catering and most importantly, strippers, Kiba said. Naruto chuckled as Tamari's and Taya's chakra flared out and became bright red while Haku pulled out her sword. Kiba paled as he realized he had angered 3 highly skilled Kunoichis. Shikamaru raised his head up and pulled out a cigarette. He lit it and began breathing. Troublesome. Can't even get beaten without making a fuss. Naruto used a small concentrated blast of wind to destroy Shikamaru's cigarette. Shikamaru glared lazily at Naruto. I don't like smoke. Here, Akamaru. Here's your pet, Tamari said. She heaved Kiba's body to Akamaru's feet. So Haku, how is the ice statue going? Naruto asked. Haku sighed. I have no talent in art, Haku said. Naruto chuckled. Here, let me help, Naruto said. Haku created a large ice block. She gave Naruto a picture of Gaara and Taya dancing. So what are you doing? Naruto asked. Haku held out a chisel and hammer. Naruto chuckled. No wonder you have so much problems. First of all, those are the wrong tools. The best tool first is a controlled wind blade to carve out the general shape, Naruto said. He made several hand seals. Fueton, wind blade. A blade of wind surrounded Naruto's fist. Haku watched as the blade of wind smoothly cut through the block of ice. After Naruto cut off a chunk, he turned to Haku. Now you try. Fueton, wind blade. Naruto gently guided Haku's hand as she smoothly cut through the ice. After the general shape was made, Naruto made several hand seals. Kaiten, finger torch. A small intense flame appeared on the top of Naruto's finger. Now next is the fine sculpting using something that can still cut and smooth easily while adding details. Watch. Haku watched as Naruto skillfully drew lines on a section of ice that resembled the top of Gaara's face. Soon Naruto finished Gaara's face. Gaara nodded in approval at it. Your turn. Haku made several hand seals. The flame she made quickly sputtered out. Naruto sighed. I should have realized this. Try the Windblade Jutsu, but make it as small as you can. A small intense tornado appeared at the tip of Haku's finger, as began shaping the top of Taiya's head. After a while, Taiya's face was complete. Looks great, Haku-chan. It really does, doesn't it? Haku said happily. Naruto laughed. After 2 hours of carving, the two finished carving the statue. Naruto stood back to examine their work. I'm sure that Gaara will be pleased. I am. Naruto and Haku turned to see Gaara, Taiya, and Temari smiling at them. The statue looks great, Taiya said. I can't wait to set it up, Temari said. Watch out, Shino. Everyone turned to see Kiba carrying a large stack of chairs. He was balancing them precariously on his hand. Everyone watched in horror as Kiba tripped. The stack of chairs Kiba was carrying fell over and smashed the statue into small pieces. Oops, Kiba said. Nearby Suna, 4 figures were gathered on top of a sand dune. All of them were wearing black cloaks with red clouds. So Sasori, when are we entering Suna? One of the figures asked. Under his cloak and hat, the figure looked like an ordinary man. He had white hair and red eyes. A black crane on his shoulder cawed harshly. At the Kazukiya's wedding, or Duru, Tadara said. Is it just going to be us? Tadara asked. Hi. All of the other ninjas, we are on other missions, Sasori said. Just be careful with fighting Naruto. Don't worry, he won't be able to stand after we meet him, right, Chimera? Or Duru. Of course, or Duru. Short story. Hinata song. After Naruto's escape, Hinata sighed as she walked in the Hyuga garden. She wiped away the tears of sadness that threatened to fall. She cringed as her memory replayed her training session with Hanabi. Hinata, what is wrong with you? Hanabi is 4 years younger and is much better than you. Why can't you be like your sister? Hiashi roared. Hinata sniffled a bit. She couldn't bring herself to spar her sister. She couldn't cause Hanabi pain, even though medics always healed them. Hinata strode to a pavilion where the memorial stones of the head Hyuga were. She kneeled in front of her mother's grave. She looked at the polished memorial stone to see her reflection. Why can't I show them who I am? Hinata whispered. I'm not the stoic, unmerciful Hyuga. When will I be able to please Tausen? Look at me. I will never pass as a perfect heir or a perfect daughter. Can it be? I'm not meant to play this part. Now I see that if I were truly to be myself, I would break my father's heart. Who is that girl I see staring straight back at me? Why must my reflection someone I don't know? Somehow I cannot hide who I am, though I've tried. When will my reflection show who I am inside? When will my reflection show who I am inside? Hinata sniffled a bit. She gasped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Niji smiling down at her. You're a strong woman, Hinata-sama. You managed to save me from a darkness I had carved from my own hate. Never forget that. You are strong and now show it. Show it that you are Hinata. Hyuga. Hinata wiped her eyes and hugged her cousin. Thank you, Niji Naya-san. Chapter 33. Sorry about the long delay. Summer homework is evil. Evil, I tell you. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. The wedding and the battle of Sunagakur. Squee, you look so good in that kimono, Naruto. That's what you said about the last 5 kimonos, Haku-chan, Naruto said. He turned to where Kiba, and Shikamaru were. All of them were already holding their kimonos for the wedding. Naruto still haven't bought a kimono, since Haku hasn't chosen one for him to buy. Haku-chan, can I wear my kimono that I have? I haven't shown it to you, Naruto whined. He pulled out the scroll for clothes and summoned a kimono. It was light blue with a wave-like pattern on the bottom and emblazoned with 9 gold flames in a spiral. It was made out of Aburum silk, courtesy of the secret alliance between the Aburum clan and Kurigakure. Squeal, that one definitely suits you, Haku said excitedly. Now put it on. Damn troublesome woman, Naruto muttered. He quickly went into the dressing room and quickly put it on. He also summoned Haori to wear over the kimono. The Haori was dark blue with the kanji storm in white letters. He sighed and walked out. Gaara was sipping his favorite flavored water as he finished with the accounting for the wedding. All of the flowers, music, food, and guards were paid for. As he dipped his brush into the ink jar for his signature, a loud, ear-piercing squeal caused his hand to jerk in. Surprise and spilled the ink all over the document. Gaara took one look at the ruined document and glared. Desert, funeral. His sand crushed the document until it was as small as a thimble. He turned to the window. Yuzume. Naruto rubbed his ears. So I'm guessing I'm wearing this to the wedding. Haku gave him a hungry, lustful look. Naruto gulped. I'm guessing that's a yes. After they exited the dressing store, Team 7 went to a nearby club to pick up a DJ turntable and stereos. They quickly loaded the equipment up after Shino had tested them. After Haku paid for them, they left. They dropped by the market to pick up several orders of sake from Wave. Naruto nodded appreciatively when he noticed that all of the bottles were over 10 years old. The team returned to the Kazukiage Tower and unloaded all of the materials in the ballroom. In the ballroom, there were 4 genin teams helping arranging the tables, cleaning the floors and windows, and running errands. Taya was on the ballroom stage giving orders to the genins. "Hey Taya, we've got all the sake and the DJ equipment," Kiba called. Taya looked up from her plans and waved at them. "That's great. Bring the DJ equipment up here, then place the sake in the kitchens, will you?" "Hi." Naruto and Haku quickly carried the sake to the kitchen, while Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba hooked up the DJ turntable in the stereos. After a short successful test by Shino, Team 7 rested a bit while eating some sushi. Temari and Kankuro soon saw them and joined them at the table. "Hey guys, what's up?" Naruto asked. "Nothing much. The whole town is excited about the wedding though. I was stopped by so many people wishing the Kazukiage a happy marriage and giving gifts," Temari said. "Still, Gaara's a hero. He has improved this village's status to Konoha's status. It's understandable that the villagers want to wish him happiness," Naruto said. "Also, Gaara has improved the ninja standards all over Suna, making them as ruthless and strong as some of Kiri's nins," Kankuro said. "What about Konoha's nins?" Kiba asked. Kankuro chuckled. "Konoha ninjas are strong but noble. Kiri shinobis use anything to win. They use ambushes, torture, and terror regularly. That's why Naruto and the banished heroes were so feared in the Cloud Mist War. Jinkaku's terrifying torture genjutsus, along with the terrifying strength of Naruto, made many Cloud Jounins shiver," Kankuro explained. Team 7 looked at Naruto with amazement. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Hey, Naruto." Naruto turned around to see Yujiro carrying a large number of boxes. Kiba quickly ran over and helped her with several of the boxes. "Thanks Kiba," Yujiro said. "Anytime." "So where were you?" Kiba asked. "I was picking up several kimonos for the bridesmaids and the groomsmen." "All of your clothes are here," Yujiro said. "I also had to pick up a box of flavor water powder for Gaara. He loves them." "Haha, he loves them so much, we give him packs of flavor water powder instead of the usual sake or tea," Naruto said. "Anyway, here are your clothes," Yujiro said. Haku accepted her box and looked up at Yujiro. "Did you get a dress?" Haku asked. Yujiro shook her head. "No," Yujiro started to say. Temari and Haku grabbed an arm and dragged Yujiro out. "What are you doing?" "We're getting a dress." "No protesting," Temari said. Yujiro's eyes widened and she smiled. "I feel sorry for the sap that's paying for these," Kankuro whispered to Naruto. Naruto nodded and turned back to the table. "So what are we going to do now?" "We've already got everything ready," Naruto asked. Everyone at the table turned to Kankuro, who was tinkering with his puppets. Kankuro shrugged. "Don't know. I usually just tinker with my puppets. Temari goes sandboarding and Gaara trains. However, we could go see a movie or see the sights such as the Crystal Caves in the Vortex Canyon." "Not much to do in Sunegakure?" Kiba asked. Kankuro nodded. "So Kankuro, do you have a girlfriend?" "What?" Kankuro asked, startled. Kiba grinned toothily at Kankuro. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Kiba asked. Shino sighed before smashing his fist at the back of Kiba's head. "Don't mind the dog in heat," Shino said. "Though I would like to know the answer to that question." "Well, I have had some but not one right now," Kankuro said defensively. "I bet you guys don't have one." "Too troublesome," Shikamaru mumbled. "Had one until the dog messed it up," Shino said. "Geez, are you still hung up on that?" Kiba said. "I'm currently free." "Have two," Naruto admitted. Kankuro turned wide-eyed at Naruto. Naruto looked at him strangely. "Are you okay?" "I am not worthy," Kankuro chanted. He went to his knees and began repeatedly bowing to Naruto. Naruto's sweat dropped. "Why do all guys do this?" "Deidara, have you finished setting up all the traps?" High above Sunegakure, Deidara pressed his ear against the earpiece. He stared downwards from his eagle sculpture. He channeled chakra to his right eye and spotted his small creations hiding under a genjutsu. "All of them are in position." "Yeah," Deidara said. "Chimera-senpai, is everything ready?" "Yes, they are all ready," Chimera said. Chimera was hidden in the shadow of a large rock. Chimera was a fearsome-looking individual. On one side of his face, it was like an angel, while the other side was black, rotten, and foul-smelling like a corpse. His right hand was normal while his left arm was made of pulsing flesh and had long wicked talons. On the back of his left hand was an eye that constantly moved. "Orduru, we're all set for tomorrow?" Chimera rasped. Oroduru nodded. Unlike most of the Akatsuki, he was normal-looking and of average size. He had white hair, red eyes, and except had a large black crane that was always on his shoulder. Oroduru casually tapped the small black kodachi on his waist. "Sasori, start drugging the wine," Oroduru said. In the storage near the Kazakige's tower, Sasori silently opened the large barrels of wine that were stored there. He skillfully cut the seal and poured the sleeping drug in the wine. After he finished drugging all of the wine, he made a hand seal and vanished. "All done, Oroduru," Sasori whispered. Oroduru smiled and petted his crane. The crane squawked harshly and flapped its wings. "Good. Everyone get some rest. We'll need it tomorrow." The next morning came with explosion of bangs, singings, and joyous songs as the streets were lined with people singing. Kiba was dancing and singing loudly with a civilian woman, while Shino and Shikamaru were accepting gifts from the civilians for Gaara. Haku sipped her tea serenely while she watched her boyfriend go absolutely nuts and singing a ridiculous song at the top of his voice while dancing around Sunagakure with his shadow clones. "Naruto, there's a party here in Sunagakure. There's excitement in the air, people pouring in from near and far. Cause Gaara and Taya are gonna have a wedding. There's a party here in Sunagakure. Everybody will be there. So if you're a jounin or a babe, do something with your hair. You mustn't wear an outfit that's naughty, a kimono that's unraveling. Just won't do. No earrings that are tasteless or gaudy. You're gonna look gorgeous when I get through. There's a party here in Sunagakure. So I'm going to paint the town. If you want to see what colors are, follow me around. Gaara's getting married and it's gonna be the wedding of the century. My buddy's getting married and you're gonna see just how much I can do. There's a party here in Sunagakure and it's got us all aglow. If a demon brat could have come so far, maybe I could do it. Sure, there's nothing to it. We've ordered just a few tasteful flowers. The valets will carefully park for you. The bridesmaids have been dressing for hours. Girls, you look just lovely and so grown up too. There's a party here in Sunagakure. Guests are filling up the room. But there's something missing. Yes. Aha. Where is the groom? Up in the Kazakige tower. Gaara chuckled nervously as he saw Naruto dance and sing at the top of his voice like an idiot. Beside him, Baki and Kankuro sweat dropped as they saw Haku pull Naruto's ear. "Remind me again why you chose him to be the best man," Kankuro asked. Gaara chuckled again. "It's because of him that my life has changed. I owe him everything. He's also the person that indirectly led me to meet my wife." "I guess so," Kankuro said. "Anyway, who's in charge of security?" "Well, originally it was Naruto, but I decided to choose Baki," Gaara said. "Why?" Kankuro asked. "Overkill," Gaara said. Flashback. "Don't worry, Gaara, I got the whole thing set up," Naruto said. Gaara's sweat dropped at the sheer amount of clones and weaponry Naruto had prepared for the security. "Don't you think this is a little much?" Gaara asked. "Of course not," Naruto said cheerfully. "I even brought in one of the newest weaponry from Kiri. Observe." Gaara watched as Naruto pulled out a small slip of paper. Naruto placed a drop of blood on the slip and threw it on the ground. After a second, an extremely large cannon appeared with 3 clones operating it. The gunner pointed the cannon above Gaara's head. "You are violating the premises of the Gaara-Taya wedding. You will now be vaporized." "Thank you." Gaara ducked as an extremely large chakra beam exploded from the cannon barrel and slammed into a sand dune. Gaara straightened up and glared at the overexcited Naruto. "I see. And are you sure no S-class ninja can come in here?" "I'm definitely sure." Bam! Sasori crashed down in front of Naruto. Naruto jumped back and shouted, "Code Red!" Immediately all of the surrounding areas were surrounded by high stone walls with Naruto clones. Under his hench, Kankuro's sweat dropped as over 100 clones jumped off the walls. Gaara gasped involuntarily as Naruto grabbed Gaara and jumped to the top of the walls. Gaara looked over and saw an army of Naruto clones jumping on top of Sasori. Naruto smirked as he made a hand seal. Ninpu, grand explosion of 1,000 years. In Kurigakure, the Mizukage was sipping tea as he slowly closed his eyes. Finally, peace and quiet. Boom! Shiku Kansas grunted as he picked himself off the floor. The huge shockwave caused him to fall off the chair. Naruto. Back in Sunagakure, Gaara looked down to see Kankuro extremely burned as his puppets reduced to small bits of flaming wood. "I think I'll get Baki to handle security." And flashback. "Yeah, I remember that. That hurt like hell," Kankuro said. He smirked as he noticed that his brother's hands were shaking. "Hey Gaara, are you sure that you're alright?" "I am," Gaara said. "I feel so nervous though." Baki laid a hand on Gaara's shoulder and turned Gaara so that Baki was staring into Gaara's eyes. "Gaara, look at me." "What is it, Baki-sensei?" Gaara asked. Baki smiled warmly. I just want to let you know, ever since your bastard father placed you and your siblings in my care, you've grown so much. Gaara, I have seen you grow from a confused outcast to the beloved Kazukiage and soon-to-be husband. I am so proud of you." Kankuro smiled as Gaara seemed to stand straighter and taller. Gaara smiled warmly and hugged Baki tightly. Baki was a bit startled at the gesture, but returned the hug. "Arigato, Tausen," Gaara whispered. Taya was in a large dressing room with Temari and Haku. She was pacing back and forth, while Temari and Haku were attempting to do some last-minute stitching on several desert crystals. "Oh, I can't do this. Gaara deserves someone better than me. Look at me, I'm a fat redhead who curses like a sailor and is nothing compared to Gaara. Kami, where's the ice cream?" Tamari's right eye twitched as a needle pricked her finger. She straightened up and slapped Taya. "Sit down, shut up, and breathe deeply," Temari barked. Taya immediately followed Temari's directions. Temari held Taya's hands and began massaging them gently while Haku quickly sewed the stitches. "Taya, listen, Gaara loves you just for who you are. He knows you are a foul-mouthed redhead that loves to fight and piss people off. He finds it amusing," Temari said softly. "He fell in love with you despite your rough nature. He sees you like a ruby in the rough. Since you've been dating him, I've seen you grow more and more beautiful, like how rough sand polishes a ruby." Temari raised Taya's hands to eye level. "Taya, trust me, you are beautiful and perfect for Gaara. He needs someone strong to support him and stand by him." Haku stood up and smiled at Taya. "Don't put yourself down. Gaara is a powerful and smart man. He could choose any woman in Sunagakure, but chose you because of who you are, not how you look." Taya sniffled a bit and wiped her eyes. "Thanks Temari and Haku. Now can I get the fuck off this chair?" Temari's eye twitched at Taya's language, but nodded. Taya leapt to her feet and began to smile widely and giggle. "Are you okay?" Temari asked. "Of course, I'm getting married." Temari turned when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it to see Naruto standing in a blue kimono. She felt her face flush when Naruto gave her a wide smile. "Time to go, girls," Naruto said cheerfully. "And Taya-chan, you look beautiful." "Thanks, Naruto-kun. Now get the fuck out of the damn doorway, so I can finally marry my Tanuki-kun." Naruto smirked at Taya's enthusiasm. He stepped in the room and went behind Haku. He blushed a bit by Haku's kimono. It was midnight blue with pictures of light clouds embellished on it. On the back there was a moon over a pond of water. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around Haku's waist and held her tight. "You look gorgeous, Haku-chan," Naruto whispered in Haku's ear. Haku blushed and held Naruto's hands. "I could say the same too, Naruto-kun," Haku said. "Alright, let's get going. We're going to be late," Temari said. She shouted it a bit forcefully as her heart was thumping wildly and beating against her aching chest. "Coming," Naruto yelled back. He swept Haku off her feet and carried her through the doorway like they were a married couple. Temari sighed deeply as she held her aching chest. Taya threw her a glance that was clear. "Temari, if you like Naruto so much, tell him," Taya said. "I'm sure he'll understand or help you." Temari looked up in surprise. She watched dumbstruck as Taya skipped through the doorway. In the Shinto temple, Gaara was waiting nervously with Baki, Kankuro, and two other Suna shinobis named Abutsu and Seoka. Both of them were jounins at Kakashi's level and were known as the Sand Ghosts from their skill of Sanjutsus. Kankuro taped his foot impatiently. "Where is Naruto? He should be here by now?" Kankuro asked. Just as he said that, a column of fire appeared. When the flames receded, it revealed Naruto grinning like a maniac. "Naruto Uzumaki has arrived," Naruto bellowed out. There was the sound of raucous applause from an army of chibi clones Naruto had created. Kankuro and Abutsu were straining to hold their tempers, while Baki and Seoka were laughing loudly. Gaara smirked. "Well, are they ready, Naruto?" Gaara asked. Naruto smiled widely and nodded. Temari and Haku finally finished with Taya's dress. "I can't wait for you to see it," Naruto whispered. "What do you mean by that?" Gaara asked suspicious. Naruto smirked. "Let's just say if you were Kiba, you would be stomping your left leg while howling like a wolf," Naruto said. Gaara was about to say something, but the organ began to play the wedding march. Everyone in the temple, everyone stood up and turned to the back. As the music continued, the bridesmaids walked down between the aisles. Temari came down lastly and stood facing Naruto. "Is Taya ready?" Naruto mouthed. "As ready as ever," Temari mouthed back. "Here comes the bride," Naruto whispered to Gaara. Just then Taya began walking down the aisle, escorted by Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed as Taya tugged him forcefully. "Troublesome woman," Shikamaru thought. "Oh Kami," Gaara gasped. Naruto smirked as Taya walked down in a bridal dress that floated as if it was made out of clouds. The desert crystals sewn on the dress sparkled like the stars and chimed lightly like birds. The dress fluttered behind Taya gracefully. "Naruto, turned to Gaara worriedly. Gaara was turning blue from shock. Naruto quickly slapped Gaara. "Breath, damn it," Naruto hissed. Gaara let out a huge breath of air. After several seconds, Taya stood by Gaara and held his hand in her hands. "You look beautiful," Gaara whispered. "Same for you," Taya whispered back. The couple turned to the monk in front of them, the revered Gobu. Gobu gave them a blessed bottle of sake and had Gaara and Taya sip from it. After they finished, the monk placed the rest of the sake into a small diamond bowl with several elaborate kanjis carved into it. Gaara and Taya placed their hands on the bowl and raised it, while Gobu made several hand seals. Gobu then placed his hands over the sake. The sake split into two. The sake near Taya was red and tinged with rosy pink, while the sake near Gaara became gold and flecked with bronze spots. The two sides swirled and rose to create a tankuki playing a flute. "Now your chakras are entwined. This statue symbolizes that you two are forever bonded through war and peace, sickness and health, love and hate, and in peace and war," Gobu said. "Now say the vows." Taya and Gaara raised the bowl up and began exchanging vows. Taya, I, Gaara Kazekage of Sunagakur, swear to love you through times of strife, trouble, and hate and continue to show everlasting support and love, even if it means sacrificing my own happiness. Gaara, I, Taya Jounin of Sunagakur, swear to love you in times of peace and plenty. I will help you in times of trouble and hate and will love you even if demons of the outside and will corrupt you. Gaara and Taya turned to Gobu. Gobu smiled. Will you, Gaara Kazekage of the Sunagakur, love Taya for all of your life? I do, Gaara said. Will you, Taya Jounin of Sunagakur, love Gaara for all of your life? I do, Taya said. If there is anyone here that has any reason why these two should not be married, speak now or forever hold your peace, Gobu asked. After several seconds of silence, Gobu turned to the couple. Now, you may kiss the bride, Gobu said. Gaara smiled and turned to Taya. He lifted up her veil. Taya glared at Gaara. What? Gaara asked. Oh, hurry up and kiss me, Taya said. She grabbed Gaara's robes, kissed Gaara. Gaara held her face tenderly. Naruto made a hand seal. Suddenly fireworks exploded. Everyone stood on their feet and applauded. May I now present Gaara and his wife Taya, Gobu announced. A huge amount of fireworks were launched into the sky as flower petals rained down. Hooray for the Kazekage. Hooray. Congratulations! Gaara and Taya happily walked down the aisle while the spectators applauded and cheered, throwing the pear flowers. The married couple climbed into a large carriage pulled by a team of stallions. Gaara helped Taya up into the carriage and climbed in after her. With a quick motion, the carriage went off. Everyone at the wedding traveled to the Kazekage Tower where Gaara had set up a huge feast for celebrating his wedding. Naruto and Haku were seated at a table with Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino, along with Temari and Kankuro. Gaara waved at Naruto and threw Naruto a microphone. Naruto caught it and stood up. Welcome everyone. First off, I want to congratulate my friends Gaara and Taya on their marriage. I wish you two a long and happy life. Hear, hear, Kiba roared. Let's have a toast to the happy couple, Naruto said. Naruto picked up a glass and raised it. To Gaara and Taya. To Gaara and Taya, everyone said. Everyone drank from their glasses at the same time. As he drank, Naruto, being a fine connoisseur of sake, tasted a hint of a foreign substance. He quickly spit it out. Gaara and other shinobis noticed Naruto's actions and spat out the sake too. Everyone else began slumping down. Haku leapt to a nearby civilian and checked her pulse. They're asleep, drugged by a powerful tranquilizer, Haku said. There's more ninjas than I expected, but not enough to stop us, a voice said. Gaara turned around and saw that all of the Suna shinobi guards were pulling off their light brown robes to reveal the red and black robes of the Akatsuki. You, Gaara growled. A huge amount of sand flooded and sweeping the sleeping guests away, while clearing away some obstruction. Many of the ninjas managed to jump away from the sand, but 3 ninjas were caught in it. Desert grave, Gaara hissed. The 3 ninjas caught in the sand were crushed into a pile of bleeding flesh and bones. Suna shinobis attacked the Akatsuki, Gaara roared. The Suna shinobis at the wedding were all Jounin, Anbu, and Haichunin class. They jumped at the Akatsuki with efficient crisp moves. The Akatsuki were repulsed for a moment, but clashed with the Suna shinobis. Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba formed into the famous trident formation. Kiba and Akamaru popped open their claws and began slashing and whirling away Akatsuki formation, protecting Shino and Shikamaru. Shino was using his chain, bugs, and Kaiten jutsus to attack Akatsuki members too far from Kiba's range. Besides Shino, Shikamaru used his bow and arrows along with shadow jutsus to trap Akatsuki and kill them with his blindingly fast arrows. Taya and Haku were protecting each other. Taya used her flute to immobilize and trap Akatsuki ninjas in a genjutsu. Haku used her sword and other jutsus to strike down any ninja attempting to harm Taya. Taya's zombies also smashed and tore apart Akatsuki ninjas too. To say Gaara was furious is an understatement. Gaara was angrier today than he had ever been in his life. Sand was swirling around him like a tornado, surrounding the Akatsuki and shredding them into pieces. He surrounded a huge group of Akatsuki ninjas, using several sand golems. Once the Akatsuki ninjas were in a bunch group, Gaara slammed his palms into the sand. Imperial Desert Grave. All of the Akatsuki ninjas were sucked into the sand and crushed to their death. Well, we finally meet, Gaara of the desert. Gaara turned around and saw a man that literally looked like he was half dead. The man raised a rotten-looking hand and blasted a pulse of chakra from an eye. Gaara instantly raised his shields, but was blasted back by a large explosion. Gaara sunk into the sand and took shelter there. While under the sand, Gaara made several movements with his fists. Sand spikes popped at the man's feet. The man jumped up but was grabbed by a tentacle of sand. The sand pulled the man downwards to the spikes and impaled him. Gaara rose up from the sand and looked over at his work. However, the man's right arm stretched out and grabbed Gaara's throat. Gaara barely managed to slip himself away and watched as the man pulled himself off the spike without any injuries. "That kind of stung," the man said. "Who are you?" Gaara asked. The man stood up and revealed a headband with a slashed symbol of Iwa. "Chimera, the tomb monster," the man said. He held out his left hand. Gaara watched as the eye in his palm blinked at him. The eye began to glow brightly and Gaara could see a skull forming. Doten, the dead's arms. A pair of long skeletal arms burst from the sand and grabbed at Gaara. Gaara quickly separated into sand but didn't escape unharmed. The places where the arms had grabbed Gaara were rotting. Gaara quickly removed the elaborate clothes and raised his arms, surrounding himself in sand armor. "Bring it," Gaara growled. A sand halberd sprang from the sand and into his hands. Spear of the Shukaku. Naruto stabbed an Akatsuki ninja and pulled out his sword quickly. He made a shadow clone without any hand seals, and the clone kicked away 3 ninjas. Naruto looked around and noticed that there were no Akatsuki members except one. This Akatsuki was cloaked just like the others, but had a black crane on his shoulder. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. He raised his katana in a guarded position as the strange man also raised his kadachi. With blinding speed, the man swung his kadachi. Naruto blocked it with his katana. "Oriduru of the Rakushiki clan," Oriduru said proudly. Naruto's eyes widened at the name. "You, Azrael Sensei's traitorous brother," Naruto growled. Oriduru smirked. Well, you know my brother, do you?" Oriduru said. "The noble idiot, saying that we should stop the bloodline war. Our clan thrives on war." Naruto shoved Oriduru off. "Die!" Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru ducked as a large tail stabbed at them. Shikamaru quickly fired an arrow. The arrow stabbed deeply into the woodwork of Sasori. "HMPH, you're going to have to do better than that to beat me," Sasori said. "How about this?" Shikamaru muttered. He made a hand seal. Sasori heard some hissing and noticed the explosion tags wrapped all over the arrow. "Shit, boom." Sasori flew away from the blast. He turned his head and felt a chain wrap around his waist. The chain began to glow red and burst into flames. Sasori tried to pull off the chain, but his puppet armor burned at a fast rate. Double-piercing tornado. Sasori was ripped apart by Kiba and Akamaru. Sasori jumped out of his shell before Kiba or Akamaru could land a lethal blow. Sasori managed to land on his feet and stare at the trio. "Marvelous teamwork. I shouldn't expect anything less from the Neo-Sanins of Konoha," Sasori said. Sasori wiped a bleeding digit on a scroll and smirked as his favorite puppet appeared. "Let me show you the art of puppetry by using this," Sasori said. A figure emerged from the smoke. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw the face. "The Sandaime Kazukiage," Shikamaru said. Taya and Haku joined up with Kankuro and Tamari. The 4 of them were blasting through the rank-and-file Akatsuki with great efficiency. With Tamari's long-range attacks and Kankuro's mid-range attack puppets, the 4 of them were as unstoppable as the Neo-Sanins. "Nicely done. Your forms are very artful. However, my art is a blast," a voice said. Tamari turned to see a strange bird flying at them. Tamari blew it away using a wind jutsu. Boom. The bird exploded with enough force to send the 4 of them flying. Tamari kicked Kankuro off of her and shoved everyone out of the way. Fueton, cutting whirlwind. Deidara dodged as a large flurry of wind blades came flying at him. He jumped up and blinked as there was a large distortion in the space in front of his eyes. Hyoten, ice slash. Deidara's eyes widened as he felt a blade slash him in the chest. He placed his hands in a hand seal. Kai. The genjutsu vanished to reveal a puppet opening its mouth at Deidara. Deidara made a quick hand seal and vanished before the needles and kunai hit him. Impressive, but it won't be enough. Tamari and the others prepared for Deidara's next move. What does the Akatsuki want? 3 things: Kyuubi and Shukaku Jinchuriki, and to provoke Kurigakure to war. Why? In Kurigakure, the key for a new life and age is there, Dodora smirked. Well, you're just going to have to get past us, Tamari said. I plan to. I'm sorry for the really long delay. As I said before, summer homework is evil, especially if you have AP Gov, AP Biology, and Spanish 4. Once I finally settle down in a schedule that works, I'll start updating faster. Once again, I'm sorry. P.S. Amik, the Devil's Handbook. Naruto's eyes twitched as he faced a genin team and client as they argued back and forth. He still had a hangover from the new sake he had tested. Note to self, never drink sake from a bear before a work day, Naruto thought. He glared at his genin team and their client. Next time warn US about the goddamned man eating plants before asking US to weed your garden. Inari roared. The client, a farmer of rare medicinal herbs, raised a par of pruning shears. Well, those are rare striped lion flowers from grass country and I expect them replaced. The man roared back. No goddamned way we, you shouted, are going to replace a freaking overgrown weed. Me shouted. That nearly bit our asses off. You and me shouted in unison. And just for your information, we like our asses just where they are, Inari said in a cheeky voice. You insolent brats, I oughta. Silence. Everyone turned to see Naruto holding a small black book with the kanji for devil. He flicked it over to a page and began reading out of it. Inari Ishibashi, 15 years old, and genin of Kurigakure, specialty, Kenjutsu and Jinjutsu, dark secret, has a poster of the actor Yuki Fujikawa's and kisses it good morning every day. Me and you stared at Inari, who was blushing deep red. Me and you stared at Inari amazed and then began laughing. Mikagami, 16 years old and genin of Kurigakure, specialty, Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, dark secret. During his first time drinking sake, he got so drunk that he wore his mother's thong and sang milkshakes in a falsetto voice. Yu was laughing so hard at his twin that he was gasping on the ground. Yu Kagami, 16 years old and genin of Kurigakure, specialty, Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, dark secret. In his first blackout, he was found in the family barnyard, sprawled naked beside a goat. The client looked at the thoroughly embarrassed genins. What is wrong with you people? Kanmo Eneko, 45 years old and resident of Kurigakure, occupation, gardener of herbs and flowers, dark secret, goes to a whorehouse once a month and has genital herpes, testicular cancer, and gonorrhea. Kanmo gaped widely as Naruto shut his black book and placed it in his pocket. Now let's settle this now. You will drop this argument and in return, we will count off 25% the cost. Agreed? Hi, all three members said quickly. Naruto smirked. Now bow to my awesomeness, Naruto said, or I spread your secrets. Hail Naruto Dono, they all chanted as the four kneeled before Naruto. You're more evil than me, Kyuubi said, shaking her head at the black book. Kyuubi Kitsune, demon of the elemental countries, dark secret. Hail, Naruto Dono, Kyuubi chanted. I rule. Chapter 34. Here's a Christmas present, my loyal fans. Merry Christmas. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. The approaching storm. Naruto growled as he swung his sword again. Oroduru grunted as he placed both his hands on his Kadachi. Naruto roared in anger as he channeled chakra. He concentrated as he remembered Zabuza's lesson on spiritual chakra. Zabuza-sensei, what do you mean summon the spiritual part of my chakra? Naruto asked. Zabuza chuckled at Naruto's wide curious eyes. Do you remember what chakra is? Zabuza asked. Naruto nodded. Hi, Itachi Nyasen told me that chakra is the manifestation of physical and internal energy developed through physical exercises and meditation, Naruto said eagerly. Zabuza nodded. That is correct. When we use chakra, it is already mixed. However, if you only use your spiritual chakra, this chakra will manifest into a weapon that is directly connected to you. Naruto asked. Zabuza sighed as he knew that Naruto was confused. Just watch, Zabuza said. He lifted his Zanbato and stabbed it in the ground. Naruto watched as Zabuza closed his eyes and his face contorted. Zabuza began glowing softly, releasing a light blue aura around him. Zabuza opened his glowing blue eyes. Roar to the misty gray seas. Carry kimono. A huge blast of water surrounded Zabuza, soaking Naruto. Naruto quickly wiped his eyes and squinted because of the dense thick fog that surrounded Zabuza. Naruto gulped as he saw green eyes in the fog accompanied by a swish. Thud. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the huge sword in front of him. The sword was 7 feet long and 8 inches wide. It curved slightly and every foot on the blade had a foot-long spike. The hilt was blood red and extended a foot more. Naruto, this is my sword's true form. Once you learn how to release only your spiritual chakra as well as Kyuubi's spiritual chakra, you will be able to create a weapon like this. Naruto breathed out as he concentrated on Kyuubi's chakra. He focused as he summoned the spiritual part of Yakai. He could feel the indomitable will of the Kyuubi flow through him and his sword like fire. Naruto grinned as he opened his eyes. Oroduru glared when he noticed Naruto's eyes were red and cat-like. Burn endlessly, Kitsune Kibi. Oroduru was blasted away from Naruto because Naruto's sword emitted a huge surge of chakra. Naruto grinned as he watched his katana glow and elongate into a long thin Nadachi. The blade was 6 feet long and inch wide and had a red fox on the blade. Naruto gripped the sword with 2 hands and swung it at Oroduru. Oroduru raised his Kadachi. Clang! The 2 swords clashed together. Oroduru gasped at the sheer power of Naruto's sword. What the hell? It's impossible to gain this much power without any side effects, Oroduru said. He kicked out at Naruto. Rinyaku! Naruto jumped and dodged the chakra blade. His jump overbalanced him, and Oroduru shoved him away. Naruto flew back but landed on his feet. Guess I should show you what Kitsune Kibi can do, Naruto said. Naruto cut himself on the blade and smirked. He felt the cut heal quickly and then burst into flames. Soon, Naruto was covered in an aura of flames. Rinyaku! Oroduru's chakra blade went through Naruto. Naruto didn't flinch as the flames soon healed him. Oroduru chuckled. HMPH. Looks like I'm going to have to step up if I hope to capture you, Oroduru said. He placed both hands on his Kadachi and closed his eyes. Drain, Kaijihiru. Oroduru's Kadachi glowed and morphed into a monstrous whip. The whip was bright green, adorned with spikes, and oozing out a green goo. Oroduru cracked it once and swung at Naruto. The whip wrapped around Naruto's arm. Naruto could feel his chakra drain extremely fast. Naruto chopped it with his sword and backed away. Oroduru smirked as his whip grew back to its original state. It's going to take more to defeat me, Oroduru said. Naruto growled and placed his sword in a guarded position. Don't underestimate me, Naruto said. Gaara panted as he ducked a chakra blast from Chimera. Chimera was slobbering and cursing as he threw blast after blast at Gaara's shield. Gaara was dodging and fading into sand, avoiding these corruptive beams. Damn rat, keep still, Chimera growled. Chimera made several one-handed seals and plunged his freakish arm into the sand. Doten, Tomb Gate. Gaara jumped back as a huge section of the ground formed a large gate. Gaara's eyes narrowed as Chimera made a very long series of hand seals. Doten, Rise of the Monstrous Dead. The gates flung open, and Gaara coughed at the rotten smell coming from the open gate. A loud thud was heard as a monstrous, rotten arm came from the gate. It was accompanied by another arm. A loud groan was heard, and Gaara saw a skull rising from the gate. The skull had glowing red eyes and looked at Gaara. The monstrosity pulled itself out of the gate and lunged at Gaara. Gaara cried out as the monster bit him in the shoulder. Chimera laughed until Gaara faded away into the sand. Beneath the ground, Gaara used his third eye jutsu to examine the monster. It was 12 feet tall with the torso of a large ape claws and the bottom of a large lizard. Its head was a human skull, and on the back of the monster's torso was a large eye. The monster turned and opened its jaw. An orb of black tar spat out. Gaara groaned as he noticed that the tar was highly acidic. Great. Why do I have to fight the freaks? I mean seriously, out of all the guys that attacked me, why do I get the nut job that goes to a graveyard and has sex with the dead bodies? Gaara asked himself. Gaara placed his hands against the sand and concentrated. He could feel the monster trampling about. Gaara smirked as he made the sand suck the monster up. Gaara made a hand seal and sent a pulse of chakra into the sand. Desert grave. The sand contracted around the monster and crushed it into small pieces. Once Gaara was done, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. On the surface, a huge hand erupted from the sand and grabbed Chimera as if he was a doll. The hand dragged him down into the sand and sucked him in. Damn, Chimera cursed. He channeled chakra into his left arm. His left arm stretched out and anchored into a rock. Chimera pulled himself out before Gaara could crush him. Chimera made another series of hand seals and plunged his left hand into the ground. Doten, Rise of the Monstrous Dead. Chimera laughed darkly as giant earthworm with a mole's claws and a gator head appeared from his gate. The monster shrieked and dived into the earth. Gaara was in the middle of hand seals when he felt a thunderous rumble. Before he could react, he was swallowed up inside a monster. Gaara could not believe he was eaten. As he felt the monster's throat contract, his eyes glowed gold. Oh hell no, I am not going to be eaten by some overgrown worm. I refuse to die that way. Gaara's arm began to turn brown as sand surrounded it. The arm soon grew to be like a miniature Shukaku arm. Fist of the Shukaku. Gaara bellowed as he slammed his fist at the monster's throat. Chimera watched as his giant worm was blown apart. Gaara jumped out of the carnage and glared at Chimera. Chimera smirked. "Well done, but try this," Chimera said. He made the same hand seals and plunged his hand into the ground. Doton, army of the dead. Chimera smirked as monsters began flooding out the gate like water from a dam. All of the monsters charged Gaara. Gaara began chuckling. "Why are you laughing?" Chimera asked. "Did you forget? I have the powers of the desert at my fingertips," Gaara answered. With a wave of his hands, all of the monsters were engulfed into the sands. Gaara slammed his palms down on the sand. Desert Imperial Grave. A dull thud was heard as all the monsters were compressed into piles of rotten flesh. Gaara was sucked in the sand as Chimera reached out for him. "Looks like I'm going to have to use this," Chimera growled. "Damn." Chimera made a hand seals and stabbed his heart with a kunai. Chimera groaned as a swarm of scarab beetles came from the earth and began surrounding him. The beetles soon morphed together and formed a skeletal suit of armor around Chimera. Chimera roared as a huge horn popped out of his forehead, while he grew to 3 times his height. 2 extra limbs came out from the sides of his abdomen. All 4 arms were thick and had claws on the end. He hunched back as a large skull formed on his back. Chimera roared and shrieked. "Scarab armor!" Chimera jumped into the sand and easily dug through the sand. Gaara was in the middle of a series of hand seals under the sand when a horn slammed into his side. Gaara cried out in pain as the horn dug into his side and forced Gaara out of the sand. Gaara was lifted into the air and landed heavily on his injured side. Gaara placed a hand on his side and saw his blood painted all over his hand. Gaara panted heavily and barely dodged another oncoming charge from Chimera. After a series of charges, Gaara slipped and fell on his knee. Chimera rose from the ground and chuckled at Gaara's pitiful form. "Haha, seems like the great Kazakiage is nothing if you take away his sand," Chimera said. He slammed his 4 arms into the sand and caused a wave of sand to blast at Gaara. Gaara didn't have the strength to redirect it and was swept away. When he was trapped in the sand, Gaara snickered a bit. He unbuckled his armor and placed a palm on a seal that had the kanji restrict. Gaara swiped some of the blood of his wound on the kanji. The kanji glowed once and faded. Gaara gasped as the other 3/4 of his chakra returned to him. Snake, monkey, ox, horse, ox, dragon, dog, boar, bird, tiger, rabbit, ox, dragon, snake, rat, sheep, monkey, horse, dragon, horse, ox, boar, bird, tiger, monkey, ox, snake, dragon, horse, bird, monkey, dragon, monkey, ox, dog, rabbit, tiger, bird, snake, ox, dragon, horse. Gaara chanted as he made hand seals. Gaara concentrated as he created fire and water chakra and mixed it with his earth and wind chakra. The reaction caused a huge blast that lifted Gaara out of the sand and sent a small shockwave. When the sand finally settled, Chimera peered through the dust to see Gaara covered in dark gray sand. Kouten, steel sand of the Shukaku. Shikamaru sighed as he vanished within his shadow again. Kiba and Akamaru whirled out of the way, but Shino was stabbed in the chest by Sasori's sting. Sasori grinned, but his smile fell off when Shino melted into a swarm of bugs that immediately began jamming the joints in the tail. "Crap," Sasori muttered as he instinctively tried shaking the bugs off. Kiba and Akamaru charged at the distracted Sasori. Both of them popped out their claws and began whirling. Kaiten, piercing Sebra's fang. The 2 beasts ninjas began spinning and glowing with fire chakra. They crashed into Sasori and blew his armor apart. Akamaru and Kiba landed on the ground without any harm and waited to see a command from Shino. When the dust cleared, they saw a young man in the Akatsuki robes. "Impressive, truly you are worthy of the name, Konoha's Neo-Sannin. With teamwork comparable to the Ino Shikacho trio and destructive power like the old Sannin, you are a powerful force in the shinobi world," Sasori praised. "However, you are still no match for my puppets," Sasori said. He raised his arms to make hand seals, but froze. Kiba smirked as Sasori's shadow grew and formed into Shikamaru. Shikamaru came out and with a soft mutter of troublesome, decapitated Sasori. Sasori's head fell off with a thump and rolled away. Sasori's body fell forward and twitched a bit as blood oozed out of it. "Well, that's that," Kiba said. "Let's go and help the others." Kiba and Akamaru began walking away, but stopped due to Shino's hand. "What's wrong, Shino? Look at the blood. Blood isn't that thick or oily. Also the neck is not correct. And lastly, the head is growing legs," Shino said. Kiba turned around in time to see 8 spider-like legs grow out of the neck and walk back to the body. Shikamaru sighed and kicked it away. "If the head doesn't connect to the body, then the body won't move," Shikamaru said. Shino nodded, but he noticed a twitch from the body. "Shika, move!" Shino roared. Shikamaru turned around in time to see a hail of senbons fly at him. Shikamaru sighed as he knew he had no time to move and closed his eyes. After a while, Shikamaru opened his eyes to see himself by Kiba. In front of him, Shino was there, stabbed with hundreds of needles. Kiba and Shikamaru watched in horror as Shino's body fell backwards into the unforgiving sand. "Shino!" Kiba roared. Kiba moved forward, but stopped when Shino's body collapsed in a swarm of beetles. Behind Shikamaru, Shino emerged from a genjutsu. "Be aware of your surroundings," Shino said. The team turned when a series of clicks and groans came from Sasori's body. They watched as the head turned a complete 360 degrees and stopped with a loud clunk. Sasori tilted his head in curiosity. "Interesting. To be able to control the shadows to such a degree would make you the best assassin in the world," Sasori said. "Still, you need to do more if you wish to defeat me in combat." Sasori made several hand seals. A cloud of smoke appeared and revealed a puppet of a man in black, ragged robes. "Say hello to the Sandan Kazakiage," Sasori said. The puppet turned to Team 7 and opened its mouth. The three jumped in time to dodge a hail of steel orbs. Shino made several hand signals to his partners. Shikamaru nodded and pulled out his bow and arrow. Shikamaru pulled out 5 arrows and shot all of them at Sasori. Sasori smirked and had his puppet create a wall of steel around him. The arrows bounced off, but the explosion tags attached to the arrows managed to create a sizable hole in the wall. In that small opportunity, Shino flung a shuriken completely made of explosion tags in the hole. The shuriken landed in front of Sasori and exploded. Sasori jumped back at the explosion and landed in a shadow. Ninpu, shadow imitation. Sasori froze and stood erect while he watched his prized puppet smashed into small bits by Kiba and Akamaru. Sasori channeled his chakra into one large charge and blew off Shikamaru jutsu. He quickly made several chakra strings and attached it to Shikamaru. Shikamaru noticed what he was doing and made several hand seals. He vanished into his shadow and disconnected the chakra strings attached to him. Kaiten, firefly, swarm. Sasori turned to see a swarm of small white orbs fly toward him. Several of them hit Sasori and instead of burning on him, stuck like glue. Shino clicked his tongue and detonated all of them. Sasori was blasted away in the path of Kiba and Akamaru. Fueton, Hurricane Fang, 2 large gray tornadoes ripped Sasori apart to pieces. The pieces fell to the ground, but to Shikamaru's and Shino's amazement, the pieces crawled together and built themselves back together. Sasori cracked his neck and stared at the 3 ninjas. My, you broke my favorite toy. Don't worry about it, I have many more. Want to see?" Sasori said. He made several hand seals and slammed his palms into the ground. Akahigi, performance of 100 puppets. Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba gaped at the sheer amount of puppets facing them. Sasori chuckled at their expressions. "A frightful performance indeed, right?" Sasori asked. He was stunned when Kiba began laughing and Shino had a small smile on his face. "It is indeed impressive if not for the fact that we were raised to be the most effective when surrounded by hundreds. We are literally a super heavy assault team unlike any other," Shikamaru explained. Sasori growled and waved his arms. "Beast formation!" Shino roared as the army of puppets flew toward the group. Deidara growled as another of his clay creations were frozen and blown away. He cursed as he dispelled another genjutsu. These triple-layered sensory genjutsus were extremely difficult to cast and harder to remove. Since these genjutsus are triple-layered, his eye was overloading with excess information. "Damn you bitches!" Deidara screamed in frustration as another bomb was redirected his way. He dodged it and dispelled another genjutsu to see the redirected bomb in front of his face. Deidara raised his arms and protected his face enough to realize the bomb was a genjutsu. He felt a sharp burning sensation and saw that Haku had sliced across his chest with her sword. Haku kicked Deidara down and he crashed into the ground. Deidara rolled away and avoided a blow from one of Taiya's ogre. He scrambled to his feet and made 5 earth clones. The 5 clones were easily defeated, but it gave Deidara the precious 5 seconds to complete his jutsu. Doten, Grand Armadillo Golem. Deidara snickered in malicious glee as 3 large armadillos rolled their way toward the 3 ninjas. Haku tried to stop them with an ice wall along with Taiya's ogres, while Temrai's wind attempted to slow them down. However, Deidara's armadillos had reinforced shells and didn't stop. They crashed through the wall and ogres and barreled towards the 3 Kanoichis. Having no other option, the 3 Kanoichis jumped. Deidara made a hand seal, and the 3 armadillos jumped up and grabbed the Kanoichis. Katsu, boom! The armadillos exploded, and Deidara watched in glee at the broken bodies falling to the ground. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back and saw in surprise as a shining blade pop out of his chest. His eyes grew unfocused as the genjutsu fell. He saw the 3 Kanoichis around him staring at his face. Haku was in front of him with a sword in her hand. Die, Haku said. She swung her sword and cleanly lopped off Deidara's head. The body collapsed before turning into broken stones. Motherfucker, Taya swore as several spiked orbs appeared from the ground. Temari looked up and saw Deidara waving down at them. Temari growled as she swung her fan, causing a large tornado. She smirked as the tornado hit Deidara. Surprisingly, Deidara managed to fly through the tornado relatively unharmed. Deidara made a cheery wave before making a hand seal. Temari's eyes widened and she quickly pumped all of her chakra into her fan and swung her fan. Fuetin. Grand Tornado Barrier. A huge tornado surrounded Taya, Temari, and Haku just as the spiked orbs began to explode. The tornado formed a protective barrier against the initial blasts, but more orbs than Temari expected began to explode also. Taya noticed this and gathered her ogres around her. Her 3 summons faced outward and opened their mouths just as the wind wall collapsed. Ninpu. Ogre roar shockwave. The ogres began howling a beastly eerie wail that formed large shockwaves. The shockwaves blew back the flames and the shrapnel away from the Kanoichis. The shockwave also echoed upwards and smashed into Deidara's bird. It hit the bird so hard that Deidara fell off and that caused the bird to explode. Deidara fell down and smashed into the earth with a loud boom. Haku rushed to the crash site to see Deidara standing already. Before Deidara could react, Haku pulled out a scroll and summoned an extremely large scroll the size of herself. She opened it and swiped some blood on it before making several seals. Suiton. Susanoo's Wrath. Tsunami Blast. A humongous wave erupted from the scroll and blasted Deidara off his feet. He panted as he tried to prevent himself from drowning, but a sword sliced off his arms. He cursed loudly and kicked harder, but he felt the water around him get colder and colder. He turned to see Haku on the water, stabbing the sword in the water. Hyoten. Winter's Imperial Blood Grave. Deidara was stuck as the ice on the surface stopped him from moving. Then he gasped as several ice spikes underwater torpedoed into his body and impaled him. Haku watched impassively as the crystal clear waters turned blood red, stained by Deidara's death. Mushi Hijutsu. Kabuto Armor. Shino hunched over as all the kikase in his body began mutating rapidly. All the kikase were aging at an extreme rate and shedding their old armor. Their old armor began to mold together around Shino and form a new bug-like armor. This armor melded onto Shino's torso, legs, arms, and face, turning it into a shiny black suit of armor. On Shino's back was a large dome with the kanji beetle. Inu Hijutsu. Twin giant wolf gods. Akamaru and Kiba howled a piercing note as they transformed. Kiba began to hunch over as his legs grew more like a hound's. His arms became longer and ended in clawed hands. His face elongated and narrowed into a wolf's head. Soon the transformation was complete and 2 identical werewolves. Both of them were steel gray, muscular yet lean, and 12 feet long. Both were werewolves snarled and held at Sasori and his puppet army. Cage Hijutsu. Shadow Arena. A black cocoon wrapped tightly around him covered Shikamaru. The cocoon plunged down into its own shadow and vanished from sight. After a moment, the cocoon appeared again and opened to reveal Shikamaru dressed in a long, black duster and a black fedora hat that covered his Shikamaru's eyes. In his hand was a black longbow that was curved elegantly. The arrows to the bow were massive, and the bow's handguard was adorned with a blade. Shikamaru smirked before pulling a mask and covering the bottom half of his face. Sasori's eyes widened when he noticed that the area within 100 feet of Shikamaru had turned black from shadow. Interesting, Sasori muttered. He swung his arms and sent 20 of his puppets down to test them. Before any of the puppets could land on the ground, 3 of them were skewered on arrows. The arrows' impacts were so strong that it shattered the puppets to pieces. As more puppets rushed toward them, chains emerged from the shadow and immobilized several of the puppets. When the puppets came closer, Kiba and Akamaru moved. Shikamaru smirked under his mask as his eyes were only able the afterimages of both of them. What the? Beetle bomb blast. Shino breathed deeply and sent a large burst of fire. The flames sped toward Sasori at a rate faster than Sasori expected. Sasori wordlessly stuck out his arm and formed a chakra shield. When the flames hit, Sasori dispelled his puppets to focus on his shield. To Sasori's surprise, the flames didn't spread out after impact, but kept its form like a flaming cannonball with the intent on smashing his shield apart. Behind Sasori, Kiba and Akamaru appeared. Twin wolf slash. Akamaru and Kiba slashed at Sasori with their long claws. The attack smashed Sasori out of the air and into the arms of Shino. Unlike Kiba's technique, Shino's technique doesn't increase his speed, but it increased Shino's strength to almost godlike level. Horn uppercut. Sasori could feel his heart nearly pop at the power of Shino's blow. Sasori flew up high in the air. Sasori made hand seals for his puppets, but was interrupted by an arrow shattering half of his fake head. Mega horn palm. Shino thrust his palm downwards and slammed Sasori downwards. Shit, Akahigi, elite soldiers of the Puppet King. 2 puppets came from the smoke. One of the puppets was extremely large gorilla with a turtle's shell and a scorpion's tail. The head was of a normal human, but had 4 faces, each a different color, and 4 arms. The other puppet was a dragon. The dragon was around 30 feet long and covered in numerous iron plates. Sasori chuckled and threw off his Akatsuki robe. Kiba blanched as they finally had a good look at Sasori's body. It was completely made of wood and had several appendages coming out of it. He had a coil in his body that ended in a stinger, and his arms had several tubes poking out of it. Sasori swiped his blood on another seal, and 2 other arms came out. Both arms were shaped like a scorpion's pincers and clacked loudly. Akahigi, performance of 100 puppets. Nearly 100 puppets surrounded Sasori and his other 2 puppets. You know, I like this guy, Kiba said. Shino turned to look at Kiba. Kiba gave Shino a fang-filled smile. He gives us the opportunity to slaughter without killing anyone that matters. Quit yapping you mud and start killing, Shikamaru said. He pulled back his bow and launched 3 arrows. The powerful arrows smashed through their first targets, exploded after sticking into a second target. 6, Shikamaru said. The one with the least has to walk around Konoha naked. Shino smiled. Prepare for humiliation, Kiba. The Shino and Kiba charged the massive puppets, while Shikamaru sniped them in the least troublesome manner. Sasori watched in growing fear as his huge puppet army was destroyed with ease. Shino blasted them apart with powerful strikes and gouts of flames. He also sent his Kikai bugs to literally eat the puppets into sawdust. Kiba and Akamaru flew through the army like wolves in a sheepherd. Puppets were slashed into bits and torn into chunks of wood from Kiba's claws and Akamaru's fang. Alpha charge. Kiba and Akamaru blasted through the army and split it into 2 groups. Shadow Maw. Several puppets were destroyed as a giant mouth opened and chewed them up. Kaiten Hijutsu. Bug chain explosion. Shino whipped out his chain. The chain burst into blue flames and hissed loudly as Shino swung it. Shino whipped the chain high and slammed it into the ground. The chains gave a humongous blast of flames that incinerated half of the puppets. Damn, Sasori swore. He dispelled his remaining puppets and sent his other 2 puppets at Shikamaru and Kiba. He made 2 shadow clones of himself and had them direct his 2 prized puppets. Sasori himself made a hand seal and opened a compartment in his body that revealed 2 large wings. The wings flapped once and Sasori flew towards Shino. Shikamaru sighed as the dragon flew towards him. He pulled back his bowstring and knocked an arrow on it. The arrow spat toward the dragon, but the dragon swerved to dodge it. The dragon flew upwards and opened its mouth to reveal 2 tubes. The tubes glowed faintly before emitting 2 streams of fire. Shikamaru vanished in his shadow before the flames could hit him. He reappeared behind the dragon and sent 3 arrows at the dragon. When they landed at the dragon's neck, the arrows exploded. To Shikamaru's surprise, the dragon puppet was undamaged. The dragon spread its wings and faced Shikamaru. Shikamaru heard a click and ducked in time to dodge several senbons coming from the wings. Shikamaru rolled to the side and avoided another volley of senbons. Ninpu, shadow spears. The dragon was impaled with 10 spears from the ground. Shikamaru knew the spears wouldn't hold the dragon and vanished into the shadows. Behind a rock, a shadow clone of Sasori was frantically manipulating the puppet. A large arrow stabbed in the back of the neck dispelled the clone. Behind the clone, Shikamaru panted as the dragon finally stopped moving. I fucking hate puppets, Kiba thought. He ducked a sword swing from the 4-faced puppet and kicked it. The puppet backed away and opened its chest compartment to reveal several kunes. Kiba jumped in time to avoid the barrage of kunes and senbons. He flipped twice and gathered chakra to his throat. Fuetan Hijutsu, Howling Fang. Kiba howled loudly and blew blasts of chakra and forced shockwaves at the puppet. The puppet was blasted away and tumbled raggedly like a corpse through the air. The puppet never reached the ground as it was stopped by Akamaru's vicious twin slashes and cut into pieces similar to sashimi. Sasori growled as the shadow clones relayed information that his 2 prized puppets were destroyed. The momentary distraction was all that Shino needed to complete his jutsu. Fuetan Hijutsu, Flaming Beetle Comet. Shino summoned a rare type of Kikai in his bodily hives. These Kikais were the suicide Kikai. These large red bugs erupted from Shino's mouth and lit themselves on fire. They swarmed all over Sasori in an instant and began swallowing chakra as fast as they could. When the Kikais ate their full capacity, they exploded. Boom! Shino covered his eyes as chunks of Sasori flew all around him and landed with large thuds around Shino. Shino dusted off some sawdust and turned to leave. He felt something splat against his head and held it in his hand. It was Sasori's ruined heart. Shino looked at it once, said the only thing he could think of, "You." Counten. Steel cloud. Gaara roared. He raised his arms and a dark cloud hovered over him and Chimera. Chimera charged Gaara, but was beaten down by a hail of large black cannonballs. Chimera coughed blood as the balls changed forms and turned into a large black cylinder. Gaara waved his arms and the column slammed into Chimera's stomach like a battering ram. Shit, Chimera thought. He tried to get his arm to the ground to summon more of the undead, but was stopped by a wave of iron sand grabbing his arm. Iron funeral. Gaara clenched his fist and crushed Chimera's right hand. Damn it, if I die, then you're coming with me. Chimera screamed. He stretched his left hand and closed his hand around Gaara's head. Gaara tried to block it, but the hand kept coming and clamped onto Gaara's eyes like a squid. Doten. Rock acid. Acid spurted from Chimera's hand, burning straight into Gaara's eyes. Ayoourg. Gaara screamed. He grabbed the arm with both hands and ripped it off of his face. Iron sand surrounded the doomed Chimera as he struggled in its metallic grasp. Counten. 1,000-year death capsule, Gaara said. He waved his arms and smiled sadistically as he made the iron twist, bend, break, crush, and impale every part of Chimera's body over the course of 5 minutes. Gaara's iron kept Chimera's blood flowing and Gaara made sure that Chimera felt every second of it. Counten. Imperial death. Chimera died as the iron sand instantly compressed his body into a small orb of flesh, blood, and bone. Naruto ducked as Orduru's whip missed Naruto again. A vein on Orduru's face bulged in fury as he flicked his wrist. The whip twisted into another direction and wrapped around Naruto. Naruto gasped as the whip tightened painfully around his midsection. Orduru smiled in glee as he pulled tightly. The whip went taut and Naruto was sent flying and slammed into the ground. Naruto tried to regain his footing, but Orduru yanked the whip again. Shit, Ninpu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared behind Orduru. The clones grabbed Orduru and forced Orduru into a joint lock. Orduru growled at the annoyance and quickly dispelled the clones. However, Naruto used the quick distraction to run behind Orduru and send 2 kicks to his thighs. Orduru cursed as his legs buckled from the pain. Naruto jumped back to avoid Orduru's whip. Naruto quickly made 2 shadow clones and sent them at Orduru. As the shadow clones distracted Orduru, Naruto made several hand seals. Fuetin spear. There was a loud boom as Naruto made a vacuum in the air. The vacuum was soon filled with air and skewered Orduru in the chest. Orduru coughed up blood and looked up at Naruto surprised. Naruto glared at Orduru and grabbed Orduru's head with his neck. A loud snap was heard when Naruto jerked his leg with a violent twist. Naruto lay on the floor, dead tired. He weakly raised himself up and looked around to see the Sand Shinobis chasing away the Akatsuki away. He chuckled weakly and turned around to see Gaara floating towards him on a platform of sand. Behind him, there was a cloud of sand carrying the others. Gaara smirked as he held out a hand for Naruto. Naruto gratefully accepted Gaara's hand. Gaara pulled Naruto up just as a sand Chunin knelt at Gaara's feet. Kazuki-sama, we chased one group of the Akatsuki Shinobis into a valley where your brother Kankuro ambushed them with an army of puppets, the Chunin reported. The other group was chased by several Jounins into a canyon where a giant flaming cat with 2 tails slaughtered them with gouts of fire. When we tried pursuing the cat, it disappeared. Don't worry about the cat, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Naruto interjected. Gaara shot him a look. Naruto mouthed Jinchuriki at Gaara. Gaara nodded and turned back to the Chunin. Find Baki and Kankuro, tell them to try and find any survivors to interrogate. Also, carry any of the wounded to the hospital. Hi, the Chunin barked. With a hand seal, the Chunin vanished in a swirl of sand. Naruto chuckled. Wow Gaara, you really changed things around here. The Konoha Shinobis now are no match for the ninjas of the sand. Gaara shrugged. It wasn't me really. Some old guy carrying a club twice the size of him began to spread training manuals and beating the crap out of many of our Shinobis. Many of them took this as a challenge and trained themselves. Naruto groaned and shook his head. In any case, let's get back to Suna. We still have a marriage celebration to finish. That night, Naruto sighed deeply as he thought about the celebration afterwards. He chuckled at some of the more memorable events that happened at the Kazuki-Age's party. First was the dancing where everyone got on the floor and danced. Naruto chuckled as he danced with Temari and Haku. Shino for once was not the DJ and danced with a girl, a kunoichi that specialized in bugs like Shino, except her bugs were mantis. Kiba and Akamaru managed to hook everyone into a Congo line that went around the Kazuki-Age tower 3 times before it broke up. Then there was Shikamaru who sang karaoke. Surprisingly, Shikamaru had a voice that was comparable to a pro's. When asked, Why he didn't become a musician, Shikamaru's answer was it's too troublesome. After that, a feast with the best cuisine from Suna. There was also the best dry sake from Suna. Naruto drooled just from the taste of it. There was also sushi to Yujito's great delight, and she nearly ate everything on the sushi buffet. Kiba was the same way at the meat buffet, eating every kind of meat available. Naruto sighed deeply as he stared up at the clear desert sky, wondering what the next day will bring. In Kurigakure, the Mizukage was standing on top a gigantic weeping willow. He glanced at the great forest where the full force of the Akatsuki was awaiting. He could see thousands of samurais and rogues, along with hundreds of shinobis. He turned back and faced his army of 500 shinobis. There were also 2,000 men armed with katanas and Jin's new hand cannons. Shikukanzas breathed deeply and summoned a huge amount of chakra. He made over 30 hand seals before releasing his jutsu, Ninpu, Fog of the Tortured Souls. An unnaturally dark fog rolled out towards the Akatsuki camp. As the fog grew and darkened, screams of pain with a chorus of wails were heard. Bone-chilling shrieks and cries accompanied by moans and begs came from within the fog. Shikukanzas waved his hand. 500 shinobis jumped into the tress. The men roared and charged into the fog, yelling blood-curdling war howls. The battle Shikukanzas was awaiting has finally come. It was a battle that would echo in the ages and would spell the fate of all the people in the elemental countries. Amik, wedding night. Naruto yawned as he and Haku staggered into their hotel room. Haku was already asleep, while Naruto was half drunk. Naruto fumbled with the key and stumbled inside. He laid Haku on the bed and jumped on the bed herself. Naruto grabbed the pillow and closed his eyes ready to sleep. Yes. Naruto's eyes popped open when he heard that loud cry coming from the room next door. He closed his eyes hoping it wasn't what he thought it was. Gaara, more. Naruto's eyes popped open and groaned. Please no, tell that isn't. Gaara and dollar number dollar percent number percent and percent number dollar percent and dollar and dollar percent and percent and. Naruto could not believe that you can curse that way or that a body can contort inside someone's butt that way. Amik 2, hide the sake. One more Naruto, Kiba cheered. Naruto downed one more shot to the cheers of Kiba, Choji, and a drunken Shikamaru. Naruto laughed drunkenly as he waved the sake bottle around. Your turn, Kiba. 7-shot sake streak. Naruto yelled. Choji laid out 7 shots in front of Kiba and Shikamaru filled the shot glasses to the brim. Kanpai Kiba, kanpai. Everyone yelled as Kiba began drinking down the shots one by one. Ichi, Nai, San, Shai, Go, Roku. Kiba almost puked the last shot but held it in. Kiba grabbed the last glass and drank it. Nana. Everyone yelled. Kanpai. Kiba laughed drunkenly before dropping off the stool like a rock. Shikamaru and Shino picked Kiba up before tripping on their own feet. Naruto cackled loudly. Bang. Everyone turned to see Hinata, Ino, Kin, and Haku standing in the doorway with their arms crossed. Haku and Kin shook their head, then went towards Naruto and yanked his ears. Aitai. Naruto yelped as Kin and Haku began pulling Naruto by the ears. Naruto was the lucky one as he was dragged out of the room by his 2 girlfriends. Everyone else was cowering in a corner while Ino was shrieking at them with all her might. Hinata was slapping Kiba repeatedly with the feared Jaiwiken slap technique. Yes, it was a night none of the guys would forget. Months later. Hey guys, what are you doing? Ino asked. She, Hinata, Kin, and Haku were facing Naruto and his friends. The guys were hiding a bottle of sake from the girls. Shit, hide the sake. Naruto whispered. I'm sorry but I had to. Hey guys, I know you enjoyed this story, but looking back on the story itself, I realized that I made Naruto way too powerful and killed off too many of the aspects of the Naruto universe that were actually pretty good. So I decided to rewrite the whole thing from scratch since I have so much free time on my hands. Hopefully this version will be better. Please review. And thank you OSO 1991.